All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Let's party. First, I want to give a big shout out to the replay gang. Thank you so much for coming back to check this out, even though you missed the live party. Guys, that is the best part, so make sure you are here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, so hit that subscribe button, ring the bell, and you will never miss another Indian Jesus party ever again. Also, if I could ask you a quick favor, let me know what time are you guys actually watching this. We might do some changed up stuff. Want to know what time is it that you are starting this? Let's also say a big thank you to mysickshirt.com. Whatever your persuasion, they've got something for you. And of course, it is the only place to get your very own The Indian Jesus official merch, only at mysickshirt.com. All right. Welcome. Hey, we got Jimmy Dean in the building. What's good? Messing up the poll. Come on, bro. Struggle streaming already. I'm supposed to be the one struggle streaming, but yes, we do have a poll open. Is it ever okay to use violence in someone else's interaction? It is purposely vague, but replay gang, let me know what you think, and you will see exactly why I am asking as we move forward. So I'm letting you know right now. Make the appropriate accommodations. You might have to watch this in 2 parts. It's just too good. I was trying to pick out clips, but it's just too good. You know that I am a huge fan of Tim Pool, and, we don't cover his show specifically too often, mainly because it is kind of self-contained. There's not always that much for me to add because it's not just Tim and guest. There's a lot of people there. So it's usually, its own conversation, and it doesn't really need me. And then also, it's kind of, it can get, I don't want to say repetitive, but because not a lot of people who disagree with the show are willing to go on the show, it can be its own kind of little echo chamber. But as you have seen from the title and the thumbnail, Lance from Serfs TV appeared on the show last night, and let's just do it. So if you need to stay if you need to make part 2, then we'll do part 2. Whatever else, let's just get into it real quick. Jimmy Dean says, if you're a fan of Tim Pool, then why do you stream while he does? Why do you make me choose? I didn't think of that before I started saying every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. And then I just, it got too easy. But hey, I'm going to forge my own path. Tim is not my competition. We are all friends, and jump back and forth, do whatever you got to do. Let's do it.
So we got some protests in New York City. After a homeless man named Jordan Neely died, he was put in a chokehold. The man, 3 people were trying to subdue him, and then in the effort to subdue him, the guy died. It was ruled a homicide, and now you have protesters calling for charges of this Marine. And things are starting to get a little hectic. Police are calling for help as things kind of heat up. But we're going to get into the nuances of that discussion, so I'll save a little bit. We do have news out of Russia. They're blaming the U.S. for the assassination attempt, so they claim. And we've got some news. Barstool Sports fired one of their hosts for rapping lyrics that contain an offensive word. I don't necessarily think it's fair to call what he said a slur, because he wasn't calling anybody the word, but, he said the word, and then Penn Entertainment was like, you're fired. And now Dave Portnoy is like, I don't know, there's nothing I can do. I sold the company. So we'll get into that, plus a whole bunch of other stories. And we'll talk about the news. Banks collapsing. We got Paul Stanley, the lead singer. I'm sorry, kids. Gas Rukoff. Kathleen will have opportunity to her and this question of your friends joining us tonight. I'm talk about this and so much more. Is Lance from the Serfs.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm tripping balls being in this room right now. It feels like I took evil acid or something, because I've been watching this show so much. Yeah, just like everything is here. It's wild. It's
bigger than it looks like, right?
It's bigger than it looks like. And when you're actually sitting in the room, it's actually, there's a lot more props than you ever give this place credit for. I thought there was just like some samurai swords and like the occasional gun or something, but there's like
that's a real Civil War rifle.
There's a real Civil War musket in the
That's right, rifled musket.
Yeah,
yep, absolutely.
The
Yeah, it's a Union Civil War. It was never used.
It's like a museum
very,
here.
Very cool. Yeah, very cool stuff. Yeah, so what do you do? Who are you?
I am a leftist commentator. I do politics, comedy from a dumpster fire perspective, and I have
dumpster fire perspective
opinions. And sometimes people like to hear those opinions, and then they tune in to listen to them.
Oh, sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, well, thanks for joining us. I'm sure we have a lot of opinions to go through. Yeah. We also got the exact inversion of Lance, Seamus Coughlin.
That's how they describe me on the streets. My name is Seamus.
We have a lot to get through. So, Shameless, Seamus, Ian. Let's get into it.
And if you don't know, you don't know. But I am the Moon Lord. Let's get hot.
Shout out to the Moon Lord.
And I am Serfs.com as always, guys. Let's get to it.
Let's jump into this first.
Wait, actually,
pressing the wrong button.
This is I gotta flag this. This is the first time Ian and I have done a show together in almost a year.
Since we screamed about, I was yelling at you about religion or something.
Exactly.
Oh,
this is our first show. Yeah, that's our first.
Welcome back, Seamus. Great to be here, man. Yeah, I've evolved on my stance on religion.
We've also talked off air. We've talked off air a good bit, but it's just funny that it's like I just realized it's our first episode we're both doing together because I've been seeing you for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, we went last time we talked. We were talking about I brought up Vice. I was talking about alcohol, it's your vice or whatever. I said, I think that was the real point of contention. And everyone's like, Ian, you're such a dick. I was like, I was just talking to Seamus. We were just talking. Like, we were talking.
He's Irish. You can't say that.
We were talking about.
That's right. I forgot to ask, but I assume you guys can hear the video.
I don't really remember exactly what it was, but I don't really care. Do you?
No, yeah, I was just it was a discussion about alcohol because I was saying that properties of
which is probably why is that
properties of bread and wine remain.
I don't care.
New York police issue call for help. Outrage continues to grow over deadly subway chokehold encounter. So the death of a subway rider who was put into a chokehold by a former Marine on the train has been ruled a homicide, and now activists are calling for charges to be filed. They have planned several protests and rallies on Thursday as the NYPD has issued a call for public help in their investigation. Jordan Neely, 30, died from a compression of the neck, the city's medical examiner determined Wednesday. Neely is recognizable to some New Yorkers as a Michael Jackson impersonator who regularly danced in Times Square, in the Times Square Transit Hub. On Monday afternoon, he was yelling and pacing back and forth on an F train in Manhattan. Witnesses and police said when he was restrained by at least 3 people, including a U.S. Marine veteran who pulled one arm tightly around his neck. A physical struggle ensued, leading to Neely losing consciousness. He was rushed to Lenox Hill Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. On Wednesday, a medical examiner determined Neely's his death was a homicide. However, that does not mean the case will be prosecuted as a homicide. Okay, that's the stupidest bit of writing I've ever heard. As a murder, they mean. Homicide means death caused by person. It doesn't mean criminal. So what they're trying to say is, though the death was ruled a homicide, it does not mean the case will be prosecuted as a murder. That is up to the Manhattan DA's office, which is investigating. But I suppose I'm probably being a little bit too harsh because you can, they're not being clear here. You can make the argument there's reckless homicide, there's negligent homicide. And so what they're saying is it's not clear that he will be criminally charged. They probably just should have said. They're going to say, as a part of our rigorous ongoing investigation, we'll review the medical examiner's report, assess all available video and photo footage, identify and interview as many witnesses as possible, and obtain additional medical records, read a statement from a spokesperson for the DA. So we've got video coming out of New York. Protesters, I believe this was yesterday, were seen in the streets, and the police made some arrests. And we'll get into it in a little bit, but one of our reporters, Elad Eliyahu, was physically assaulted by one of the protesters and had his property destroyed while he was in the process of doing journalism. But let's just get down to brass tacks here, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of arguments about this one. This is a story of a guy who was having a mental breakdown. I guess the news that recently came out was that he was a subway performer and his mental health collapsed after his, I think his mom was killed, is what they're reporting. And after that, he kind of just lost it.
So as I didn't want to interrupt the tee up, but again, a big part of this, a big part of why we are watching this particular episode of Timcast is because, as Lance said himself, he is a leftist, and we don't get many of those. It's often said that people will put out hit pieces and this and that and talk all about Tim Pool, but nobody wants to talk with Tim Pool. So finally, we got somebody who's really we're gonna get into it. Hey, we got Nick in the building. Welcome. Good afternoon to you. So I hope you're having a wonderful Friday, and hello to everyone else. I hope everyone is great today. Nick, I hope you are great today. Welcome to the party, brother.
And then he had been arrested 40 times. He had once punched a 67-year-old woman in the face. And so as he was belligerent and on the subway, reportedly threatening people, saying that he would take it, he was ready to die and he would hurt people. This is when the three men subdued him. Reportedly, the Marine told everyone to call 911 and get the police down there. And then he ended up dying, which has resulted in the left, like AOC, whether or not people, I don't know if you consider her left, but AOC.
Yeah, she's progressive.
She said this was a public murder. And now you've got protesters calling for this guy to be arrested. They're saying he committed a murder. And I think this is actually a really good example of what is described as anarcho-tyranny, in that you had 25 people pushed onto subway tracks in the past year. You've had like a woman get raped on a train in Philadelphia. And we don't hear a single peep from any of these politicians, from any of these activists, until someone actually stops the guy. If you go back 7 years...
Kills him, right? Kills him. He killed him.
Sure.
Yeah.
So when
here we go.
When someone is being violent and then someone else acts in self-defense of others and the person dies in the process, now there's all of a sudden calls for, okay, so this guy should be criminally charged, but there was no call for stopping the 25 people being pushed on the subway tracks. That's an ongoing and acceptable thing, I suppose.
So notice how already, first story right out the gate, he's looking to take the side of the perpetrator. This guy died, yes, but he died because he was, doing things to other people. But let's just let them do it.
Never going to sit here and try and defend people pushing people on the subway tracks. That's a crime. Like, that's terrible.
Attempted murder.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if they die. So that's horrible. No one's going to be on the other side of that argument. But in terms of like the guy who just got killed, isn't, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, doesn't in self-defense, the proportionality of what you're doing has to be in response to the actual aggressive actions of the person, right? It has to be proportional. Is that correct? So you feel in your mind that it was a proportional response for him to choke him out to death in that situation because he was going to become such a threat to the person who choked him out.
But you made a big leap right there.
What's the leap?
You're ascribing intent to the Marine to kill.
So there was no intent to kill. The Marine was just trying to stop a crime.
Oh, I'm not saying he intended to kill him. I never said that, but he did end up killing him, right?
That's immaterial.
But what has to be material, Tim, has to be, is he doing what he's doing?
Proportionality argument, or are you making?
Yes, I'm asking you that because what he did proportional to the threat? Yes. So the threat that he was going to do.
It is proportional to subdue someone that is threatening other people and saying he'll die in the process.
And end up killing him, even if that was
see now you're doing it again. You're ascribing intent.
No, I'm not ascribing intent. I'm saying the results. This is what happened. The guy's dead. He's dead, right?
Results are immaterial to the proportionality of action.
So the proportionality of action in your mind was justified to what he was doing, his actual actions.
He held the guy on the ground while he said call 911.
Killed him. And choked him until he died.
You're doing it again.
No, you keep saying I'm doing it again. I'm saying this is the end results. I'm not saying this is what he meant to do. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. I don't know what's in his heart. Neither do you. None of us know what he meant to do that day when he woke up. Right?
If someone is threatening other people, you are allowed to subdue them.
And then would it be like an involuntary manslaughter?
So see,
no, but this is what happened. It's to the point of death. So you have.
It's not a criminal.
It's not.
So this is a perfect example. If you're new here, learn the phrase semantic obfuscation. I use it non-stop. And Tim caught Lance trying to semantically obfuscate what happened. What happened was the Marine saved people who were being attacked by an assailant. And he's using the word killed or death and in a certain way to elicit certain emotions because he doesn't think that it's okay to for anything bad to happen to criminals.
I'm not saying he intended to kill him. That's a difference, right? But if he ended up dying as a result of that, was that proportional?
Yes.
He needed to be killed.
No.
Or he could have killed someone else.
Hold on. Stop that. You can't. You keep trying to say needed to be. No.
That's the semantic obfuscation.
But that's what happened.
The Marine.
That's the end result.
That is what happened, but that's not what was initially intended. He didn't say, I'm going to go over there and choke him to death. He said, I'm going to subdue him and help these people who are being attacked.
Saying the Marine tried to kill him.
No, I didn't say that.
Then why
you are saying that I'm saying that? You're putting words in my mouth. I'm saying that's what.
Hey, we got Opus in the building. Welcome to the party. Says every leftist argument is a dishonest appeal to emotions. Okay, maybe not every, but the vast majority completely agreed. Is that what it's called, Jimmy? The cracked eggshell theory? It's got a good, I like that name. But yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. Welcome to the party, Opus.
Ended up happening.
Let me respond. Then why would you say needed to be killed?
Because
why did you
what
say
he
needed
did
to
to
be
him,
killed?
his chokeout ended up with the guy dying. So that was the end result. So his proportional response to what he thought was a threat was that I'm going to choke him out. I'm not trying to kill him, but I'm going to choke him out.
Yeah.
Whether or not he dies is going to be something that we're just going to remain to be on the cards, right? This is chat.
Right. That is what happens when you can't tell the future. You have to act based on the present.
We'll leave it up to chance.
So you are making a huge leap right there.
There's no leap, Tim.
Yeah,
what he's doing is that proportional. Is choking someone with the possibility of death.
And then notice what else he's doing. We're not going to be stopping it as much because they do a lot of arguing. But Tim made a claim. You are you're I forget what exactly he said, but you're misrepresenting or whatever he said. And then instead of asking how is that misrepresenting or how is that an inaccurate statement or whatever it is, he just says the same thing over again. No, I'm not. I'm just saying this. Like, yes, but that's the thing that we have an issue with
the possibility of death.
Yes,
okay, so
absolutely.
So
that's I'll tell you this. Let me tell you. So if someone tried illegally entering my home,
sure,
I will use whatever force necessary to stop them from illegally entering my home and illegally entering my home. Right? I have the legal justification in the state that I live in to use whatever force necessary to stop someone from entering my home illegally. Now you can't invite someone in, and there's actually some legal barriers here, like. If someone actually walks up to your house and the door is open and they walk in, that's actually not an illegal entry. Mm-hmm. It is to a certain degree, but it's like trespass. Sure. It's like your door was open, there was no obstruction, and then you'll make an argument about entering the domicile could be considered 4th-degree burglary, depending on which state you're in. If they actually open the door and enter, they've now committed felony burglary. And you are entitled in West Virginia to use whatever force necessary to stop someone from illegally entering your house. That doesn't mean you just intend to actually kill someone. So in terms of we're out in the street, someone is threatening someone else. You are legally entitled to subdue them. Now,
so guys, really quick, I just want to let you know, because there's so much here that I am intending to get through this entire episode. What I have not decided yet is whether or not I'm going to stay on here for a while and then bring the rest to the after show channel in Discord. So keep that in mind. I'll be, I'll talk more about it and ask you when the time comes, but just keep that in mind. Jimmy Dean says, legally, it depends on the state. Felony manslaughter exists in a few states. Not sure about New York. Felony manslaughter is in the commission of a violent felony. If someone dies, you are liable. So, that's if you are committing a crime. But the fact is that the Marine wasn't committing a crime at the time that the guy died. So it is definitely, if you are committing a felony and somebody dies just out there, not out there, but I mean, as a result of what you're doing, even if you didn't, kill them or shoot them or stab them, then yeah, you can definitely be charged for murder or felony manslaughter. Jimmy Dean says, this means if you rob a gas station and a bystander has a heart attack and dies, you could be personally held liable. Not all states have a felonious manslaughter clause. Yeah, so before you F around and find out, make sure you know what the laws are where you effing around.
Even if that's in the act of doing that, you could kill them.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. Because where you're going with it is like, what act of subduing would be permitted in your mind then? Like holding his hands tightly?
One that doesn't have a possibility of death, I would say, because
give me one in your martial arts expertise.
Yeah, how do you subdue somebody physically with zero chance of them dying? I think those are mutually exclusive. Nick says, Marine trying to choke out a criminal is trying to use less lethal force than if he punched him. They don't care. They don't care because it's a news story and it was a black guy.
What? Zero. Absolutely zero.
Okay, so there's
and I think I can contend that no one here has any, right? Am I in a judo room?
I just watched a lot of movies.
No, but
sharp elbows.
But no, none of us have black belts. We don't know this shit. We're just a bunch of people who talk on the internet.
But now going black belts. I mean, I have hostile environment training, and I have some minimal martial arts training. Minimal. I've done some kung fu, taekwondo.
So once again, there's no experts here to talk about this. Yeah.
Capoeira.
So certainly will contend. I am not an expert. However,
notice actually, I didn't even notice this when I was going through this. Already, we are talking about something that is very plain to see. You don't need to be a martial arts expert to be able to talk about this situation. But what is he doing? Appealing to authority. Where's your black belt? Like, come on, bro. Just have a conversation. This is something I'm going to repeat a lot in this episode. Stop trying to win an argument and just have the conversation.
If someone is threatening harm against another person and 3 people find it reasonable to subdue him and the person dies, that person was in the process of committing a crime. If you lose your life in the process of committing a crime, I'm not going to blame the victims for this, right?
Nope.
Would you blame the victims for this?
When you're saying victims, you mean the people who killed him.
The people who are being attacked.
But were they
Again, notice where his mind goes. To him, the victim is the person who was attacking other people and died in the process.
attacked prior, or did they try to subdue him?
So
do we have footage before the event begins?
So in New York, for example, if you go up to someone and threaten them, you've committed a crime, right? You've committed a criminal act of violence against another person by threatening them and going up to their face, right?
And so you're saying at that point you have the ability to proportionally respond with violence.
Yeah, actually, there's a video of this. Myth Informed has it. 7 years ago, this man was called a hero for diffusing violence by putting another man in a chokehold. A man in the subway was getting up in people's faces and he was threatening them, and another man got up behind him and put him in a chokehold, and he was put on national television and he was celebrated as a hero for doing so. So this is what I'm talking about, anarcho-tyranny. I feel like you're latching onto this completely from a point of you don't have knowledge on proper technique for subduing an individual.
Okay, but to be fair, he started it.
None of us do.
Nor the legal expertise.
None of us do as well.
But see that's kind of an absurd thing to just outright. Well, look, I'm going to say this guy committed a murder and should go to prison, but I'm not an expert and neither are you. Therefore, he should be convicted.
I never said that. I'm actually asking questions because these are things that I don't fully understand about. Is it legal for him to do what he did?
Yes. That's why he wasn't
proportionally legal.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why he wasn't charged. He was released. However, in this day and age, what's likely going to happen is anarcho-tyranny. People go out in the streets, they protest, and the police say, for political reasons, we're going to go find this guy and we're going to arrest him.
But I don't know. It depends. Unfortunately, we don't have footage of what happened before the chokehold.
That's what I'd like to know.
But if there's enough people on the train that are witness to what was happening, and they're like, "Yo, he was threatening all of us," then I think the cops are not going to mess with that guy.
And that's what was reported.
Hey, we got Sammy in the building. Welcome to the party. Asking, how was Lance defeated in this debate? Tune in to find out right now.
And there were 3 men trying to subdue him as he fought back. So there's no debate that this guy was acting violently and threatening people, and even said he was prepared to die. At that point, you have what could be a terroristic threat. I think if a guy got on a train and screamed, "I'm going to cause harm to people," and then said he was willing to die.
Hey, indie film in the building. Welcome to the party, brother. You are definitely going to enjoy this one. Welcome. Jimmy Dean said it was freaking recorded. We don't need witnesses. I mean, that's not necessarily the case because, we had video of, take anything that Black Lives Matter has, taken up with recently. The video isn't always what it seems to be. I mean, we were just talking about George Floyd, and yes, he did die. It was that simple? But witnesses are very important, and the ability. We know that eyewitness testimony isn't, very accurate a lot of times. So them in tandem is really what makes it so strong.
You'd probably want to stop them because there's signs all over the subway saying, "If you see something, say something." And I suppose we could go the route of when Luke Rutkowski had that video, there was a guy in a subway with a knife stabbing people, and the cop said, "We're not going to get involved at all." And then some guy had to try and intervene himself. It's funny. That guy's a hero.
Yeah, that was, I think, oh yeah, here it is. Matt Walsh retweeted Alexandra Cortez's tweet from 6 hours ago and asking specifically, what are they supposed to do? What are people supposed to do in this situation? Are they just supposed to sit there? If someone's screaming, they're gonna hurt somebody. No. You just sit there and wait until they actually hurts the person and then you respond.
And I'm just curious, honest question. We have the story from the Daily Mail from October. 25 victims have been shoved in front of subway cars so far this year. 2 victims were killed. Where was the protest?
Well, where was the video footage of it?
There is video footage of it.
Is it public?
Yes.
Public video footage?
And I can't play it on YouTube. But there's video footage of people being pushed in front of trains. And where's AOC? Where's any of these protesters? Nowhere to be found. Anarcho-tyranny is that when the criminals do it, as explained in, Solzhenitsyn, the Gulag Archipelago, When a criminal does this act in the Soviet Union, they didn't. That's just a criminal. That's what they do. But when you, the citizen, defend yourself, you knew better.
But so you're blaming AOC for not bringing attention to this specifically. So as
Blaming.
in, like, or are you saying that
criticizing.
she's hypocritical because she doesn't talk about the people being pushed in front of trains, but she's talking about this now? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying hypocritical. No, I'm saying I have a question of why now? Why only when people are victimized and they defend themselves are we now upset about what happened on the subway?
Is it just me who, because, you know, obviously I saw this part before. Is it just me? Because I got it on the first try that obviously what he is saying is that people weren't talking about people getting shoved in front of trains. And only now when somebody who was a perpetrator of a crime gets killed, are we talking about it? That's what he's trying to highlight.
Victimized. We're talking about a poor homeless person
who
yes, may have been having an episode and died in what ended up being the struggle. So why are the people who were subduing him victims? What makes them victims of this?
He assaulted them.
So you have that on camera that he assaulted them first.
According to all the news reports and the police and the witness statements.
Can we see the footage? I want to see. I haven't seen that yet.
I think we can show the choke out.
Okay, so
So you're here arguing about it and you don't even know what you're talking about. Okay, bro. Nick says there's no guarantee that you're going to wake up if you go from a rear naked choke. Still, it's allowed in the UFC, and Marines have to choke each other out in training, and it rarely goes bad. Yep. Junior said, there was an altercation on the subway that forced you to defend yourself. You shouldn't have been there. Stupid. That's basically his position.
According to the news reports, the witnesses, and the police, he went and threatened violence against people, which is assault. And
right, but you're saying he specifically threatened violence against the people who subdued him. Do we have evidence of that? It's one thing for him to be in a train being like, I'm upset.
You're not winning an argument here.
I'm not trying to win an argument. I'm asking you.
Stop trying to win an argument and just have the conversation. Notice how many times Tim will ask a question that doesn't get answered. And every single time Lance asks, the question is answered. Opus says that this wasn't even the biggest own of the show. Oh, no. That's why. I was like, all right, let's try to get the clips and whatever, but we're just doing the whole damn thing. So yeah, see where they're talking about, we are definitely getting there. We are not skipping 1 second of this. I was getting really worried because I was like, I mean, there's the members only segment too. I don't have 3 hours of content to go through. That'll take 6. But luckily the member segment was a lot, very similar to what we're going to see here. Definitely worth watching if you are a member. Maybe we could do that in Discord if you'd like. But there is lots here. Indie Film says a poor homeless guy with 40-something arrests in the past 10 years that were violent. Poor guy.
Pedantic.
Awfully pedantic.
Yes.
Why would you use pedantic in this form? As in, I'm trying to get to the root of this problem.
No. It's absurd to imply that if a guy walks up to a woman and says he's going to harm her, that another man can't protect her.
Right. And so this is why I'm asking, did he say to the people who subdued him, I'm going to harm you?
Yes,
I'm going to hurt you.
That's immaterial to a self-defense claim in proportionality.
Okay.
If this guy was threatening people, right? And then someone said, I'm going to stop you before you hurt someone. That is legal self-defense acting in the defense of others. That makes those people who are stopping the guy threatening people the victims of a violent individual who is trying to cause harm.
Hey, we got John Rogers in the building. Welcome to the party. John said, big fan. Can't wait until you blow up. Thank you for the kind words, John. Very glad to have you here. Enjoy the party.
Yeah, I just find it fascinating that there's an effort to defend the aggressor in this circumstance, right?
Oh, so you're suggesting that the guys, even if the guys that were choking out weren't the ones being threatened, that they're still considered a victim because they stepped in to defend other people?
Well, I'm saying outright that if you're on a train and there's a guy, you're on a train, you can't get off that train. You are trapped, right?
Hey, we got the Timcast watching Timcast. Welcome to the party. Says Tim's arguing with a brick wall. Does he commonly talk to the Serfs? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure this is the first time they've been on anything together at all. And they, I don't watch the Serfs, but I know that they talk about Tim a lot because of how much Tim brings up that they are talking about him. So I'm surprised that he's here. And that is specifically why I feel like this is a treat. We are in for a treat. Welcome to the party, brother.
I used to live in this area, by the way. I used to live in Flatbush. I used to take these trains every single day. I have seen this. I have seen this and worse. I have seen people in the middle of episodes where I was like, this person could potentially either harm themselves or harm me. It never crossed my mind that I need to choke them out to the point of potential death in order.
Probably because you can't.
Order to protect everyone else on the train. That never even entered my mind. So that's why I'm asking you, do you have specific...
Man. It never occurred to me. It never even occurred to me to see a crazy person and protect other people. Like, that's just crazy.
Footage of him threatening the very people.
Hey, we got Virgil Kane in the building over on Facebook. Welcome to the party. How are you doing? From Manchester, England. Nice. My parents were married in England and lived there for a couple of years. Welcome to the party. We are checking out the Serfs getting demolished on Timcast.
People who subdued and ended up killing him.
But why does that matter?
I don't think there is footage.
But like, what is
okay.
it?
All right. Well, then that's all I want to know.
But what does
all
that have to do with what I said? I don't. That's why I understand your thought.
Because I would think that the proportionality being that you ended up killing them, even if that was not your intent, I understand that you don't think he intended to do that. Fine. But even if that was it, were they like?
I just dropped the link to the YouTube video. If you are on another platform and want to come over and hang out with us, that would be awesome.
Threats to him in the immediate, present. Were they on the verge of committing an act of violence towards him that required proportional violence that ended up in death?
But it's not a requirement someone threatens you for you to act in defense of others.
You're welcome. Thanks for being here.
Right. So your question is kind of in an unnecessary direction.
Right. He's asking well, did he specifically threaten them? It's like, bro, he was threatening people. That opens the door for anybody to subdue him. If he dies in the process, that is a bad thing, but that is his fault, not anybody else's.
And I'll elaborate. If you're on a train and you're trapped in a box and someone is threatening violence, then yeah, you're a victim. Because
so I've been a victim multiple times. Then I was in these.
Yeah. Of course, he would go to himself being victimized. I mean.
Ways.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the craziest thing to me.
I don't feel like a victim. I've never been hurt. I never was hurt by people who are going through those kind of episodes.
Other people have been.
I'm not saying they haven't. I'm not saying this is a good thing.
25 people were pushed in front of trains.
Okay, so these 25 people who were pushed in front of trains, how is that directly related? Were these people also going through episodes? Were they also people who were homeless? Did they have mental illness?
I mean, I would say anybody shoving someone in front of a train at random is like going through an episode. You know what I mean? The correlation is that crime and murder on the subway has been increasing, or has at least been apparent in the press, but I don't see you caring about it at all. Until
Virgil says self-defense and a threat to others is self-defense and as a threat to others is a reasonable defense. Absolutely. Absolutely. You have every right to make sure that yourself and the people around you are safe. If that entails you having to get physical, as long as you are not initiating that. And even if you are initiating the violent part, because again, we were saying this guy on the subway was threatening. The fact of the matter is you have that right. It is not, just like random violence. Jimmy Dean said, someone farted while I was on the tube. I'm a victim. Pretty much. That's him.
Till it's the aggressor who gets killed.
No one, I think, on the left is going to defend this stat that you're pulling.
Then why put a guy in prison for finally saying stop killing people?
This is like, Tim, if I approached you today and I was like, hey, do you know what goes on in Rikers Island? Have any of you done a show on what happens in Rikers Island? How they hold people in Rikers Island? Do you know what?
We not Rikers Island specifically, but we talk about prison reform all the time.
Okay, do you know about bail reform and the fact that people die in Rikers Island waiting to have their day in court because they can't afford it?
And we talked about it.
And you've done entire shows on that. And we talked about how people literally die in prison while they're waiting for that shit.
We talked about terrible. Okay, so we actually talked about one guy who got wrongly arrested, lost his job, was kicked out of his apartment, went to Rikers for 3 months, only to be released and then told, sorry, there's nothing you can do about it. The city owes him nothing because they considered the prosecution not to be malicious. But this is the problem, man. Like, we talk about stuff like this all the time.
But the example you just gave me was not me talking about the systemic problem of people who are poor being in Rikers Island before they get to trial. They die before they're not released. You just gave me a story of someone who was released prior to that. I'm giving you an
example of a specific show we've actually talked about someone wrongly held and had their life destroyed.
See, again, he's asking if they are covering this type of stuff. And he said, yes, we do cover this type of stuff. Maybe not specifically exactly what you're saying, but we're not ignoring that. We're just having a different conversation right now. John Rogers said, I live in a rural western North Carolina, and one of my closest friends for 10 years now is a guy I built a relationship with through political discussions, not competition. Dude wants to win, not talk. Exactly. That is why I always say, stop trying to win an argument and just have the conversation. Nick says he's a Marine. He chose to be protector of the innocent. He was literally doing his job. Literally. Exactly.
Okay.
Now, of course, we can go on further and say, yes, people have died. Yes, the system is corrupt. And my point is this. When we talk about stuff like this, like, wow, in October, we talked about 25 people being pushed in front of train cars. You guys just shit all over us and ignore these problems. Then finally, when three guys
ignoring this, I told you, no one's on the other side of this. No one is pro push people onto trains.
Where's your protest?
Yeah, so Virgil says we had a case where a guy attacking a woman with a knife ram into him with his car. Sadly, she died. He was cleared by an English I'm assuming by an English court. Yeah, I mean that's the obviously we don't want people dying. We don't want people getting hurt or maimed. But we live in a dangerous world, and we have to be aware of that and be ready to act upon that.
So where's your protest?
Where's my protest?
Yeah, where's your protest?
Where's your Rikers protest?
We had it on the show, but you don't watch the show.
You did an actual protest. You guys stood up and then walked to the streets, or what?
We don't go on the streets ever,
but
right?
I'm not blaming you for not talking about that, Tim, because this is the problem.
Sounds
of
like
you are judging someone based on absence, based on your absence of caring about something. Why haven't you talked about this, Lance? The fact that you haven't talked about this means that you don't care about that.
That's not what I said.
That's not true, though.
That's not what I said.
That's the implication of what you're saying right now.
That's literally what he is doing to Tim. He literally said, well, why aren't you talking about Rikers Island? Have you done it on the show? Where's the protest? Like, dude, how do you not see the projection? How do you not see?
Implication is, instead of helping us deal with this when we talk about it, you make up garbage about us and then post nonsense on the internet.
When have I brought up garbage about people pushing people into trains? This is the most random example.
I'm not talking about you saying, I'm saying you don't talk about it, right? I'm not criticizing you for not talking about it. I'm saying finally, when there are people who are like, we've had 25 people pushed in front of trains, we've had 2 of them killed, I'm not going to let this person hurt somebody. It's y'all saying that person should go to prison. It's like, how is that solving the problem? You guys are making it worse. Your protests, your support for the criminals make this worse.
So our solution to this, if you're asking, when you're saying you mean the left, right? Our solution to a lot of this
you're speaking in support of the criminal, so I'm saying you.
Okay, so I am saying that the solution to a lot of this would be investing very heavily in things like healthcare, like getting and making sure that people have access to it and not cutting the restrictions, like allowing people to have access to healthcare, not as a requirement based on how much money they have, based on their income, but allowing them to get the care they need. That would have gone a long way to preventing a problem like this and future problems that are going to happen. I have no idea.
Really, bro? Well, if you just had the proper mental health, then this never would have happened. What? These people don't know how to engage with like what's happening in front of them. I need to find a better way to articulate what I mean by that. But it's just so it's like he's not there. He's sitting there. He's responding, but it's like he's somewhere else.
No idea what's going on with the 25 people who've been pushed in front of trains. If it happens to be because people have mental illness, this is a tangible solution that we could work towards. This is something that are you against that idea about investing heavily into mental health care, public health care? Well, then,
just kidding.
There you go.
So
that's a much better line.
So here's my issue. My issue is when this story came out in October, we talked about it. And we said, why is this happening? What are the solutions? What are the problems? When
I remember it.
This story comes out now, you, completely ignorant of what's been going on in New York, side with the criminal. And so people like me are flabbergasted that we've been focused on the issue of crime, the issue of mental health, the entire time going back several years. And this is why I left in New York because 2 cops got murdered outside of my apartment. And then what do we hear? Protesters in the street defending the criminals.
You keep saying criminal. I have a problem with criminalizing people who are homeless or people who are poor or people who are mentally ill.
We're not doing that. We're criminalizing someone who committed a crime.
And then suddenly,
I'm not saying he's a criminal for being poor. I'm saying he's a criminal because he threatened people with harm.
Exactly.
Like incitement to violence is a crime, just like AOC says, right?
I really want to see this side of this video footage. I want to see the moment where he was threatening the very people who tried to take him down.
Look, another appeal to authority.
Either you accept that the witnesses, the media, and the police say this is what happened, or we can agree no one has any idea, so there's no point in even talking about it.
I think the interesting maybe confluence is that you were mentioning preventative measures are a way to go about it. What do you think about defensive measures? Like people should be armed and ready for this kind of thing, regardless of the prevention methods.
I mean, when it comes to defensive measures and people should be armed, I'm going to probably be on the exact opposite as the rest of you, because you're probably very pro-gun here, right? I'm just making, we don't have the same problems in Canada that you do in the United States for mass shootings, for mass gun violence, for that kind of stuff.
Oh, he's Canadian. All right. I know one of you guys is Canadian, right? Y'all claim him?
30 million people, don't you? Is it 30 million?
Okay, so by ratio of the population, Tim. So if you compare ratio of the population, Canadians to America, we don't have mass shootings like you do. No one else does. It's a uniquely American problem. The mass shooting.
Oh, wow. So the story Virgil was telling us about said he never had a chance to perform a mental health evaluation. He was driving down the road. Exactly. What kind of amorphous type of solution is that? It's completely coming from an inability to grapple with these issues in reality. It's all hypothetical. It's all a study. It's all a thought experiment. Ironically, these are the type of people who don't do well with hypotheticals and analogies. But nothing is like this is a single incident. We can talk about this single incident without having to bring up any of what he's trying to do. Just engage with the conversation that's right in front of you.
Thing is a uniquely American thing.
Obesity is pretty heavy here.
Well, it's. I don't think it's fair to say uniquely American because there are mass shootings in many other countries.
Oh, there is, but it's a uniquely American problem that it's disproportionately happening here.
Well, mass killings aren't a uniquely American problem, but mass killings done with the use of firearms is much more uniquely American. I don't think anyone's going to debate that countries that have fewer firearms are going to have fewer people killing each other with firearms. It then becomes a
Australia has more per capita than the United States. Is that right?
Per capita?
That is not true. No country comes close to the United States.
List of countries by no. Okay, I'm sorry. That was a mistake.
Sorry,
El Salvador, Venezuela.
When you're correct,
if I just finish my thought.
Sure.
Yeah. So my basic point.
That was way off. The United States is not the most. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th.
El Salvador.
And so of all the other countries in that list, which of them are considered part of the G20? You have to compare countries that have similar economic systems, similar economic societal structures.
Fair point.
The United States places number 1 when you compare them to any other G20 country.
It's true that as far as developed nations go, the United States does have a much higher rate of gun violence. I don't deny that. My argument is simply that other nations do have higher rates, depending on the nation that you're looking at. There's still a pretty decently high homicide rate in a lot of developed countries, and there are a lot of mass killings. In the United States, those mass killings are generally carried out with firearms, but according to CDC studies, firearms are used to prevent more violent crimes each year than they're used to commit. So,
guys, can you do me a favor? Can I just get 2 more likes on the video? Thank you. Really does help.
It's a much more complex argument than simply saying the U.S. has more firearm deaths, therefore restricting firearm ownership would prevent those.
Let me ask you too. Do you know what country has the most grenade attacks?
I only know the answer because I saw you typing it. I think it's Sweden, right?
I actually didn't type that in. I searched for.
By the way, decently high murder rate was a very clumsy.
I don't want to cheat, but I saw you typing it. But yeah,
I didn't type in Sweden. I typed in most grenade attacks by country and
Sweden. I would not have guessed that. Not in a million years. Maybe right before Switzerland.
Sweden is the only thing that comes up.
Wow.
And Sweden has more grenade attacks than any other country, but grenades are illegal there.
What about Grenada?
I've got a feeling.
Why are there grenade attacks?
Okay,
in Sweden?
I would love to answer this question. So if we're going back to guns and the U.S. versus Canada, when I said that there's G20, if we look at all the G20 countries, the United States disproportionately by ratio of the population has way more gun deaths, way more gun violence. And a lot of that gun violence, by the way, is people killing themselves, just so we're completely clear.
Yeah.
But if you look at it in the framework of Canada has a very different set of rules for firearms than the United States does. You can still have a firearm in Canada. You just have to take a 2-day course and you get a license. And then
isn't this how it always works out? The guy who's drunk and doing, committing the crimes, they're always fine. And there's always the innocent victims. And this guy wants to stick up for them and put the victims in jail. I don't get it.
and you get gun training, and then you have the ability to buy guns. And that way, everyone has a license. They know how to use firearms properly. They're not just going to be running around the streets, pointing them, and then all that kind of shit. And you can also control for that.
But that's not what's happening in the United States. Like people just running around randomly. Like
no, I'm not saying that it is. But I'm saying that that is in my opinion, that is a better system. I'm not trying to take your guns away. Hell no. I think guns are fun. We all love shooting guns. I like having a second penis. I'm just saying that, like, at the end of the day, if you look,
that was a dig. If you didn't understand that. He's like, oh, yeah, it's because it's like a second penis. Come on, bro. You don't have the ability to be intellectually honest. It feels like he's trying, but I don't think he has the ability.
Look at how it works with Canada. This could be applied to the United States federally. You could have a program, a federal program, where you have to have a 2-day gun training program. You tax the gun producers and the weapons manufacturers, and then you get them to pay for it so poor people could afford this program.
Right, but you can't do that because gun ownership is a constitutional right. Or I should say, gun ownership is a human right, guaranteed, protected against government infringement.
I'm all about training in schools. I think the public schools should have gun training for kids,
like they used to.
They used to,
absolutely, yeah. Gun clubs.
I would highly advocate for more training, but you're just suggesting that you can't force it on people.
The Constitution clearly, and according to the writings of the founding fathers, and to I think Heller versus DC. Gun ownership is a human right, and the Constitution protects against government infringement of that right. That being said, we got the NFA, we got the updates to the NFA in the 80s, so certainly gun rights have been infringed to an absurd degree.
You know what?
Not to mention, back in the days when they codified the Constitution, people owned warships privately, and Halliburton, Northrop Grumman. Well, I shouldn't say Halliburton; they're a construction thing, but Northrop Grumman, Boeing, etc.
Lockheed.
These companies are private companies that build nuclear weapons.
And don't let anybody ever tell you that you are not allowed to have nukes, because as you just said, they are private companies. They are not part of the government. I mean, they are kind of part of the government, but technically they are private companies. And back in the, whenever somebody talks about like, well, back then it was just muskets, you were allowed under the Second Amendment to own a cannon, which was the height of whatever the, whatever government had. You have the right to bear arms. That's it.
So we basically where we're at right now is that private corporations with no accountability can have the most powerful weapons of mass destruction in the world, but them and the government and it doesn't follow. Either the people have the power or they don't have the power, right? We've abdicated it to corrupt organizations.
And corporations are not people.
Right.
Let's be clear. This regarding this dude that choked the guy out, I think what's going to come up is was it adequate force or was it too much? And I feel like if he had punched the guy directly in the face, that would have been worse. Because
Nick, you brought that up, right?
Although, if they got into a fist fight, because he could have fallen backward and hit his head. At least he was in control of the guy's body. It's really sad that the guy died, but I feel like this was like a very low level amount of force to apply to someone that was threatening to kill people or hurt people.
Why did 3 people find it necessary to try and stop this guy?
He was probably flailing and kicking and screaming, who knows?
So it is hard because you mentioned there's no footage prior, but something happened that resulted in 3 New York people who are likely not conservatives to decide this man must be subdued.
Yeah.
I would argue it's probably more likely that they are conservative despite being in New York, that the liberals, as we see, have never even thought of getting involved. So maybe not, but who knows?
3 people. Yeah. So when it comes to the idea of proportionality, I'm like, if 3 New Yorkers of all people were like, this guy's got to be stopped, that's kind of crazy to me because, look, I'm a gun nut, right? My view is people have a right to defend themselves with a lot more force than people in New York do. But if people in New York felt they had to stop him, these people, I doubt these guys are conservative. There's like no conservatives live in New York. It's like 20% Republican, and if they are Republican, they're probably moderate right. Something must have happened. But I don't even need to sit here and say what could have or what must have. What we know, what we choose to believe based on what the police, the media, and the witnesses have said is that this guy was threatening people with violence and said he was prepared to lose his life over it.
Yeah, so that's enough right there. It doesn't matter what happened before. Once you get into that situation and now there is a reason for this person to be subdued, if they are subdued and they die in the process, that is their fault.
Three men then said this man must be subdued, and they subdued him. And then the guy died, which sucks. It's unfortunate.
Did he get a cause of death?
It was a compression of the neck. Yeah. Homicide.
So you've got a massive platform here. A lot of people watch you all the time. And so what you say, obviously, and advocate for is going to affect a lot of people's lives. If this is a problem that genuinely concerns you, why isn't it something that you would frame and want to advocate for more resources for mental health access and bring that up on a regular basis? And I'm not saying, and I'm sure, no, okay, hold on, Tim. I'm sure you've done it before. I'm sure
you just asked him a question. Let him answer the question. Answer being, that's a stupid question.
you've had specials before. On what?
We do it a lot.
Okay. Why isn't that the focus? Why isn't today, hey, by the way, everybody, this horrifying tragedy happened on the New York subway. We got to talk about this.
Yeah.
Here's our angle. Our angle is we need to invest in mental health. We need to invest in giving access to public health care for Americans.
First of all, when it comes to the issue of violence in this country, conservatives have been screaming about mental health for decades.
Reagan is one of the ones that like gutted the institutions in America.
Yeah, Reagan's one of the worst presidents this country's ever had. No fault divorce. How about that?
Yeah,
gun control.
Yeah,
I don't know why Republicans like that guy.
There were.
See, so in Manchester, the guy did. Virgil says the man was driving down the road. He saw a man stabbing a woman. He drove his car at him to stop. The lady died, and he was charged with murder. But they found him innocent. So yeah, I mean, count your blessings, Americans. We have a lot of rights that other places do not, specifically when it comes to violence, and even more specifically when it comes to guns.
The reason that they like him is because of the way that he stood up to communism, but I totally agree that he had a lot of really bad policies, and I'm not a stan.
But conservatives have taken the stance of gun violence and mass shootings as an issue of mental health.
Mm-hmm.
And then the left takes the opposing
But do they invest in that?
It's the guns.
Do they vote for it?
Well, of course not. The Republican Party's garbage.
When I look up the votes of the Republican Party, they're not voting for amendments that are actually going to like give people more access to mental health.
But
I'll give him that. The GOP sucks at getting anything done. All they are is a speed bump for the Democratic Party. And we know that this is the case. This is why the uniparty is a phrase that we're all familiar with. They're all working together. But that doesn't mean that again, this is why I will very often make the distinction between the politicians and the voters. So if I say a liberal, I'm often talking about somebody who votes Democrat. Whereas if I say Democrat, I'm specifically talking about a Democratic politician. Same thing, if I use the word Republican, I'm rarely using it to describe somebody who votes for the Republican Party. I'm more so talking about the politicians, and I'll use conservative for the voters, because even though there are people who are in line with their party, straight down the line, most people aren't. I think it's safe to say most of us here lean at least a little bit to the right as of 2023, maybe not in 2015, but I don't think any of us see any Republican politicians like, oh, but I want to be just like that. It's just a very different thing. Opus says no politicians talk about mental health because angrily, mentally unwell people are a tool for them to wield. Interesting. I mean, they definitely talk about it, but hey, broken clock is right twice a day. The Serfs guy here did say that they're not voting on it. They're not putting bills forward, and that is true. Virgil says the Menkel elf card is frequently used in America for psychopaths. Not familiar. What is that? Menkel elf. Never heard of that.
But look, man,
that's where you have an opportunity.
But you don't want to come onto a show where we say the Democratic and Republican Party should be dismantled and obliterated, and then make an argument that one side is bad. I'll sit here and be like, bro, if you want to have make a list of every single member of Congress who should be removed from office, I will put all of them, but like 4.
One problem is that when people advocate for mental health, a lot of that advocation is more drugs. That this new drug will fix your brain. But I'm of the belief that less drugs allow you to fix your, like, sometimes for very short periods of time, you might need something to help, but then you don't want people long term. I don't want them on crazy pharmaceuticals that make them go,
Right. Well, and we have to bring up often this medication actually increases suicidal ideation and aggressive thoughts and things like that. But I do want to answer your question. You said, why?
I do want to answer your question.
Why isn't that the subject of the show today?
Or the premise or the framing of it?
Because when we do talk about this stuff, on like a normal day when news breaks of like 25 people pushed in front of trains, or a woman was raped on a train in Philadelphia, and we're sitting here saying like, what is going on in these cities? What are the failed policies that are resulting in this? We talk about it all the time.
Hey, we got MJ in the building. welcome to the party. And exactly, a rough show for what's his name, Lance, and that is exactly why we so rarely get somebody who even is a little bit on the left, under 45, that will be on the show. There's older, more classical liberal people that will come on the show, but we don't often see somebody that's that far left, and already sparks are flying. Welcome to the party, MJ. Nick says, I lean right, but I certainly don't follow the Republican Party blindly. That would be stupid, for sure. I don't think any of us do. Even most of the MAGA Republicans are not necessarily, or let me say, I almost did it. MAGA conservative voters don't like the party. Oh my goodness, we are starting out hot with the $9.99 super chat from MJ saying happy Friday. Morty needs a snack. That is right. Every single super chat comes with a treat for Morty. We'll just hand him that one. He's gonna have to dance for him later. Thank you so much, MJ. And of course, you know the highest donation makes you the sponsor of the stream. Thank you again.
Today, we're talking about the fact that protesters went out in New York and physically assaulted one of our friends and reporter because he simply filmed them, and they are demanding criminal charges of the guy who tried to stop the violent offense. See, that is a narco-tyranny. That when you have ongoing crime, when you have victimization, people being killed, and a woman being raped on a train, we talk for a year, 2 years, 3 years. When the riots happened in 2020, we had Michael Tracy's reporting showing all of the riots across the country and the mom and pop shops that were putting up signs saying, please don't hurt us. We talk about it nonstop. And then one day, someone on a train, 3 guys say, we must stop this man. Maybe because they were like, we've seen too many people die on these train tracks before. And now we've got leftist protesters saying that guy should go to prison for it. And AOC calling it a public murder. I'm like, yo, AOC, I didn't see you call out the public murder in the subway trains.
Exactly. And she is, don't even get me started on her. I don't even want to get started on her. I'm just going to keep that to myself. Virgil says, some people are just bad. Qualifications, 40 years in forensic psychiatry. I guess Ted Bundy was misunderstood. That's pretty much how they think. I mean, yeah, if it was, you know, they all love the Dahmer, Ted Bundy type stuff. And it's all, well, if they got the help they needed, some people are just bad. Well said, Virgil.
And again, maybe it's ignorance. But the problem I see is, this is why I refer to the left as NPCs or a cult. There's complete ignorance to the problem ongoing, and then a hyperpolarization in a single moment in the wrong direction, which makes the problem worse.
A perfect example is him asking why he's not talking about this, that, or the other. Everybody who is of, let's say, the Serfs ilk would ask the exact same question and bring the exact same points because they are in a cult.
You know what's so wild is the other side feels the exact same way in the other direction. In the opposite direction.
Except we're not conservatives.
In the exact same.
You see, that's the problem.
Is it all right if I jump in with something, all right? Because I've been reluctant.
He's a conservative, he's a moon lord, and I'm a traditionalist.
I've been reluctant to interject because I don't want to just dogpile. And so I didn't want to get in on it.
Oh no, I'm here for the dog pile. I signed up.
You're not. I promise.
I'm sitting in the chair, right? This is where Ye sat and Ye sit here. No, I'm here for the dog pile.
So I think when you talk about mental health in trying to solve the problem of mental health in this country, that is a deceptively simple way of putting it, right? Every single person in this room would have a very different idea of how that problem should be solved. And I agree with you that right now Republicans aren't doing a whole lot to talk about mental health issues, at least with respect to whatever mental health issue that this specific person is dealing with.
But
New York
is not a Republican place.
No. I totally agree with that too. But I'm saying he was saying, why don't Republicans do more to advocate for mental health treatment? My point, however, is that I think the kind of advocacy you'd see from conservatives on how to solve the problem of bad mental health in the United States would be a much different set of policy prescriptions than you would want. So one example of this, right?
Actually, what Ian said.
So what Ian said. So And there's a number of different directions you could take this in. My fundamental belief is that we live in a culture that encourages man to live in ways that man is not meant to live. And you just see negative health outcomes from that, both mental and physical. However, when you look at traditional psychological definitions of mental illness and how we used to treat it, back in the 1950s, you had about 500,000 people in the United States in insane asylums. By the 1980s, it's about 100,000. Okay, so without even adjusting for the increase in population size, there's a significantly lower number of people who are committed. And part of that is because the requirement to get somebody committed involuntarily to a mental health facility at that time was they can't take care of themselves. Yep. Today, they have to demonstrate that they are a danger to themselves and others first before they can be committed.
Right, like mental asylums are just not even a thing anymore. They're not a thing. They just, you either are bad enough, quote unquote, that you go to jail, or we're going to try to help you. And that is a good, a good sentiment to want to help people. But the fact is, some people, as Virgil said, some people are just bad. Virgil also says, mental health isn't a problem. Mental illness is. Personality disorder isn't mental illness. I mean, what would you, what else, what other kind of illness would you call it then? Or would you not call it an illness? Interesting. Open says, if you take Seamus' viewpoints as one extreme and say this Lance guy is the other extreme, I think that's fair. Generally speaking, acknowledging that both are extremes. One side's view would allow for a functioning society, the other would not. Hey, we got Harley Rose in the building. Welcome to the party. We have our April contest Discord winner here. Welcome to the party. Glad to see ya. She got a new job. Congratulate her on a new job.
Now, is someone not being able to take care of themselves necessarily the perfect indicator of whether they need to be committed to one of these institutions? I have no idea. However, what I do know is once we push the goalpost all the way in the other direction and say they have to demonstrate that they are a significant danger to themselves or others.
Fortunately, we don't have to do that because he was on Timcast last night. So he's getting his due. Don't you worry.
Oftentimes, they don't get committed until after they've already hurt somebody. So it's a much more complicated situation than saying we just have to throw more money at this system when we don't even have a solid definition of what good mental health is and also at which point someone should be committed.
So I think the important point, going back to what I agree, this is not a conservative show, but if you are in a cult, you wouldn't know that. You would only hear what the cult says.
So here's what I have to respond to that. If an objective person, say an alien, just showed up and looked at your channel, Tim, and went through all the videos, and you were to ask them, poll them, is this person and his views, where would you place them? Most likely they would say conservative. That's going to be my bet.
Actually wrong.
Yes,
but more because the guests that come on tend to like.
The reason for that is the same reason that I stopped fighting the label of conservative. I'm not conservative. It's just a shorthand to mean not woke. Everything is either in that's the it's not even a dichotomy. It's just there's woke and there's everybody else. Woke drive the culture. They just call everybody who doesn't agree with them conservatives or right wing or all this or that. Look up the ASA definition of mental illness. Hey, we got Harley Rose here, our resident fact checker. Can we get a definition, an ASA definition? Harley said he is a liberal and a Nazi sympathizer. Really? Wow. So again, I mean, based on my understanding, I only have a degree in psychology, but I would say yes. But I guess there's a different definition. Interesting. Learning something new. Thank you, Virgil.
The guests, but the way they're framed, the thumbnails, the words that you put in red, and the whether or not you're supporting or going against one, either the Democrats or the Republicans. But hey, you tell me that you guys don't like the Democrats and you don't like the Republicans. This is not a Republican stream. You don't want to even endorse Republicans in any way, shape, or form, or vote for them.
I don't.
Big no.
I don't vote on party lines.
I would love to be able to vote for the Libertarian Party, especially since the Mises Caucus had taken over. But because of the Uniparty, that's very likely not going to be an issue or an option. I mean,
okay, sure. But there's a lot of right wingers who watch you, right? So that's what I mean when I say you do have a voice and you do have an audience of right wingers who are going to vote at one point or another. 30% of your audience is right wing.
Most of the people who watch this, the largest faction is libertarian.
Okay.
The next largest would be considered traditional liberal. Oh no, I think.
But along party lines, who are the libertarians going to vote for? Not the Libertarian Party. Most likely, they're going to vote for whoever.
When they come on this show and say abolish the police,
one of the two, Republican or Libertarian.
Yeah, most likely,
usually.
yes, one of the two. So that's why I say, Tim, for the people who watch you who are Republican leaning, why not frame it that way for them so that they can actually start pushing more money into that?
That's
interesting. So yeah, I guess that's a good way to yeah. Obviously, if he was executed, then I guess the question then at that point is what you're asking. And I would say yes. I would say yes. I think that he was disturbed in a way that we would call mental illness. But Harley's got a definition here for us. Says mental illnesses are health conditions involving changes in emotion, thinking, or behavior, or a combination of these. Mental illnesses can be associated with distress and or problems functioning in social, work, or family activities. So yeah, I mean, I don't. It's an interesting question. Very interesting question here. What I'm gonna make that a poll on YouTube. So Ted Bundy, because the idea is that if he was mentally ill, then executing him was not the right thing to do. He should have gotten treatment. But I didn't. I don't know. It's a great question. And no, Virgil, please. I love this back and forth. I love being challenged. And we got a whole poll going on. So thank you. Please let it fly. Glad you are here, offering some great stuff. MJ said, I think Lance shouldn't go on to another show and then tell them how they aren't doing enough, and should channel the energy in a direction Lance believes is better. Yeah, why not just you? Oh, you have a platform. It's all these right wingers. Okay, so you're on the show, bro. Instead of complaining about it, do what you want to do. You are on the show. He says everybody has a mental illness of some sort. Again, that's a strong statement. Is that health conditions involving change in emotion? I guess when I think illness, I think of some type of disturbance in normal functioning. So maybe, yeah, I guess so. Hey, we got soft num-nums in the building. Welcome to the party. It's unfortunate Tim got caught in this dude's trap when deflecting and using assumptions and accusations to change the subject. He was cornered a couple times until Tim fell for the deflection. I mean, well, and hey, great, and welcome to the party. Glad you are here. But yeah, I think overall it went really well on Tim's part. But as of right now, he has fallen into the semantic trap, and this is what they do. This is why I talk about semantic obfuscation. We are seeing it in real time. Well, I mean, it's not live right now, but we're seeing it in real as it's happening. Thank you so much, Soft Num Nums. Really appreciate it. Yeah, doesn't excuse his actions.
That's why I'm here.
That's
Basically true, I think, in a lot of ways.
That's
right?
what Moonlord does.
So here's what I think. I think you're in a cult, right?
Okay.
I think the cult is derived from algorithms on social media.
Okay.
So you only surround yourself with this loud noise. We saw a really good example of this with that Sisson guy. Is that his name? Harry?
I don't know.
Harry Sisson, yeah.
Sisson. Those two guys went on the Tim Dillon podcast, and he said, please, no, don't clip this.
Okay.
I will lose followers. I can rag on Trump all the time, and people still watch the show. Seamus and I can have an argument over me being pro-choice and him being pro-life.
They don't have that ability. You have to be right down the line. You have to say all of the right things, and if you step out of line, you're done. You're canceled.
And people still watch the show. And if I pull up all sides with 3,770 ratings, Tim Pool is a centrist. But you think I'm conservative because you live in a bubble, right?
Because I'm too far left, the overton window is too far away, is what you're saying?
Yes. So when I go hang out in Washington, D.C.,
right.
And I go to National Harbor, or I go to Baltimore, Maryland Life. I'm in Baltimore.
I don't know why you do that. Washington, D.C.
The people who come up to me and are like, hey, man, I'm a big fan, are not conservatives. They hate Donald Trump. In fact, I was at a poker table last week, and a guy said, I just hate Donald Trump. Man,
no spoilers, guys. No spoilers. Not everybody's seen this.
Can't stand him. I wish somebody else would run, but I can't vote for Joe Biden. I think you're surrounded. We talk about this quite a bit.
Sure.
If all sides has nearly 4,000 people rating me, and the end result is centrist, If I'm actively pro universal health care, not to the same degree as like Bernie Sanders, I believe in private health insurance, and I'm pro-choice, I am absolutely not a conservative in this country.
I've listened to your debates on pro-choice, though. You're pro-choice from a Tim Pool's perspective.
I'm pro-choice from a traditional liberal perspective, as traditional liberals have been.
What people who
same as me. As I said, I do believe that schmortion, or porridge, as we call it on this channel, I do believe that that procedure is killing a child. I was still pro-choice as long as the party line was that safe, legal, and rare. Because I do understand there are extenuating circumstances for anything. But now that it's gone from pro-choice to pro-porridge, I'm not down with that. I'm not down with that. Evil does exist, unfortunately. MJ says, pay attention to the arguments of anecdotal stories and not facts. Yep.
would define themselves as pro-choice would say, right? Like you concentrate very heavily on the 9th month abortions and baby guillotines and stuff like that. Like what? Yeah. I remember watching you debate
baby guillotines.
Yeah. Okay. So baby guillotines.
Hey, we got KS in the building. Welcome. Said he, the Serfs dude, would always try to reframe his own word choice in context. They're getting gender affirming care, which consists of sterilizing. Yes, they're getting gender affirming care. Like I said, guys, welcome to the party. Welcome. Glad to see you, but not everybody has seen this, so let's not try to spoil anything. But it is, the way that this is what this channel is pointing out stuff like this in conversations where it's not as obvious. This one's pretty obvious, but absolutely, it's important to pay attention to that stuff. Not just through this podcast, but through everything that we do. That is what we were trying to do, is stamp out this type of stuff. Because even though Tim falls into the traps a couple times, he does call him out on his appeals to emotion and things like that. And we just need to be better with that in the moment when we're having those conversations. We need to be able to identify, hey, you are not being intellectually honest. You are committing a logical fallacy. You are doing this. You are trying to make me whatever. And be able to point it out and say, that's what's going on. And that's why this isn't a reasonable response. Virgil said, my point is not all murders are considered mentally ill. Oh, definitely agree with that. Soft Num Num says, yes, and there are anecdotal stories that are fact, and that's the difference. Some of these people can't, yes, anecdotal evidence is not as strong as some other types of evidence, but it's not evidence. And I'll get more into it when we get there, but it's so frustrating how these guys are just, they don't understand that you're talking about real people. It's not just some theoretical exercise. It's have the conversation.
This is my own personal interpretation and joke of it, but you were talking about how women, how like disgusted you are that women may have an abortion in the 9th month, right? Or even
a viable baby,
of a viable baby. I wanted to scream at that time, being like, women who have abortions in the 9th month, they're not doing that because they got bored, or all of a sudden they're like, oh, I don't care anymore. They do that because it's a fucking tragedy. Like statistically, women who are getting abortions in the 9th month, it's because there's a medical complication that could kill them. That's why they have to do it. What do you
false
mean
argument?
False. That's the real world.
There we go. Calling it out.
Said viable. Try again.
What are you talking about, Tim?
I already said abortion of viable fetuses at 9 months.
This is ridiculous.
Do you know what viable means?
Yes.
It means the baby can survive on its own without medical complications.
Absolutely.
And why legalize abortion of viable fetuses at 9 months when the baby could just be delivered?
Women are not getting.
So, KS says, here's the thing. Anecdotes work when it's being used to disprove a definitive statement. It never happens. If an anecdote says it happens, then it makes a statement literally untrue. If you say there are no blue rocks, then all you need is one blue rock to make to knock down that argument. Even though that is an anecdote, that is all you need. Because you are the one saying never or always or whatever. Soft. I'm gonna call you soft. I'm gonna call you num-nums. You can't use absolutes in a debate unless it's an absolute. Saying something never happened is a lie. He says it a lot. Anecdotes do not work as statistical data. That is correct. But the problem is that as we're talking about, there's places there and times when anecdotes are appropriate and statistical data don't fit for what you're trying to, the question you're trying to answer. And this is the trap that I think Lance falls into, and a lot of leftists do. A lot of them. A lot.
Being abortions at the 9th month for pleasure or because they want to suddenly do it for kicks. No, that doesn't happen. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy of the highest, because there are medical operations that could kill the mother and they need to get an abortion.
Why legalize?
I just told you that's the reason why.
So all right, I'll try and break it down for you. Can the baby survive? Let's talk about a baby. The baby can survive on its own, yes?
Sure.
Okay. Abortion is defined by Planned Parenthood and the law as terminating the life of the baby.
Correct.
Why terminate the life of the baby if it can survive on its own?
Because it could kill both of them. That's why it is done at that stage.
So
that's he just said a viable baby being alive could kill the mother. I don't think that is what is meant by viable. And yeah, none of them said stats don't fit where anecdotes do. And some of you who have been here for a long time, if you remember when I was debating with Anirudh, the idea that it wasn't in a book, there's just no other way to get information. And that's just not how the world works, guys. It's just not how it works. Okay, it says it's astonishing how angry they get about making illegal a thing they say never happens. Good point. Good point. Exactly. That wouldn't make it viable. Oh, he makes up a lot. He makes up a lot.
Oh, how do you kill one or the other, and they have to make the tough decision at that point.
So how do you remove the fully formed 9-month baby at that point?
Oh, I don't know the science of it. I've never performed that operation
So
before.
shouldn't the law then be, if the baby must be removed and it is alive and capable of survival, all actions must be taken to preserve the life of the child and the mother?
No, because
what? I would say they'd probably choose the mother first, right?
Why?
And this is such a strange scenario. How often do you think that this happens and all of a sudden they're like, the baby could have lived. You could have done it. Why did you choose the other option? It's like, this is a tragedy of the highest order because they want to have the kid. At 9 months pregnant, a woman is on her way to give birth. So it's like, it's the worst possible fucking thing that can happen to her.
That's not always, again, I said I didn't want to dogpile, but that's it's statistically not true. There have been surveys done on women who had later abortions, and for a pretty large sum of them, it's because they were not sure whether the father of the child was willing to commit. And then when they found out he wasn't willing to commit, they would have the abortion. And so there are different stats you're going to find for different points in pregnancy. When it comes all the way along to 9 months, I don't have the statistical data on that. However, I do know for later term abortions, there are reasons other than what is traditionally considered to be a medically necessary reason. For example, some people will say that a negative mental health outcome is a reason to abort a child later in pregnancy. So if the woman is depressed, they will list that as a reason for why the child had to be terminated to save the life of the mother, which is certainly not the case, very obviously. And to the point of what Tim is saying, when we say,
where he goes back into that, Harley says he's confusing porridge with preterm. If the baby is viable, they will do a preterm birth. It's extremely rare for them to abort a late-term baby. Fair enough.
There's no such thing as a medically necessary abortion. The principle behind that is if there is an operation which is necessary to save the life of the mother, and then she miscarries the child as a result of that operation, which was necessary to save her life, that's not an abortion because nobody's intent was to go in there and end the life of the unborn child. And so if a woman's having complications where she has to deliver early, you deliver the child early, of course. And if you're at a point in pregnancy where the child isn't viable, that's a horrible tragedy. You still do what you can to save the child, but you can't always save the child. And we understand that.
I'm appreciating that Seamus is, because he's, this is his thing. He's super, I think he's Catholic, but he's super religious, whatever the, whatever sect. And he's very hardline on this issue. And I appreciate that he's, number one, not trying to jump in and dogpile. But when he does, he's being very direct and addressing exactly what needs to be addressed. And he's doing pretty good. MJ said, I forgot how upset I got about Lance's dishonesty in this part of the conversation. I feel his dishonesty gets worse as they continue on. Yep. But we have to be able to stomach this because in the real world, if this happens with something that, is important to your health, your family, your whatever, then getting upset isn't going to help the issue. And so it's definitely frustrating to see, but we have to. KS said, I wish Tim had brought up that one state Senate debate from like 2 years ago where the senator was explicitly asked if mental health of the mother would enable a 9-month porridge, and said yes. That's where we're going. That's where they're going. That's another thing they don't like about, when they say, oh, this never happens, or there's only so many people, or like, yes, but you're pushing for this to happen more. It may not be happening in droves now, but you would like it to, and that's what we're fighting against.
But to go in and rip the child apart to end their life is never something which is medically required, even though an early delivery may be.
But are there situations where if the baby is in, this is so harsh, in its complete form, that even trying to induce early pregnancy could kill the mother, so they have to break the baby's body apart so that they can get it out without killing the mother?
I've never heard of such a thing.
So,
and there are letters, by the way, signed by literally thousands of doctors who have said this.
Let me ask. Can I
just say one thing? So 88% of abortions are in the first 12 weeks. 88.
Yeah.
Okay. So that leaves a lot. What is that? 12% that are not. And that's what we're talking about. When you get so caught up in statistics, you say, well, it's only 12%. That's a lot of people. That is a lot of people. Those are individual people and individual children who are not here anymore or will never be born. It's just right over his head. Okay, so they dismiss the statistical anomalies, except when it's that biologically intersex people are like 0.00000001 prevalence. Yep, that's the dishonesty, and that is the bait and switch that they try to do. This is part about where no one on this panel had enough information to even discuss this. I mean, that's another issue with the fact that we don't get a lot of people who are going to fight this hard on the show. The problem is if there was more people willing to come and make these types of arguments, it would force all of us to be better with our with how we argue, with what we know, all of that stuff. So again, that's why this is a very important podcast. Howard says, what would you rather do? Abort a stillborn child or give birth to a stillborn child? That's a tough one. That is a tough one. Abortion can harm the mother's ability to have another child, whereas inducing a mother to have the baby, no matter what happens after pregnancy begins, it ends with the baby having to leave the mother's body, or both are dead. Facts.
88% of abortions. Less than 1.3% of abortions take place near the 8th or 9th month.
How many abortions
is that? Guttmacher?
Well, how many is that?
I don't know the actual numbers.
13,
this is the percentages.
13,000.
Okay, but we're talking about less than 1.3%.
Hold on, 13,000.
13,000 people, my guy.
And that's the number of people who die from gun violence in the U.S. each year that aren't suicides.
Gentlemen,
so that's
I am not here
13,000.
to justify abortion when it happens as in it's a good thing.
No, you're saying it doesn't happen.
No.
You're saying it doesn't happen. It happens 13,000 times.
I said it's extremely. There is 338 million Americans. I'm sorry. The numbers are going to be a little daunting. Yes, the numbers will be high. I'm not here to celebrate that.
I don't understand your argument then.
My argument is that there's a lot of human beings.
13,000 people die from guns, we have a problem, right?
If 13,000 people die from guns, we have a problem. Yes, of course.
If 13,000 late-term abortions happen, is that a problem?
These are completely different things.
Well, how so?
Okay, so if someone dies by gun, have they been shot? Were they killed? Did they kill themselves? Was it a suicide? Was it a gang violence thing? Who knows?
That's a good question.
Can I clarify? I don't want to argue.
Hold on, I need to answer this. In the case of but in the case of late-term abortions, more often than not, when statistics say, and when they are polled, they say the reason that they are giving it is because it's a medical complication that could result in the death of the mother or the child.
Right. So let's. Can we make the argument then that the use of guns on people are allowed?
The use of guns of people are
to end their lives is allowed.
So that's murder. You're describing murder.
So if Colorado, for instance, passes a law saying there is no medical requirement for an abortion, is it wrong to kill the baby?
You're trying to compare murdering someone with a...
Just answer the question. It's a yes or no question. If you have more to add, then add it after you answer the question. As Kay is saying, 13,000 occurrences are a tragedy when there are gun violence. 13,000 occurrences are whatever when it's late-term abortions or, anything else. anything else. There's no consistency. These people don't have principles. They just have talking points. That is it.
Gun to a woman having to make a medical decision that could basically preserve her life.
No. I said not a medical reason. That's what I'm saying.
Should she have the ability to have an abortion for any reason? Yes.
At 9 months.
At 9 months.
Oh.
I would say at 9 months, because it only happens according to the stats based on complete medical necessity. She has a right.
According to the stats.
To do it.
No. Hold on.
Again, he's asking about your opinion. You as a person, not what other people have said and aggregate that. What is your opinion? What are your thoughts? You don't have any.
Stupid. Hold on. Colorado legalized abortion up to 9 months with no medical reason required. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that decision, yes.
So the baby could survive on its own, and the mother is legally now allowed to just end its life.
She has the right if she wanted to. You're saying so in Colorado?
Why? Under what justification? You have a viable baby that you would kill. How? Oh, Tim definitely has him here. That's what I was saying. We're just in the first quarter, guys. Hollis said, here's a part that is always left out. Nobody discusses the mortality rate before, during, and after birth. 32.9 deaths for 100,000 live births. Okay. In 2021, 1,205 women died of maternal causes in the United States, compared with the 861 in 2020 and 754 in 2019. Wow. So the numbers are rising. Interesting. KS says medical necessity, aka non-zero number of instances of I would be sad if I had to stop going out clubbing every night. My mental health. And I mean, I don't want to, that's why, when it was the safe, legal, and rare thing, I was pro-choice. Because, it's fun to say stuff like this, but there are people who are in situations that maybe I can't even think of because it's so unique. And I don't want the government to have the ultimate power on what happens in those situations. But conceptually, it is killing a child. MJ said also, since they didn't have a single medical experiment on the panel, medical expert on the panel, Tim should have moved away from this part of the discussion by saying that Lance and Tim don't have the expertise to say that a baby had to be killed to save the mother or not. I mean, I agree, but only because it's immaterial. It doesn't change the the principle of what they're talking about. So I mean, it's just kind of I think it's just, I think you just get caught up in the moment and you get, you get defensive. You want to be right. And you want to be, you want to correct the wrongs that other people are saying. And I think, it's a lot easier to Monday morning quarterback it. Oba says, I do agree that these laws need to be more specific to account for medical necessity and that there needs to be education so mothers know that. Kay says, well, we know it doesn't have to. Preemies are born all the time. Yep. Let's go one here. No one said he didn't have the expertise to know if a choke is excessive force. It's a great tool to incapacitate somebody safely. Yes, death can happen, but more times than not, it is safe. Yeah, I mean, watch any Saturday night. You'll see a bunch of rear naked chokes that are fine.
And
it's not a trick question. I know, but I'm asking you because you're the one who brought this up. I don't know what Colorado's specific law says. So if you were saying that in Colorado, women have the ability at 9 months to have an abortion for any reason, they could just decide that elective, yeah.
Okay, I think they should have the right to do that, but the stats show that they're not doing that. But they should have a legal right to do that. Yes, it's their body, it's their choice, of course.
So this is what I disagree on. I think if the baby needs to be removed from the woman, there's no reason to kill it. You know what I mean? Like you could just C-section and then here for adoption.
But I'm telling you that doesn't happen.
But it does. But hold on. Like
you might be able to bring up anecdotes, but
here we go. It never happens, and then you can bring up anecdotes.
The stats don't say that.
But hold on.
The stats. Okay.
Hold on. Like, why allow it to happen? I just don't understand. Are you arguing? Hold on. Are you arguing you oppose it, and you think it's morally wrong, but you think it should be legal?
I think that women
didn't answer the question.
Women should have the right to decide what they do and have bodily autonomy over their own bodies.
We're not talking about her body. We're talking about...
It is her body. Of course it is. At 9 months, even if it's still inside her, it's still her body. Even if it's a viable baby,
we're talking about the removal of the baby, yes?
The forceful removal of the baby, or...
Forceful.
So she chooses to have that.
The woman says the baby must be removed from my body. Why kill the baby if they're removing it?
I don't think they should do that. I would
But you're fine with it being legal.
If they ask me, Lance, should I do this? I would say no, but she should have a right. Yes, of course. It's her body still. That doesn't stop.
So, like, the woman is pregnant, the baby is viable and capable of surviving on its own.
Sure.
And she says,
well, he did ask this, Mums. He specifically said, "Are you for this?" And he said yes. So, I mean, you can only push him so far if he's actually willing to admit that he's in favor of killing babies. But I mean, I'll give him that. He's being honest. Berger says, would you say Nicholas Cruz, the Florida school pewer, was mentally ill? Your courts decided he wasn't. Interesting. Yeah, there's definitely a lot in that I guess I haven't really thought about for a long time. And I don't know if maybe definitions have changed and the way we think about it certainly has changed. Nemron says, I think the phrasing later is what I'm talking about. So we'll get there. We're going through the whole show. We're not skipping a beat.
Before it breaches oxygen, kill it. Do you think that should be allowed?
Yup.
This is again the baby guillotine.
Answer
this is why
the question. Then talk about the baby guillotine.
I brought that up. But what a weird scenario. This doesn't happen. This is not the real world.
But it does. And if the argument is that it doesn't happen enough for you to care, that's fine. You're allowed to believe that.
Exactly. Sure.
What I don't understand is
that's exactly why. Like, he already said yes to this, so there's no more that you can push if he's already agreed to it. He's just a POS who is okay with it. It doesn't happen enough for him to care.
Seems like your position is a rather shocked position where you recognize there is something inherently wrong with taking the life of a baby that could survive on its own, but you're also taking the tribal position of women should be allowed to do it anyway.
No. If you were to ask me, Tim, hey, Lance, do you think it's a good idea if this woman who's 9 months pregnant, suddenly she got bored with the pregnancy, she doesn't want to have it anymore, but the baby's viable? Do you think that's a good thing to do? I would be like, no, of course not.
Then why should it be allowed?
Because it's still her right. It's still her body. But bodily autonomy doesn't stop at my morality. Tim, it's not my choice. Right? It's not my, yes, but that's not my choice.
Why kill it?
That's her choice, not mine.
Why?
So, okay. Harley says, until the U.S. changes the way it treats and cares for children in this country, abortion shouldn't even be a discussion. Nobody cares about the child after it's born, only before. I will tell you why this is incorrect. Because it's not anybody's responsibility to give you anything, but you have already been granted life. So you're not allowed to take it from somebody. That is why I'm not going to pay for your child, because you made the decision to grow that child. And it's your responsibility. That doesn't mean that if you're not willing to take the responsibility, that you can kill it. So yes, we care in the sense that we don't want children dying. But it's very different than to say you can't do that bad thing, to say, oh, I'm going to do a good thing for you for reasons. So MJ says the term mental illness means diagnosable behavioral or emotional disorder, of sufficient duration to meet diagnostic criteria within the most recent edition of the DSM published by the AMA, and B, that result in functional impairment that substantially interferes with or limits one or more major life activities. Boom. Good call. Yeah, right. Anything else? Kaya says if a person had diagnosed anorexia, they are clinically mentally ill. Should anorexic people be excused from homicide charges? Hell no. Good point. Holly says, well, if you're not going to take care of it and the parents don't want it, why would anybody care? Because it's a human life. That's why. It's a human life. That's all there is to it. I believe that human life inherently has value. That doesn't mean that I'm responsible for your bad choices.
Why kill the baby?
Ask her. Ask her.
Okay. So my point is simply this. You don't need to be shocked by it. You are allowed to have that moral position. I think most people in America would prescribe that to be, would ascribe evil to that.
Sure, but that's
the
your,
idea.
You can ascribe evil to whatever you want. That's up to you. That's your choice.
The idea that you would say
doesn't mean
that's your truth.
That she should
the woman
be
wants the baby removed, and then in the process, instead of letting the baby live, remove it but kill it. Right? There's no reason to do that. You can give the baby up for adoption. You can drop the baby off on the doorstep of a post office.
I agree with you. I'm not disputing
so why
that.
legalize, even if it's one? Why legalize? You see, this is the craziest thing.
Because her autonomy should not be cut off based on your morality. Because you don't think that idea is good. You don't like it.
But the baby's been removed from her body.
So Virgil from Facebook has a question. If Ted Bundy should have been executed. So just give me a yes or no, a Y or an N. Should Ted Bundy have been executed?
Well, that's if it was removed from her body and it was still viable. Right. And that's where the baby guillotines come in, because I don't think this happens. I don't think women on the 9th month get abortions with viable living children. And
you think wrong, sir.
Then be like, I don't want it. Kill it. I don't think that happens.
It does.
I mean, you don't have to think it happens, but statistically it does, because your entire argument is this only happens for reasons of the health of the mother or the health of the unborn child.
I said
so. You believe
I said the statistics show that at the 9th month, if a woman is going to have an abortion, it's typically because it's a medical complication that could either endanger her or the child's life.
And what I am saying is there are doctors who will justify that by saying the medical complication is she is depressed. That is literally one of the reasons given in surveys of women. And another reason that is given is that I didn't know a man who I was going to be with.
Okay, but Seamus, I got to stop you because this is a nebulous argument that doesn't get anywhere, and I can respect the point that if you go to if you try and look this up, you're going to find left-wing sources and right-wing sources that will contradict each other.
So before they go on, so Harley says only a life matters when it's in the womb, not afterwards. So nobody cares if the child is abused or starved or in poverty. Who said any of that? I don't remember saying any of that. You're not allowed to kill a child when it's in the womb. You're not allowed to kill a child when it's 2 years old. You're not allowed to kill a child when it's 5 years old. You're not allowed to kill a person because that is a person. Where's the inconsistency? It's not. There's a difference between not doing something and being forced to do something. Those are two different situations. All we're saying is you can't kill people. That's it. No, so if you, I believe, if you intentionally or carelessly take a life of someone, an eye for an eye. I don't know. There's a good argument for it, but definitely can be a slippery slope. Okay, so there's a difference between maliciously inflicting harm on a living being and allowing something to have a chance. The difference between positive and negative rights. And again, we care that the child is alive, not the quality of that child's life. Well, we do, but again, what are we supposed to do after it's born? That's a completely different conversation from letting it live. Yep, we definitely need a medical expert here.
So my question is strictly on the legality of terminating the life of a child.
Nobody's going to answer, Virgil?
I can sit here and pull up, oh, hey, here's one. Women abort Down syndrome babies late term rather frequently. I think that's wrong. I don't think that someone's life is forfeit because they have Down syndrome. But your argument is that they do.
No, it's not. That's a strong.
No. Your argument is that women have a right to terminate a baby for any reason at any point.
Yes, they should have the bodily autonomy to make that decision.
So what I'm saying is, in the circumstance of Down syndrome, I think it is wrong to terminate a baby's life at 9 months simply for having Down syndrome. But you would agree she is legally allowed to do so.
I think she should be legally allowed to do so. Whether or not I think that's a good idea is irrelevant.
Well, then there's the clarification. I think it should be illegal.
Okay.
I think
so. There are limits to how much bodily autonomy women should have.
So yes, right.
So that's your stance.
The pro-choice argument, because you're pro-abortion, right?
Sure.
Pro-choice traditionally in this country put.
Wait, what was removed by Facebook? What was removed? Let me know, and I'll try to fix it.
Limits it around like 15 to 16 weeks, meaning if the baby is dependent upon the body of the mother, then it is the body of the mother, and she has final say. If the baby is viable, it can be removed in a process that ends the pregnancy but doesn't end the life of the baby. That's kind of like the compromise where the baby gets to live and the woman no longer has to be pregnant. There seems to be this amoral argument where, well, but it just killed the baby anyway, which doesn't make any logical sense.
Nope.
That's the pro-abortion side. So if you go back to the 90s, if you go back to safe, legal, rare, et cetera, if you even look at Tulsi Gabbard in 2020, that's where I'm at. Conservatives are pro-life outright. Seamus would argue abortion in any capacity should be banned entirely. I'm in the traditional Democrat position. But you see, there is a tribal, amoral, illogical position of just let them kill the baby regardless.
Well, it'd be illogical, not illogical, but I'm with you.
I don't see any logic there. I don't see how that makes sense morally or ethically or just mathematically.
Right. So you said I'm pro-abortion. What I'm against is forced birth. And I don't think the state should be forcing women to give birth against their will, which is what your position and your position is as well.
So
Holly says, I'm being devil's advocate here. If we want to stop abortions, I figure we'll just say it now. If we want to stop abortions, we have to stop what's causing women to get them in the first place. When has us banning something ever worked? I mean, I see what you're saying. I absolutely see what you're saying. You know, like prohibition generally doesn't work, but there has to be a moral standard. And so there's having murder be illegal doesn't stop murder from happening. It stops a lot of people from murdering others, but it still happens. But just because it still happens isn't a justification for us not to make it illegal. If it is immoral and it will cause the downfall of our society, then it's our responsibility to make these laws. We can't control what people do, but we can control the rules that we want to live by. They when I ask them questions, they never answer me either. Virgil, don't feel bad. I don't think I'm not a big believer in the death penalty, but I don't know. That's a tough one because he was definitely it's not like he was just in a blind rage. He definitely would deserve it if anybody did. But hey, we got JH in the building. Welcome to the party. Says my boy was born at 20 weeks and is just fine. Don't need no late term abortions. Love that. Welcome to the party. Oh yeah, they hate that. And that's exactly why I stopped saying pro-choice and saying pro-abortion, because that's exactly what it is. So MJ's saying to Harley, good point. That would also be why do people that are unhappy with life or their life feel like it is okay to go and pew people as a way to express their anger? I mean, obviously it's not, but see, devil's advocate. I like it. Words and how they make them feel is what people like this value. We don't have this anymore. I bet you. Younger Gen Z kids don't even know the rest of this statement. I would bet that they have no idea. Hey, we got YN May. I'm going to call you May if that's cool. Welcome to the party. Said the left and right should call a truce on the abortion and gun debates. They were both designed to kill, and banning them won't stop anything. I mean, I think I disagree. I honestly, I think, again, it comes back to the idea that it's about the morality. It's the principle. If something is right, then you should fight for it. It is right for people to be able to defend themselves. It is right to, or it's wrong to kill people. So we should fight for it to be, illegal to kill people. Holly Rose says, I'm not saying we can't make it illegal, but that doesn't just stop it. You have to fix the root of the problem, and there are many. Definitely agree there. Yeah, they wouldn't know. They wouldn't know the rest of this this sentence. Hey, we got Trad Guy Travels in the building. Welcome to the party. You got to check over. Do, homie? Wrap it up. We're talking about abortion. You don't want to go down that road. Wrap it up. Harley Rose says, don't forget to like the stream. Thank you very much. Please do so. Oh my goodness, we got Uncle Junior Network in the building. Welcome to the party. Dropping the $20 super chat, taking the sponsor stream, the sponsor spot We gonna make you dance, Morty. Dance, good boy. There you go. Thank you so much to the Uncle Junior Network. As always, the largest donation makes you the sponsor of the stream. Thank you so much. Let me get back into this and fix the banner here.
So I'm against that. I think that's creepy big government shit. I don't think they should be forcing them and turning them into these viable wombs against their will.
I completely agree. I'm against forced birth, just like you. Cool. Except my difference is that if the baby's at 8 months and can survive, they can take the baby out as if they would have an abortion, but not kill it in the process.
Guys, I just dropped the link to the Uncle Junior Network. Please go check them out. Awesome channel and the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you again.
Process.
If it's a viable at 8 months, is it viable?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is viable at 8 months, dude. There have been babies after 20 weeks.
Bro, your whole position is that women have a right to kill the baby even if they end the pregnancy, and there's no logic there.
The logic is that I don't think you agree with forced birth at a point. How at 8 months? At 8 months, Tim Pool thinks forced birth is fucking cool and poggy.
Stop making up stupid bullshit.
But
no, hold on.
That's
nonsense statement. Because I already said I agree with you. A woman should be able to end her pregnancy whenever she wants. A woman could end her pregnancy whenever she wants. Say it. Tim Pool said a woman can end her pregnancy whenever she wants.
Yeah, I cement aborting and giving birth are both ending a pregnancy.
Make up something fake. Tim Pool agrees with forced birth is a false statement. You're lying.
I like this. MJ says abortion is meant to end the life of a baby. It's only an accident if the baby survives. Guns aren't there to only kill. Good point. Okay, says I stopped supporting abortion sometime around when I got older. And then realized it wasn't necessary for survival. So the fact that it's used as a contraceptive is an accountability failure. Oh, yes. And there are plenty of those. If you don't accept the non-zero chance that the condom might break, the pill may fail, etc., then don't have sex. It's that easy. Exactly. Is he? Do you think so? I don't think so. Do you think so? I think he's a pretty smart guy.
I have already said I believe that women have a right to terminate their pregnancy up to a certain amount of time.
At 8 months is where you draw the line.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you just said that. If the baby is viable, that she shouldn't have the right to be able to terminate it.
To kill the baby.
Yes.
I said she can end the pregnancy whenever she wants.
And ending the pregnancy can be giving birth or aborting the baby.
Or a C-section that keeps the baby alive.
She has to be forced to give birth against her will in a C-section, but the baby is viable and they give it off.
So how do they remove the baby? So hold on,
either way the baby comes out of her. You're saying that...
Oh yeah, 8 months? They're definitely viable. JH was just saying 20 weeks. So I mean, I don't know the math right off the top of my head, but that's what 6 months. JH, maybe correct me on that. But yeah, I mean, the fact is that viability is something that is who just said, yeah, JH was saying that he doesn't even understand when the baby is viable, because again, it's not about the actual principle. It's not about the actual concept. It's about, oh, I'm supposed to think this thing. Here are all the things that I can argue to support this thing. End of story. That's it. That is it. Yeah, definitely trying to make him silly, and Tim don't care. I'll give that one. I was gonna say no free advertising, but shout out to Tim for all of this, and go buy some Cast Brew coffee. Oh yeah, I knew it. This is my second time watching it. All right, this is my second time watching it. Yeah, 5 months. So JH's baby was born at 5 months, and is doing fine. So it's rough at 20 weeks, but it is possible. Yeah, so it's easy as, is there a way to get the body out without physically damaging it? And at a certain point, contradictions are induced, whether it's viable or not. Exactly. Well said.
So you literally want forced birth. You literally want to force women to give birth against their will.
So can I just interject here?
You're saying they should use the tools to rip apart the body and pull that out. Whereas I'm saying they should just take the baby
I'm saying
out.
She should have the right to decide what happens to her body. That's it.
Okay, but either way, the child is coming out. You're making this argument about forced birth. Either way, what is in her body is going to be outside of it. The question is it okay to shove forceps into the skull of the small person who's inside of her and then tear them apart limb by limb to get them out? Or should we say, no, that's not an acceptable way of delivering a baby. You shouldn't kill that unborn child.
I mean, how do you argue with that? How do you argue with that? Jeez. Guys, if I can get 3 more likes on the video, we got 13 people here and 9 likes. That would make me so happy, and it really, really does help. Thank you so much. Hey, we got Veronica in the building. Welcome to the party. Veronica says, I bet that if these women were paid for delivering the baby and putting it up for adoption, they would do it. If we paid for their life rather than death, it would profit. I think you're right about that. I think you are right about that.
How is that for either way it comes out of her body? Either way the child comes out of her body. It's not as if there's one scenario where the pregnancy magically disappears and doesn't leave the body.
Let me add, forced birth is a nonsense politics statement.
But in your scenario,
it's a buzzword that they use to, it's semantic obfuscation. It's semantic obfuscation. Forced birth is not a thing because as, I forget exactly who said it. I apologize. The baby's coming out one way or the other. The baby's coming out one way or the other. Num says, how can you defend the intentional killing of a baby because the mom doesn't want it? It is so weird. Yep. Virgil says he is okay with child killing, but defends murderers with the mental health card. I mean, there's no logic here. There's no consistency. It's all about power. It's about having the right answer and being aligned with the right people. Okay, it says, my anecdotes. Mom had to pass my... Oh, okay. Hold on. Change cues. Okay. Mom had to pass my stillborn sister after she passed in the womb. Sorry to hear that. The pregnancy was induced. Surprisingly, easiest way to remove the baby, dead or alive, is the designed exit hole. Crazy how that works. Yep. That's, yeah. I mean, crazy idea, right? Crazy idea that you wouldn't be allowed to kill children. That's the point. Yeah, it's coming out no matter what. Why do they want it dead? Because they don't want the responsibility. You don't get deceived into abortion. That is more semantic obfuscation that is going to refer to something like mental emotional abuse or something like that. And it's just cope. That's what it is. It's cope. Oh, my button's not working.
She's being forced to give birth against her will. Like, she can't decide.
Already pregnant, dude.
I know, but
we're not talking about forcing her to do anything. She's pregnant.
But then endorse that position.
I did.
Stick by it.
I know. I reject there's no such thing as forced birth. They're saying you can't kill that baby.
Let me tell you how fascinating this is.
Because she has the baby inside her.
So
yes, she does.
fervent about legalizing the killing of a baby at 9 months that I can sit here and say I think women should be able to terminate their pregnancy whenever they want. But if the baby is viable, there's no reason to kill it.
She has to be forced to give it. Then she has to be forced to give birth and then give the baby up. Is what you're saying?
Give birth.
Yes.
Define.
Yes. Okay. So that is forced birth, right?
So
she can't decide to terminate it at 8 or 9 months.
Define give birth.
You just said at 8 months if the baby is viable.
Answer the question. He asked you to define give birth. You're not defining anything right now.
Let's say 8 months. Define give birth. I'm trying to understand what you're saying by forced birth. What does birth mean?
You just said when she is at 8 or 9 months. Okay, so she's at 8 or 9.
I said viable.
Okay, so it's viable. The baby's viable. She should have to give birth to it in some capacity. C-section, whatever.
Define birth, and I can answer your question.
Birth, the removal of a child into the world from a mother's womb.
So how do they do that?
Okay, there you go.
The woman pushes the baby out.
So then what would you call an abortion at 8 months? Is the woman pushing the baby out?
No, it's most likely a medical procedure done by a doctor.
And what is that medical procedure?
An abortion.
But what is that?
What is an abortion?
Yes, what?
How is it done?
Yes.
I'm not entirely sure how it's done in 8 months. I know earlier on it's usually done with a series of tools. I don't know how it's done at 8 or 9 months.
Okay, so your moral argument is forced birth. I'm trying to understand what your position is. If you don't know how an abortion is done, then are you in favor of forced birth?
Am I in favor of forced? No, I'm against forced birth.
But you think that women should have to expel the baby, right?
It's completely fine for me not to know the medical procedure of how abortion is done to stand up for the rights of a woman's body. I don't need to know how people...
Oh, so now we can talk about things that we're not experts in and we don't have the statistics right in front of us. Now we can do that. But when it's not convenient for you, then no go. Come on, man.
Perform abortions directly. I'm not going to lie here. I'm not going to pretend.
Removing a baby from a woman's body is birth.
Oh, so you're saying it doesn't count?
No,
It's
I'm
birth of a different nature.
I don't think you have a definition, and I'm trying to understand what you mean by forced birth. But if you can't define the removal of the baby in a different way, I don't know what you're saying.
Birth, Tim, like the birth of a child.
So is a C-section a birth?
Sure. Yes, it is a form of extracting a living child that is viable to live in the real world.
That's how you define birth: extracting a living child to live in the real world.
No, I would define birth as someone giving birth. They are pushing a baby out of their body.
I would define woman as anyone who wants to be a woman. Like, come on, bro. Stop trying to win the argument and just have the conversation. Oh, yeah, they don't think the child has any rights until the moment it's born, and then it can consent to surgery. No, so you can see the his light bulb come on in real time. I think that's that one moment where he's caught. I think that's right about to come over. Nope, just a typical Canadian liberal. Yeah, right. Oh, well, yeah, exactly. Harley says, birth is the act or process of bearing or bringing forth offspring, also referred to in technical contexts as parturition, the emergence of a baby or other young from the body of its mother, the start of life as a physically separate being. Thank you again to Harley Rose, our resident fact checker. He argues like a one from the Fresh and Fit panel. Yeah. But I mean, think about even when Destiny, the blue-haired, poster boy for all this stuff, went on Fresh and Fit, and he was still able to have these types of conversations. When he came on Timcast, he was able to have these conversations. We may not necessarily agree with the positions that Destiny has, but that's another reason why I wanted to show you guys this, is why I do like watching Destiny, even though I disagree with him, because it's not this. Oh my goddamn body.
So right. So I don't think women should be forced to do that, right?
You don't think women should be forced to push babies out of their body?
But the baby is in their body, so it's got to come out somehow.
So you're going to take it out with a C-section?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
But I'm trying to figure out what you mean by this.
So that would be forced birth. So she's forced to give and make a viable child, live in the real world.
I mean, so when you're pregnant, the baby's going to come out of you at some point.
That's the
Either
point.
we rip
no
it
matter
apart
what
or
happens,
you give birth
the baby
naturally.
is coming out of the woman, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So there's no being in favor of that or not. It happens. Period.
Yes.
Okay. So what's your point?
What's my point?
Am I in favor of a natural process by which a woman has to have a baby removed from her, no matter what anyone says or does?
Your point is that at 8 or 9 months, and correct me if I'm wrong with this, Tim.
You are wrong. Yes, I'll stop you right there because when you keep saying 8 or 9 months, that's not what I said over and over and over again.
Viability is after 6 months.
Viability is
that means that there's more than a 50% chance.
You're also wrong. It's not 6 months.
So as soon as the baby
it's not 6 months.
So as soon as the baby is viable, Tim, as soon as the baby is viable, then it's okay for the woman, even if she doesn't want to have it anymore for whatever reason, she should have to be forced to have it extracted from her and then live. Is that correct? Is that your position?
Well, it's not forcing the woman to have a baby live if the baby's already alive. You see what I'm saying? Like,
right. So you're okay. Here's semantics.
I got a compromise for you. I got a compromise for you. We'll tell the mother we killed it, but we'll sneak it off and give it to someone else. Does that work for you?
No, because I still think she should have autonomy. She should have the right to do it if she wants to. Of course.
She should kill the baby after it's already born?
I don't want her to kill a baby. I want her to have,
you keep saying it?
Because I want her to have the ability to choose. That's different. And that is a fundamental part of this.
The baby's out of her body, right?
Forcibly. In your scenario.
No. Let's say 24 weeks.
He said forcibly. I know we've been talking about it, but dude, it's not going to stay there either way. What are you talking about?
The doctor and says, I want this baby out of me. And
what if she says, I don't want to have this baby?
I don't want to have this baby. Okay. And the doctor says, I will remove it.
Okay.
The baby's alive. What do we do?
So you forced her to give birth?
No. She said, doctor, I'd like an abortion. He says, you got it. Step right up.
He's lying to her.
No. He does the abortion and it fails.
An abortion is terminating a pregnancy. So there's no such thing as a trick abortion. You can't trick.
They're called failed abortions.
Failed abortions?
Yes.
Where doctors trick women into taking the babies out?
No. So when they perform the abortion, as Seamus explained, they stick metal tools into the brain, scramble it up, and rip its body parts apart.
Okay.
So, this is a good question. What is this conversation? This is a conversation of people who are of a big enough profile to be on, the biggest internet show, or like maybe second or third, whatever, top 5 internet shows, and not understand what the hell they're talking about. We need to understand that this is what is happening and do better. We need to do better than this. That's what this conversation is. Something that should go by the wayside. MJ says, if birthing wasn't forceful, no one would say it. No one would say it. If birthing wasn't forceful, no one would say it is one of the hardest things a human can do. That or pass a kidney stone. I've heard many women say that they would rather have another baby than another kidney stone. Veronica says, by force will happen regardless if it's alive or dead. Yep. Noam says, the things Andrew Tate said online proves he's guilty. Joe Biden was probably joking when he from the Destiny. Biden was probably joking when he said that he held the $1 billion over Ukraine until they fired the prosecutor investigating Burisma. I'm not saying he's my favorite person. I'm just saying he's better than the Serfs. I understand that, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. That's exactly the point. Is that we have to have debates with people like this. Because they are winning the culture war. They are taking over everything. And so as frustrating as it is, they are winning. They are doing better than you in the culture war. Not like in life. I don't know what's going on in your life. We have to do better. And we can only address them from the things that they're actually saying. You know? Yeah. Oh, I know. We covered that. We covered that episode as well. Let's see. Virgil says, abortion is the killing of a human being in utero. Harley says, keep in mind, there are different ways abortions are done at different stages of the pregnancy. Yep.
And then pull it out chunk by chunk.
Okay.
When the babies are smaller, sometimes they pull them out, but the babies don't die. They survive, right? So my question is, in the instance of a failed abortion, what should be done?
A failed abortion being that.
Hey, we got Jeff Pearson in the building. Welcome to the party. Says, Tim brings on another G rumor. The Serfs is a sick, disgusting human being oozing with narcissism. Yep, that's what I'm getting from this. I didn't know. I knew of him before, but I can't say that I'd ever watched an actual video from him. But this is. How many subscribers does this guy have? And this is all it takes to do well. Talking about politics. We have to do better. We have to do better.
That the child is living. It's outside of the mother.
Yeah.
At that point, you cannot kill that child. That would be murder.
Oh, okay.
Agreed on that point.
Right.
Yeah.
So then where does the mother's choice come in to kill?
Before that procedure takes place.
So
she has a choice to choose what she wants to have done with her body. If she goes to a doctor and the doctor's like, I'm going to perform an abortion, which the assumption would be that I'm about to terminate the child, but then he just secretly sneaks the child out of there. That's
again, Harley, we have to expose these people. They are a cult and they live in an echo chamber. The reason to bring him on is to show the world and to show the people that listen to Lance that, hey, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He is wrong on everything. Everything. So yeah, MJ was saying, at first I was thinking having a medical expert on the show would have caused Lance to acknowledge that he's just saying, what he's saying is stupid. But now I don't believe it anymore. Now I think he would demand the expert to prove another, another minute point that, that deflected. You're probably right. You're probably right. He's like, well, oh, you're in the pocket of this. Who's paying you to say that? These people are insufferable, but they are people and they vote.
Not performing an abortion. You're just being deceptive.
Yeah, and the doctor should go to prison if they did something like that, in my opinion.
I think you go to prison if you should go to prison if he performed an abortion.
Snap.
Yeah,
I heard that.
Yeah.
Not
Opposite perspective.
So there's also something that none of us know, because I don't think any of us are medical doctors. The difference on the physiology of the female body giving a 9-month abortion, having that happen, or the actual birthing process, whether by C-section or natural birth. It might have vastly different consequences on the female body. So that's something to take into account.
So wait. Remember the Born Alive Act?
Yes.
That was a Republican position, wasn't it? What was that?
Yeah, so there have been a couple of different Born Alive Acts in different years. But what they basically say is that if the abortion fails, it is not legal to kill the child.
Sounds about right.
Wasn't that Republicans were trying to pass
The
a
Republicans
law?
were trying to pass that. That was one of the only things Obama voted on in the Senate. He voted against it.
Come on,
Obama voted against it.
Against it,
but you would be in favor of that.
In favor of what?
The Born Alive Act.
I'm not completely.
Again, Harley, I completely agree with you. They are the last people who need a platform, but they have one. They have one. And now there are hundreds of thousands of people who had never heard of this dude. Never heard of him. And now they know this. So now if you are one of these people that listen to him and you try to say, well, the Serfs said da 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 da. Now hundreds of thousands more people know to completely disregard that statement. That is exactly what we are doing. Jay says, at least Destiny acknowledges abortion should be limited to the first trimester. He's reasonable. He's reasonable. He's wrong on a lot of things, but he's reasonable and he's intelligent and he's honest about what he thinks. Opus says, this is what I was saying about Seamus being at one extreme. If I had to choose between 9 months abortions or no abortions at all, the choice is easy. I guess you would go for 9 months. But I mean, I kind of agree. Because I don't trust the government to be able to make the decisions in those edge cases. They are edge cases. They are anecdotes. They are individual, anomalies. But those are still people. And there needs to be space for a person and their doctor to make decisions that is right for them, regardless of what the circumstances. Okay, I said I used to be quite centrist. Now I'm the one who the who radicalized you meme, and radicalized very much meaning right of Stalin in my estimation. Yikes! Nah, it's just that's the Overton window shifting. That's all it is. Virgil said, I am a medical doctor, and I left that area because abortions should never be acceptable. Good for you. Good for you. Gotcha. Okay. I wasn't sure. I wouldn't. I think that I think they are sick and evil, but there's situations where I think it's more sick and evil to cause a mother to die because her baby, something's going wrong with her baby. And again, those are edge cases, but those are real people. Chaos said, I'm weak enough to feel the need to aggressively push back against the wanton moral failings. It's not weakness. It's strength. Well, it's strength to actually stand up and do it. But it's not weakness to feel that. That's just morality. Wanting to push back against what he's saying is just morality. Jeff says, for 50 years, we have been losing the cultural and political battle in the United States. So yes, I'm telling you. And I appreciate Tim and shows like the Indian Jesus for taking on culture. Thank you, Jeff. Very much appreciated. Allowing for medical necessity. Yeah, I think that's the line. I mean, we have to have that. We have to have that carve out. Hey, we got Air Dr. Nappy in the building. Welcome to the party. Said abortions are a necessary evil, but people getting them out of pocket with privilege. That's why the pro-life people are pushing so hard. Because it moved from safe, legal, and rare to 9 months, no problem.
Familiar with it? So I don't have to
if an infant is born alive after an attempted abortion, it has the same protection of law and degree as a newborn.
Yeah, I would be okay with that because at that point it's a human. If you're killing a person that is alive outside of a womb, then that's murder, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Can I ask you, this is not a gotcha.
We agree on that. That's great.
Yeah,
I want to.
Right. So Chaos says the medical necessity is a nebulous thing, but the problem is that the issues that would constitute a medical necessity, they're not going to be as well defined because they don't happen that often. So there has to be wiggle room. Hey, Jeff Pearson with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much. And of course, every single super chat comes with a treat for Morty. Yeah, the peanut butter, got the peanut butter bananas. He loves them. Thank you again, Jeff. Much appreciated.
I want to ask in good faith. So
yeah, of course.
You believe that the moment after the child is outside of the birth canal, that they are now endowed with human rights.
Yes.
However, when they are inside of the mother, literally anything you do to them is acceptable because they're inside of the mother.
Oh, no, I don't think anything is acceptable, but I think the mother should still have the choice, ultimate authority over what happens to her body.
But there's a child inside of her body.
Hold on. What about meth?
Like, should she be allowed to do meth?
Yeah.
All right, it's not right here, but this is the gotcha moment. The gotcha moment that everybody who has seen this is talking about. This is where we're at. This is where we're at. Let's get some comments, and then we'll get right into it. Yeah, Chaos was saying it's a nebulous term, just like mental illness, and it's obviously difficult to prove those things. I agree, but we have to have those carve outs. We have to. We can't put that power in the government. And we got Jimmy Dean back in the building. Welcome. MJ says, we know how a group will push an agenda, starting with something that seems reasonable, and now look where we're at. That is what they call a slippery slope. What they will do is call it a slippery slope fallacy when you point that out. But it's not a fallacy if we've already slid down the slope. We got Blackstone's formulation, shouldn't purge the infant, guarantee their death because the mother may, I don't know, commit self-deletion because of mental illness. Like, there are no mental illnesses justifications for to me for abortion. That's fair. If that's your position, that is totally fair. And we don't necessarily all have to agree on the exact time and date. If we agree on the principle, then we can make those a more reasonable accommodation. The mental illness aspect, Harley says, of it is complicated and would take much good faith discussion to determine those. I don't jump on the mental illness train that quickly. Right. Yeah. Yep, that is true. Hey, we got Melted Mind Media in the building. Welcome to the party. Hope you enjoyed the nap. Glad you are here. Hope you're ready to party. All right, let's get into it.
I think if someone is doing body, but I think the mother should still have the choice, ultimate authority over what happens to her body.
But there's a child inside of her body.
Hold on. What about meth?
Like, should she be allowed to do meth?
Yeah.
I think if someone is doing meth while they're pregnant, that it is completely acceptable for something like I don't know what the name of the services in the United States.
Child services.
I guess ECFS would be.
It's her body though.
Yeah, it's her body.
If she wants to do meth, what's the big deal?
The big deal is that she's intentionally trying to kill a child.
So that's an issue for you, is it? Oops. Moron. Listen to it again. Oh,
Big
services would be.
It's her body though.
watch his face.
Yeah, it's her body.
If she wants to do meth, what's the big deal?
The big deal is that she's intentionally trying to kill a child.
Hold on there a minute.
Yeah, and I see where we're going.
I don't understand what you're saying. It's her body.
It's her
if
body.
She wants to do meth. What's the problem?
Well, first off, doing meth is illegal, period. Doesn't matter if you're doing it with a child or without a child.
Not in Oregon.
Methylenediamine, MDMA. It's a
Maybe
type
it's
of meth.
alcohol.
Wait,
then.
sorry, what?
Not crystal meth.
Crystal meth
There's
is legal in
different kinds
Oregon?
of-
No, it's
not crystal.
Hold on a second.
MDMA is a kind of meth. Methylenediamine is ecstasy. That's a kind of meth. There's also crystal meth, which is.
Stop, Ian. Stop indulging this diversion. Well, meth is illegal. We're not talking about that. We're talking about whether it is okay to harm a child. And he knows that. That's why, technically it's illegal, so I wouldn't. Blah, 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 blah.
Is not legal. MDMA is legal in some places for therapy sessions. I don't know if it's legal for very pregnant women.
Okay, it is.
Hey, Jimmy Dean with the $1 super chat. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game, or maybe love for the dog. Either way, greatly appreciate it. There you go, buddy. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated, Jimmy. Very, very much. This goes out to Morty.
Is it for pregnant women?
Oregon decriminalized possession in 2021.
You were right.
But I don't know if
But
that's...
okay, dude. So like,
decriminalizing possession is different than legalizing crystal meth. You know, those two things are completely different, right?
What's the question of whether you can press charges?
Hold on.
Yeah.
What?
So when you decriminalize a small amount of drugs, that means if you're caught with that drugs by a cop, that means if you're arrested, you cannot be charged for 1 gram, 2 grams, whatever that is.
Legalizing is.
No, this is decriminalization, not legalization. We never said legalization.
Legalization is a semantic term. It doesn't mean anything.
Yes, it means that it means that there's no longer a prohibition on that product.
Okay, so if a woman does meth, she's legally allowed to have it, right?
No, so Harley, he was saying that why shouldn't, he asked about meth, and KS is any of these would fit for the question. Why is it that he has an issue with her doing harm to the child once it's born, but no issues as soon as it's literally the physical part of passing through the birth canal? If it's in the birth canal, you can rip it to shreds. But as soon as it passes, you can't do meth in front of it.
How dare you?
It's inconsistent. There's no logic. There's no actual principles. That's just how this works. I mean, I do love Ian, but that was a bad one. Oh man. Oh, Ian. Nick says, I don't want to see it used as birth control, but it seemed like the worst time to ban abortion because of how much it divided people. The right thought it was a victory, but the left felt attacked. That is true. And I do believe that Roe v. Wade was a decent, not great, good, a decent compromise. When that was the idea, again, going back to safe, legal, and rare, that is a good compromise. A good compromise is where nobody's happy. But they went too far. Kira says, I gotta go, but thanks for the coverage. I don't really care. Serfs does concede. Yep, the mom should be allowed to get sloshed on booze. Well, thank you so much for stopping by, brother. I very much appreciate you being here. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. I am live every single Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Plus, I drop videos every single day. Hope to see you around. Have a good night, brother. Melton My Media says, Ian takes the devil's advocate too far when the leftists come on Timcast. Yeah, that's it. We can play devil's advocate when we're all on the same team, when we're just exploring ideas. But there's a lot at stake in this conversation because of what we were talking about before. All of the serfs, all the people who look up to the serfs are watching this. So maybe let's not divert. I'll take that. Thank you. What else we got here? You as well, brother. Have a good one. JH said, I thought it was her using while pregnant. I think that was was that the situation? I don't think so. I think he was saying after. We can go back it up if they don't clear it up. But let's see. Harley says, I had siblings born with drug addictions. It is a horrible thing to witness. I'm glad they're here, but there's no punishment to the mother for doing it. Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm sorry that your siblings have experienced that. It's got to be tough. Jeff says, from experience, compromise always benefits evil. But it also benefits good. And if we can't have perfection, then I think compromise is all we got. Melton My Media says, when he says meth is illegal, like killing babies is not. That's the point he was trying to make. Yeah.
That product.
Okay, so if a woman does meth, she's legally allowed to have it, right?
Is she legally allowed to do it or possess it?
I mean, what's the difference?
Well, two very different things. You can be legally allowed to possess drugs and not be legally allowed to take drugs, for example.
Alcohol.
Thank you.
So she does alcohol.
Can a woman chug a fifth of vodka while pregnant?
Okay, so it is while pregnant. My mistake. So, but I mean, he still would say that it's totally fine afterwards. But yes, so we're talking about using meth or drinking a fifth of vodka while pregnant. Hey, we got Dr. Melmo in the building. Welcome to the party. So this is peer pressure manifested. His intuition tells him this is wrong, but he knows if he steps out of line, he'll be excommunicated by the tribe. Exactly. And this is why we need to put to put the spotlight on this, because there's too many. I don't know how many followers or subscribers or whatever this guy has, but he has influence. And what this is knocking down that influence, and that's what we need. Great point, Doctor. Welcome to the party.
Can't legally.
But do you think she has a right to do so?
I think she has a right to do. Yes, she has a right to do it. I don't agree with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And heroin?
It's illegal.
I don't think heroin's illegal. I think heroin actually is was legalized. I think it's controlled, but I think that one specifically was oxycodone and other drugs. So
she has a right to do it. Whether or not I agree with her doing it, that's completely different. I don't agree with a woman
That's
who.
what we're asking about, dude. We know that there's laws. We're asking what you think. What is your moral standing? You clearly don't have any.
Would have an elective abortion at 9 months. I think that is like, why the fuck would you have done that? But I think she has the right to do it, right?
But do you think it's ethical that she like?
Oh, I don't think it's ethical. No, of course not.
Because
Exactly, Nick. Exactly. Good call. Good call. Those are the two things on this channel we talk about nonstop: semantic obfuscation and dogmatic thinking. Whether it's from the church or the trans ideology, dogmatic thinking is bad. It's bad. Not to think it, but to think it without the ability to question it. Great call, Nick.
things are made legal that are unethical, in my opinion, and should those be made illegal?
I mean, that's a very broad question, right?
No, I'm sorry. Personal use of methamphetamine is allowed. It's a civil citation, like a traffic ticket, not a criminal citation. So allowed maybe is hyperbolic. It is a civil citation to be caught using methamphetamine in Oregon.
Bro, you're getting caught up in his diversions. Whether or not it is, let's say it was legal. That's all you got to do. Fix the analogy. Let's say it was legal to own and to do. Would it be okay if she did meth while she was pregnant? That's all you have to do. Cut through the bullshit. Stop trying to win the argument and just have a conversation.
You get a ticket for it, but no crime.
So I just looked up the Born Alive Act, by the way. It says this bill is deliberately misleading and offensive to pregnant people and doctors and nurses who provide their care. It is another attempt.
I went to imright.com real quick.
By anti-abortion politicians to spread misinformation as a means to get a warped political end, to ban safe and legal abortion. It's an entry point to try and make abortion illegal.
Where did you read that?
Should something unethical be illegal? Harley Rose says. It depends. It depends on what it is. There's gradients. There's degrees to unethical. It is unethical for me to I'm usually good with having examples off the top, but it's unethical for me to call you names, to just insult you. It's unethical, but shouldn't be illegal. Killing someone is also unethical. That should be illegal. So it depends on, is it hurting anybody? Is it hurting anyone's property? If it's not, then it probably shouldn't be illegal, and we should probably just have a strong enough culture to shame it and taboo it out of existence, for the most part, at least. But again, without the principles, without the values to follow, we don't have the power to come together and do that. Unfortunately, as wrong as they are on all of this stuff, they are winning. This is what most people think. So if you don't like that, you got to do something about it. And being here is the right thing to do. MJ said, but Lance would continue to say that it isn't real or a fair scenario. That's a telltale sign that you're talking to an NPC. If they can't understand hypotheticals or analogies, they're just not smart enough to I mean, offensive to pregnant people. Yeah. Ian did that the unethical illegal path too, and I thought it was Ian that tripped him up. Possibly. Holly Rose, our resident fact checker, says the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act would require life-saving medical care for the babies who survive an abortion, as well as criminally penalizing the abortionist for failing to provide medical care to born alive infants. Interesting. Thank you very much, Harley. And I'm just saying, I don't think Lance isn't smart, but that he is dishonest. Well, that's true. It's one or the other or both. But if you can't or won't engage with hypotheticals and analogies, you're either too dumb or too dishonest to have a
Okay,
conversation.
well, no, hold on, no. I don't care. I mean, who cares about the Born Alive Act? The question was, if an abortion happens but the baby survives, can you kill it? And Lance already said no. So we're done with that.
So he would, yeah, for sure.
So any other political arguments, anyone left, right, or otherwise trying to change that? No, it's irrelevant. Once the baby's born, it's a baby.
It has the same rights as every other human at that point, right? It's an American.
This is an interesting. I think this falls in line with the idea of anarcho-tyranny that we were talking about. My view of the modern left is that their positions are nothing but chaos. There's no logical pathway towards preserving life, improving people's lives.
Nope.
It seems to be only it's like yin yang, right? There's one side that's talking about long-term planning, logical thinking, and improving the world, and one side that takes the inverse position no matter what. For instance, 25 people push in front of a subway, nobody bats an eye. Three guys try to subdue a man, and now they want prison. That's like a weird inversion of what the law is supposed to do. The law should stop the people who are pushing people on the trains and protect the people on the train who are being victimized. But the left's position is the inverse of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you asking me for like an affirmation of that? Because if you ask me,
no, I'm just saying like that's my view.
So when you say the left's idea are all chaos, I mean, if you really wanted to boil down what the left is fighting for, especially myself, it's expanding freedom. I believe in freedom. I love freedom. I'm sure everyone here likes freedom too, right? You're all about freedom.
You got to. How do you define freedom exactly?
So for me, I believe in a democratic process.
Are you talking about when he was reading off that whatever he was reading? You saying he guess where he pulled the article? I think they say it. But it was like wasn't it like transadvocate.com or something like that? Tim always has great points. Well, not always, but yeah, definitely.
Where we don't have tyrants, we don't have dictators, we don't have kings or queens. We have the ability as a democracy to be able to vote for who we work for, or sorry, who our leaders are, right? Like we want to be able to vote for our president, our prime minister. I believe in that fundamentally. But my other thing is I want to expand that freedom into the workplace, because we spend about 8 hours a day every single day in our works, our jobs. I want to expand freedom there. So people who work at their jobs for 8 hours a day have the ability to vote for things in their lives, better healthcare, better working conditions, whether or not their boss is corrupt and stealing from all of them. I want to expand that. I want to expand freedom into other parts of life. That's a fundamental belief for me.
So what do you mean by stealing?
Of course it came from Planned Parenthood. Of course. Why didn't I guess that?
Stealing from them.
Stealing wages, for example.
Like actually shorting someone's check. And
so the largest form of theft in America right now is wage theft. If you look,
I had it happen to me. I sued. I went to the National Labor Board and we won.
How does it happen?
As you should. So there's a ton of ways.
Not paying overtime.
Bosses simply just garnishing checks or garnishing wages, stealing tips, or thinking that tips are justification to pay them lower salaries and stuff like that.
Yeah.
All of it bullshit. And when you look at theft,
5-year server here, working $2.14 an hour. But I mean, hey, I did make bank, but $2.14 an hour.
Every single, like you look at the stats, right? Cars being stolen, jewelry, all that. Wage theft blows everything out. Like they're not even comparable. It's one down here, and then it's like the other one's fucking all the way up there.
I got a story for you. So I worked at a company. I get a paycheck. I'm good at math and stuff, and so I look at it and I'm like, "Hey, there's a problem with my paycheck." And they go, "No, it's good." And I'm like, "No, it isn't. There's a problem with my paycheck. Fix it." And I very quickly was like, $67 missing. I want it fixed. And I want it fixed now. And they went, "Give us a few minutes." Came back 15 minutes later, handed me a check. I looked at it and said, "Are you joking?" And they were like, "Huh?" And I was like, "This is wrong. I'm not an idiot. Fix my paycheck."
Virgil said, will you be watching the coronation of Tampon Jug Ears Charlie being crowned tomorrow? I have no idea what that means. Is that something to do with the royal family? Then no, I won't. I don't know anything about the royal family except that Meghan Markle, I guess, ruined it. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Harley said, stop. He's not part of the left. He is right of the left. The left hates him. He's a liberal. He has been disowned, especially after apologizing for Nazis. I mean, sure. I don't. Stop to who? Was anybody disagreeing with that? I don't know. MJ said, Canadians do have a queen, or did. Tomorrow it will be a king. Yes, Canada has a prime minister, but they are a commonwealth to England. Interesting. King Charlie has his coronation tomorrow. Maybe, hey, if it's interesting, we can check it out. Hey, we got Django in the building. Welcome to the party. Thank you for being here. Welcome.
Went to a couple other employees. I said, let me see your paychecks. I looked and I went, come with me. Walked right to the National Labor Board in Chicago and said, this is what they did. They took our statements. We went to the company and we told them we were going to form a union because of what they had done. They fired us on the spot for doing it. We sued them. And then I'll give you air quotes in saying we won. What actually happened was after 6 months of being out of work, they said you can get retro pay, which will be $7,000 each, or we can go to fight and then they'll give you your job back. And I'm like, if they give us our job back, they're going to retaliate against us. No, that's illegal. And I was like, oh, come on. So we won the fight, but it really means they were able to fire us to stop us from forming a union.
So what would be a better example of expanding? Sorry, Seamus.
No. I just want to make the point. I haven't seen the stats on wage theft causing more in losses than all other forms of theft combined. I'll just have to take your word for that, and I'm willing to grant that for the sake of this discussion.
True.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm willing to grant it if that is the case, and at the very least, for the sake of argument. I certainly don't agree in involuntarily democratizing all workplaces. That's probably a much longer, interesting economic discussion. Happy to engage in it with you guys too. And I suspect we would all have different views on it. I don't know if you want to go to other issues or if you want to talk about that. I would like to talk about that.
Budweiser.
Yeah. You're going to move to Bud? I do want to talk about LGBTQ+.
We got to do it.
So here I'm here.
And Budweiser opens that door. Ladies and gentlemen, the Anheuser-Busch CEO has finally disavowed the Dylan Mulvaney ad. In private to investors, though he's not made a public statement, sales are down 26%. They're going to be giving out free cases of beer to distributors, and they've vowed to spend millions of dollars in marketing. But the boycott is particularly effective, I would say. And there's
good job. Good job. Finally, somebody outside the woke mob can organize and create and change culture. I told you guys, we needed to do it. We did it. And it's so easy. I was never going to drink Bud Light in the first place. Jeff says, liberty is the ability to do what you want with your property, live by your conscience, and find equal application of the law. Does liberty really exist in the U.S.? Of course not. Of course not. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to at least save what vestiges of actual liberty that there are. Just because they've eroded our liberties and rights doesn't mean we should just give them up, right? Harley says, yes, wage theft is a huge problem, but we don't want to talk about that. I'm down to talk about that, but I don't feel like, what is there to talk about? You know, it's bosses can just do what they want to do, and people don't either don't have the personality to stand up for themselves, or they're in a position where the boss is that much of a dick that, you know, if you were to come to them, then you'd be in a situation like Tim and all that. But yeah, I mean, like, is that what we should do? There we go. Keep it going, guys. Keep it going.
There's videos now coming out of people at sporting events where the Bud Light is just behind the counter, totally full, and everyone's buying other brands. So did Ian and Seamus both just leave at the same time?
Yeah, I don't know where they went, but they ran just for both leave.
So let's jump into this. What are your thoughts on the Budweiser thing?
My thoughts are,
before he goes there, Virgil said, who do you think was the best looking president? I have no idea. I have never thought about that ever in my life. I would definitely have to take some time to sit and think about that. Anybody, women especially, got any best looking presidents?
keep going. You're doing awesome. All of you. I mean this. To every single person protesting Bud Light, fuck yes. I am so here for this. It's fucking amazing.
Even the lefty wants it.
But Budweiser sucks. Anheuser-Busch sucks. It's a massive multinational corporation.
They're super anti-LGBTQ+, so it's been beautiful to see. I love it. Oh, they donate so much to right-wing Republicans who push anti-LGBTQ laws, so Anheuser-Busch getting taken down. Oh, man. I'm so here for it. Keep going.
Me too. Absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, as long as we can agree on something. All it says, bosses can't do whatever they want. They do it because people don't educate themselves on their rights, and they know this. That's why nobody says anything. Yeah, I mean, I told you guys about the how in my company that I was the first. You know, I'm a dog trainer, and it's a small company. I was the first trainer in New Jersey to be part of the company. They were in New York, came over to Jersey. I was the first trainer, and I was told that they're going to be scaling up, and there's going to be a training center, and I'm going to be the head trainer, and all. Got to get that pretty face in focus, and I was gonna be the head trainer and make all this money and do all this stuff, and of course none of that ever happened. I didn't know that at the time, and so for the first 2 years that I worked for this company, I busted my ass trying to get that. Then, knowing that I'd paid my dues, when it came to time to ask for my raise, which I deserved, he was just like, nah. So I was like, all right, then, call it quiet quitting or call it whatever you want, but I'm not working hard for you anymore. What else we got? Jimmy likes Reagan. Okay. Maybe JFK. Yeah, JKF. JFK would probably be, objectively probably be up there just because he's youngest, right? Rigel says Bush too. Okay. All right. Most symmetrical face. Fair enough. Harley says, I fell prey to wage theft and won a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. Hey, girl. Hey, girl. You can do something about it. Don't let anybody make you think otherwise. Love that, Harley. Congratulations. You deserve every cent of it. MJ, we're going to skip that for now just because we have so much here, but we can definitely take a look at that. In the after party, that is right, the party never ends. As soon as this is over, we are heading over to Discord, which is free to join. There's a link in the description. If one of the mods could drop another link in the chat as well. As soon as we go over there, we don't have to worry about any YouTube guidelines, anything like that. And it's not just me talking and you listening. We'll be all in the voice video chat together. And we can have a conversation. Oh, we got Chester in the building. Welcome to the party. Our resident Australian. It's been a while. Glad to see you, brother. Welcome. We said Lance's wage theft argument has been debunked by Actual Justice Warrior over and over again. Lance doesn't know what he's talking about. Really? I thought, like debunked it in the sense that it's not the highest form of theft, or just that it's not that big of a deal. I haven't been catching as much Actual Justice Warrior lately as I would like to, just because there's so much stuff coming out. I'm trying to find all the stuff to bring to you guys. It's a lot of work to bring you guys videos every day. So at least just hit the like button. Come on. And yeah, we got the link to the Discord right there. Welcome back, Chester. MJ says Franklin Pierce in the portraits has a presidential face. Fair enough. Gerald Ford was okay, but no hair. Hey, all you got to do is act like one. Haven't seen you ask anybody to like the video or subscribe or drop a link or tell anybody to drop join the Discord. If you want to be a mod, act like a mod.
Really? Yeah. They think that they can pay off Republicans, they can hire GOP aides, right, and that is going to be satisfactory for their customers who are upset with them as a brand. So clearly what we can see, where I think we agree, is that Anheuser-Busch is a faceless corporation with no real values that is willing to spit in the faces of the little guy if it earns them a profit. They're a trash company and nobody should buy their products. The left and the right both agree. Here. Unity for once. I hope they fail.
Same thing with Disney. Keep going after Disney. I'm
Absolutely.
for it. Take Disney down. I'm all for the right wing taking on Disney, all for the right wing taking on Anheuser-Busch. Yes, of course. These are terrible fucking corporations. I'm all here for it.
I can get behind that.
By the way, the Daily Mail is like the #1 source on the show, right? Like every single time you pulled it up. Because that same site that you showed me, All Sides Media Bias, it has the Daily Mail on right wing. And I know that you yourself, when you pulled it up,
fantastic. The Daily Mail.
But if you use them as a primary source, you understand why I'd say that. Like,
we don't. So what is the what's the highest form of theft? And we're specifically talking about the U.S. So maybe not in Australia, but I'm pretty sure, as Harley was saying, it is true. At least in the U.S. Unless you have other information, I'm always down to be wrong.
Don't use them as a primary source. Okay. What happens is when we pull up stories.
What about?
I'll go to like CNN, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Fox News, ABC.
Well, that's what they're talking about, wage theft. So if you're working overtime and you don't get paid for it, technically they are stealing your time, but you're supposed to be getting money for that time. So that's exactly what they're talking about. I mean, there's other ways too, but that's a big part of it.
Mm-hmm. And they'll each have like 300 words. And then you go to the Daily Mail after doing a search on key elements of the story, and the Daily Mail will have like 7 different versions of all breaking down different components. Okay. Like if you scroll down the Daily Mail, they often do these special sections where they have entirely different stories within the story, providing more context. Like for instance, this story.
This is actually an important point that he's making, because Lance calls him out for using the Daily Mail. And he's like, well, I could use CNN, ABC, this, that, but the Daily Mail has it all. So is it my bias or is it yours? Projection. Melted Mind says, oh, Tim's main source is probably his own news story. Yeah, it is now. Because he can trust it. But this is an important point that he's making. And if the information is there, if the information is correct, it's news. What's the issue?
From the Daily Mail not only talks about the current story with the CEO, but it even goes all the way into all of the context, going back to the commercial that was released, the sale drop at 6% in the first week, to the video. It like covers literally every, even as a photo of the VP and her husband, how in depth this story is. So it's like, if I'm going to pull up a single article, I can pull up 5 ABC, CBS, New York Times, or I can just pull up this one that has seemingly everything in it, including Kid Rock, including John Rich, including Bud Light being poured into a dumpster.
Yeah,
so
it's
a massive aggregator.
Yeah.
But
I want you to keep in mind that is an argument that Lance accepted, that it's an aggregate. And he said, yeah.
Oh, honestly, I have no problem with y'all going after fucking Bud Light. Have a time, go nuts. I have a really big problem with what I feel on this show is a lot of anti-trans hysteria and fear-mongering that takes place.
You want to open that book?
I have that book at home. We can talk about that in a second.
We already know. We already know what book he's talking about. Put it in the chat if you know what book he was just asked. And not surprised that he has it at home.
And I'm totally comfortable talking about that book. I've read it.
Should it be in schools?
I want to talk to you about the trans issue, though, because
notice how he just completely washed over it. Opa's got it. Genderqueer. They have it there because people will say, "Oh, that's not a thing. They don't have it in schools." They do. Genderqueer. Just the Tip. These Big Nuts. Nick and Andrew. The Bluest Eye. The Gay BCs. Those are all books that are sexually charged and explicitly sexually charged, that have been found in either just the libraries of elementary schools, or specifically put in the curriculum. In the curriculum. He's like, oh no, I have that book. I've read it many times. What a loser.
Right. And that's why I ask about the book.
Okay,
it opens the door.
We can get to the books and the schools, the curriculums, and everything that Florida's taken away.
But that's the whole thing, dude. That's the whole thing. We can get to no, that is the thing. Yup. It is funny, but it's real. It's real. So my information comes from actual Justice Warriors video on the matter. So I guess I that could also be wrong. But I definitely trust AJW if that is what he's saying. Maybe again we can check that out in the after party. I'm always down to be wrong. I just need the proper information.
You profess to be kind of like fact-based, science-based, right?
Yeah.
Like you pull up. I've noticed you want to pull up stats and figures and stuff like that.
Of course.
Why is it that?
But at the same time, we understand that the story of life is not told in numbers. Something that seems to have eluded you.
You push propaganda when it comes to trans people.
Like what?
That is so far beyond the pale.
Like what?
Okay, let's start with gender-affirming care.
Mm-hmm.
Gender-affirming care, you're very, very against. I've heard you call it mutilation.
I don't call it mutilation. I've never said that.
That's what you say on your show.
I do.
No, I don't.
I don't know if he does. I call it mutilating children.
I call it child sex change.
When you were talking about Dwayne Wade moving his family,
someone in the crowd said, "Why are you mutilating your son?" That was a quote from someone else. I didn't say that. I call it.
But then you made.
And I've explicitly said I don't take the right agitator approach of calling it mutilation because that's not effective in having a conversation. I will plainly call it a child sex change as what it is. I'm not going to call it gender affirming or mutilation because I don't think those things accurately explain what it is.
Okay, so when it comes to gender affirming care. 0 to about 10.
Are you talking about child sex change?
No, I'm talking about gender affirming care. 0 to about 10 years old.
You got to define.
The answer is yes.
Can you help Harley out there so we don't have to stop the show?
Yes.
You got to define it, okay? Because if you're talking about something different, tell us what you're talking about.
All right, so if someone is trans and they're young and until they're about 10 years old before they go through puberty, gender affirming care would be in the form of you using different pronouns, preferred pronouns, and allowing them to dress differently.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Do you have a problem with that? Does anyone here?
Yes, I do.
I don't.
Okay, so both of you don't.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay, so do you accept that there is no surgery being performed on children at that age, from 0 to about 10? There's nothing, there's no hormone blockers, there's no puberty blockers.
There is hormone blockers. I don't think surgery is happening on kids under 12.
So hormone blockers aren't given to children until they go through puberty.
That's not true.
All right, so I guess Chester, you're not gonna help me out here. So AJW stands for Actual Justice Warrior. He is a YouTuber who focuses on criminal what's the word? Like criminal justice. Brain fart. Yeah. No, there you go. Yeah. Got all of that. Oh, they debated. I didn't know that. We might have to check that out. Actually, I think I do remember that. I gotta look that up. Oh man. But yeah, definitely a good person to follow. And I agree with Chester that he is very honest. He's always lists his sources. So there's definitely something there. Maybe we're misunderstanding exactly what it is, but AJW said it. I'm willing to listen to it.
We actually pulled this up with Destiny. He actually called me out. I was wrong about a stat.
Okay.
What we found was 47,000 cross-sex hormones. I think it was something like 17,000 puberty blockers and like 2,000 double mastectomies.
Nick, you are so sweet. I love how easy it is to respect the people who follow me because they are willing to have a civil conversation. They have reasons for their views that aren't following the vocal left. And it's not everybody who comes around here who is a conservative or a Republican, a Trump fan, or anything like that. We are just here to be honest and to be real and to fix the bridge that once actually existed between people of different opinions. It used to exist, and it doesn't anymore. But I am certain that if I get in the right in the right position and enough people hear me, I will fix that bridge. Take it to the bank. Clip it. Take it to the bank. I'm going to fix discourse in this country
for girls after the age of 13 or whatever. But
so that doesn't apply to anything I just said.
Puberty blockers were preteen.
Yep.
Puberty blockers.
Yes, puberty blockers.
They have because they have to give them the puberty blockers before puberty starts.
Yes, of course.
Right.
So you
just asked him.
So you
just asked him. You agree that that's not happening, and then he said it's happening, and he said, yeah, of course.
Just reaffirming what I just said. From 0 to 10 till you're about to go through puberty, gender affirming care only comes in the form of using different pronouns, using different names, allowing them to dress differently, and that's it. And you don't have a problem with that.
Wait, Lupron too?
Okay, so we'll get to Lupron, but up to that point, you don't have a problem with any of this yet, right?
I'm saying,
and you agree that there is no surgery being performed on children at that age. 0 to 10.
Let me just start from the beginning so I can make sure I'm getting what you're saying right.
Yeah.
I don't care if parents call their kids names or whatever. I care about medical or surgical intervention.
Okay, so that doesn't happen until about the age of about 16. That's the average age for.
But you're wrong. Okay, like and look, we had Destiny on the show. We went into great detail about it. There are girls who are 13 who are getting this done, and there was a study. Actually, it was Canadian, I believe. 12 to 17, they had several hundred surgeries performed.
Okay, so again, I said the average age, but if you want to say that there are people who get this at 12, that could be the case.
That is the point.
Let's start with puberty blockers, Tim.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start with the people that we actually care about doing this. You just went around the room, and Seamus is the only person who cares about pronouns. Fine, let him care about pronouns. The rest of us all agree that we don't really give a shit if you want to call yourself Sally if your name is Sam. Do you? You want to wear a dress and you got a dick, as long as it's covered up, who cares? We are talking about children. If we're not talking about the children, then we don't care. It's not about the trans. It's about the children. This is what they didn't. This is what they don't understand. Yes, we got past that already, unfortunately. But definitely, I mean, I guess you know it well. MJ brought up this article of asking if that's where he was reading. The quote is: "The financial impact on workers in the U.S. cannot be understated. Some estimates pull around $15 billion annually in wage theft. I can speak. I know words. Thank you, MJ.
Lupron. You both have a big problem with Lupron?
I don't know a lot about it, but I consider it a medical treatment.
Okay. Yeah, we shouldn't be giving Lupron to kids.
So you don't think you should give Lupron to kids? Why don't you want Lupron being given to trans kids?
Why do you want any kind of medication like that being given to kids? Don't.
because it's a puberty blocker that inhibits the natural function and development of their body. And more importantly, I think my view is built upon what we've seen out of Europe already, right? So earlier on, maybe a few years ago, I was more agnostic on the issue until Sweden, Denmark, Finland abandoned this, and the Tavistock Center got shut down. And the data they released said this actually caused more harm than good. And then I was like, well, okay, hey, how about that? And for some reason, the United States, they're still hell bent on moving forward with what we can already see from, better countries with better healthcare systems saying no to this, right?
Okay, so I can address those individually because I have the explanation as to why that happened. When it comes to Lupron, 0 to 10 is about the age where gender affirming care only comes in the form of different names, pronouns, stuff like that. We can all agree that's completely fine.
We can't.
We know that. I mean, just the fact that Jazz Jennings exists, and they're going to talk about Jazz Jennings, but like we know that this is a thing. You can only think it's not a thing if you live in an echo chamber, which we know he does. And this is where I saw lots of points that Lance couldn't have overcome without deflecting. That was not employed by Tim or Tim's cast. I mean, I feel like that's been happening the whole time. So, Jimmy said, what about only partially covered, as in the Ken bulge? I would say you have to be a Giga Chad. If you are a 9 or 10, let that bulge fly. She says you would see it as a natural development, but a trans kid would see it as completely unnatural. Rebuttal? You are correct, sir. That's Tim's biggest argument for saying why Dylan Mulvaney isn't a real trans person, because Dylan had that song about normalizing the bulge. And the whole idea behind gender dysphoria is that you are ashamed of, maybe not necessarily ashamed, but you certainly don't want to draw attention to your bits because it's causing you that dysphoria. And so I'm sure you guys have seen it if you've been watching my videos, but where he's literally in like a white top and like leather bottoms. It's like, normalize the bulge. Like, bro. Definitely agree with Chester. There is no such thing as a trans kid. Only a kid who has bad parents. I'm just going to pay attention to where suddenly anecdotal stories will become important again. Exactly.
I disagree. You three can agree, but I don't.
Fine. Okay, fine. But it's their show, so I just want to concentrate on
my position is more just like, I don't know, man, like social therapy stuff. They say that after puberty, desistance rates are between 65 and like 92%.
Okay, so that's completely false. I'll get to that. We have to do this.
Come on, bro.
We have to do this piece by piece first. Okay.
Oh, I'm not smart enough to do it any other way.
Let's get through Lupron.
Hey, I just proved you wrong. Studies show 10 follow-up studies found desistance of 61 to 98%.
Yeah. Can you click on the Wikipedia article?
Oh, Wikipedia. Okay, now that we got,
you're missing the mic. Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Missing the mic. But
what are the studies? Where are we talking about? I would like to know if you are taking these studies specific. Well, because I have each one of them written down here, and I'm quite curious. Is the Drummond study one of them? Is the Wallen study? Is Stensma, the Swedish study, a part of this? The 2011 study?
Probably.
This is their entire worldview. Well, somebody else said it, so that's it. This guy said it, and he's got letters after his name. So that's right. You're wrong. I'm like, well, no, how about we actually think about this and play this out? Well, you don't have a degree. You source. Stop trying to win an argument and listen to how he lit up when he started. Is this study? What about that study? I know all the studies, and therefore that makes me a better person. Fuck off. Chester said Dylan isn't on HRT. He's a trans. I don't know if I can say that. But he is that who's using different language, semantic obfuscation to make it more acceptable and empowering. Completely agree. Just I love how he demands how Tim's show has been run when a minute before he shut down Seamus because it's Tim's show. Leftists, am I right? They said they need to go through puberty first, and only after 18, if not 21, then they can screw up their lives and body if they want to. But they shouldn't expect everyone to think it was a good idea. I'm with the idea that if you're an adult, you should be able to do whatever you want to do. I'm also with the idea of moving the legal age up. In 1965, an 18-year-old was a very different type of person than a 2023 18-year-old. So Jimmy saying it's just once the moon turns and a 7.99-year-old turns 18, their feelings are somehow completely valid. I mean, no, they so let's let Chester answer himself. Their feelings are their feelings. It's still complete nonsense, but we accept that they are an adult and can call themselves whatever they want. Yeah, it absolutely is arbitrary. But that's the point of why we need to pick an age, because there is no age where you magically turn into an adult. The same way that there's no time when you magically turn from a zygote into an embryo to a fetus to your human life. When you have human DNA that is separate from anybody else's DNA, you are a human. That is the only marker that we have in time. That's the beginning of life. Then you have, obviously when you're dying. Other than that, it's just a gradient. So we have to have an arbitrary line. Well, he says gender dysphoria is mainly caused by society's standards on what gender and gender roles are. It's a man-made problem. Or is it a trans man-made problem? Sorry. MJ agrees. Yeah, we were all once a zygote. And many zygotes never got to be people.
Well, I don't know.
Well, we should know. This is incredibly important for what we're talking about.
It's not. This is 2018. This is Gender Dysphoria in Adolescents, Current Perspectives in the National Library of Medicine.
Okay, scroll down to the conclusion of this one. Just
want to get the mic again.
Oh, sorry.
You can carry it around.
Yeah.
Not true.
Move it.
Hold on, wait a minute. That was definitely a thing. I mean, I know it wasn't always a thing, but in the 60s, are you sure about that? We got some older people here. They were still like, I don't know. I'm questioning that. I don't know for sure. I don't have a source, but I don't know. Jenny said, imagine being that 17-year-old being told, hold on, kid, you can be yourself next year. Yep. I was that kid. Not with transitioning. With tattoos. I used to have half-inch gauges in my ear. Wasn't allowed to. And then I was. And now I got all the tattoos I want. I'm just said I was so disappointed they never looked over the disclaimers of the authors. Tim should have said something about, let's look at the biases these authors had. I agree with the sentiment, but that would have taken 5 hours and it would not have convinced him of anything. That's just me. Like that would just sound, especially to his audience, the Serfs audience, that would just sound like Tim Pool coping. Guess what? Yep, exactly.
You got to get used to this.
Yeah, dog.
I know. Scroll down to the conclusion of the study.
Yeah, don't worry about the details. Just go to what they tell you to think.
I want to at least skim some of the what the numbers and reference are to, like the reference.
While you're skimming, when I think of a little kid being
outcomes,
like a little boy being like
disorders.
I'm a girl. The parent, I would hope that the parent would be like, you can pretend to be whatever you want. You can be an actor. You can play a girl. Mm-hmm. But I get afraid when a mom's like, he said he's a girl. That means he's trans.
Right. So for this, it's not a process. It doesn't exist in which someone can say, hey, I'm a boy, I'm a girl. And then they go into a doctor's office and like, well, take some Lupron. It's you do years and years of consultation between a doctor.
You sure about that, pal? See what happens when I don't have my button? I don't know why. The button just stops working. I have a play and pause button, and it just makes it all smooth, and then it stops working anyway. I don't even remember what I was going to say. Thank you, HyperX Ingenuity. I need to get a new mouse, guys.
And between like a therapist and between the patient itself.
I'm just going to read this.
Sure, of course.
Adolescence is a crucial time for identity and psychosexual development in young people with gender identity concerns. The outcomes of GDC have been discussed in terms of its persistence and desistance. For most children with GDC, whether GD will persist or desist will probably be determined between the ages of 10 and 13 years, although some may need more time. Evidence from the 10 available prospective follow-up studies from childhood to adolescence, reviewed in the study by Ristori and Steensma, indicate that for around
it is Steensma. I was right. I asked if this was Steensma. Okay.
Oh, I was right. What a loser. I was right. Oh, I was right. That was a joke, obviously. Harley says you're right. It was the 1940s technically, but it didn't really pick up social popularity until later. For a long time, you were considered, treated, and acted like an adult. See, now we all got the right information thanks to Harley Rose, our resident fact checker. Oh, MJ with the $2 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He just perked up because he knew you were thinking about him. You're gonna have to dance for this one, buddy. Come on, dance. Good boy. Come on. You're not that old. There you go. Good boy. Thank you so much, MJ. We both definitely appreciate that. I need a snack for sure, but I'll do that after. Thank you so much.
I can answer this.
80% of children who meet the criteria for GDC. Right. But you said 2011.
Oh, so there's multiple Steensma studies. They've actually built upon each other. And the problem with the Steensma study, unfortunately, is that they actually categorized people who were not trans in that study. They didn't compare people who were trans to people who were trans and then detransitioned. They compared people in the general population.
What's your source? What's your source for that?
The actual author of the study has come out since and said that. What can
I pull up to confirm that? Okay. Because look, I pulled up a study that said a thing. You've made a counterclaim. I will pull it up.
No, absolutely.
So, you know how we make fun of people who are like, well, what's your source for that? What have I always said is that if you have a source that says something, then you're justified to say, well, where's your source on that? Because I have this source that says this. If you don't have a source and they don't have a source, then that's not the kind of conversation you're having. I don't think people understand that. Like, and now he doesn't have the study because he doesn't have any thoughts of his own.
Yeah.
Okay, so go to...
Because I don't know who Steensma is.
Okay, so, well, Steensma, and the problem, I'll say one more thing because I had this written down. 45.3% of the people did not reapply for treatment. They counted that as people who were detransitioning, when they weren't, in fact, doing that.
Wait, so can you...
excuse me, if you are going through a transition and then you stop the transition, then you are no longer in transition. You were previously in transition, and now you are no longer in transition. So at least we would call it, what, an arrested trans person? Does that make you feel better? These are people who made the decision to transition and now no longer want to transition. You are being pedantic because you have no real points.
Wait, can I ask you something? Can I ask you a quick question?
Okay, so he asked for the source. Let's do things in order.
I'm going to respond to what you just said. I need to respond to what you just said right now.
That last point is kind of important to respond to.
Okay.
We're literally talking about desistance.
Right.
If they're including people who desisted, you'd have to get the number of those who desisted.
They included people who did not reapply for treatment. They counted that as someone who was desisting. That's just someone who didn't show up again.
That's literal desistance.
No, it's not. That's literal desistance. Not whatsoever, Tim. That is someone who has decided they just don't want to go talk to that doctor or experience things with that doctor. They could have gone.
Or detransitioning, or what is the other word that they're using? I guess they have another word for this, but come on.
Gone off to a different doctor, they could have done something else, but that is not someone who has verifiably said, I was trans, I'm no longer trans. So, that's just people who did not show up.
Your thing.
Okay, so go to transadvocate.com/
I'm not going to, I need a study or something, not an advocacy website.
Okay,
he went to transadvocate.com and thought that was a real source. I was joking when I said he went to imright.com, but he not literally, but basically virtually did. Jimmy Dean says trans is a spectrum, so anywhere in between is still considered trans. Fair enough. If that's, they say that. So yeah, MJ's got a study here. If you want to check that out, we'll definitely be checking that in the after show. Make sure you are in Discord if you want to see the study. I mean, you can click on it, but I'm not talking about it right now until we get to Discord. Party!
Pulled up a scientific study for you. I'm not pulling up a nonprofit.
Good job. So this is an interview with the person who did the study in this article.
I have pulled up a scientific study for you.
And the person who did, and I'm challenging you with the person who did the fucking study.
Okay, but even if they did the study, then regardless of what they say, the study is still what matters because people can say whatever the fuck they want. Dr. Melmo's got to run. Thank you so much for coming through. Very much appreciate you being here. And hope to see you again, brother. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and you have a fantastic night. just said part of the serf's obvious narcissism is his need to control the conversation and do things in order. Dude had serious issues. Yeah, I think I think that it's partly that, but it's also like this is just the way that they talk. They don't have conversations. They just compare, this guy said this, so this guy said that guy said that guy said that. Okay, we're gonna go with that guy. We all believe that guy. They don't have conversations. They just compare sources. That's it.
And you're telling me to pull up an advocacy website which is not on par with a scientific study.
But it's featuring the person who did the scientific
Is there
study.
a counter study saying this is not correct?
Okay.
How do you know that transadvocate.com didn't pay them to just say that? How do you know that they actually did say that and transadvocate.com isn't fake news and just made it up? You don't, do you?
If you, yes, an overwhelming amount.
Like,
oh, okay, sure.
Let me pull that up.
Okay. Can you
look? If I pull up the NIH,
sure,
and then you say go to transadvocate.com, you understand why I'm not.
Let's do this. Cool. Cornell University.
I'm not going to Breitbart for my source on dissonance. Okay.
Sounds good. Cornell University did a meta study.
Let me. What is it?
Okay, Cornell University did a meta study on 55 different studies.
Can I pull it?
Yes, all science is comparing studies, but not all of life is explained in the minutia of the numbers that you get from any given study. Tell me a study on how to determine whether or not I love Morty. Oh, all right.
Start looking up Cornell University meta study on detransition. Cornell University did a meta study on 55 different studies on detransitioning. Of those 55, they found 52 of the studies showed that people detransitioned at a rate of less than 4%. And of those people who did it, the reason they detransitioned was social stigma. That's 52 of the 55. The other 3 of those 55, they didn't show a net negative effect. There was not a single study of the 55 that Cornell University looked at that showed detransitioning or gender affirming care being a bad thing for trans people. If anything, it was a net positive.
Jeff, did you say you saw this already or not yet? Because if you didn't, this is going to become painfully relevant. Oh.
This is a meta study of a whole bunch of studies. I have another meta study.
So wait, but hold on.
But I'm trying to pull up a scientific study to confirm what you're saying.
Yeah, I also just want to ask a question about this too.
Sure.
So you're mentioning that this is a meta-analysis of studies on people who have detransitioned, but by definition, right, this is taking into account people who went through puberty blockers, hormone replacement therapy, physical surgeries.
Sure, for each study it was different things. In some of the studies, it was people who were going through puberty blockers. Some had hormone therapy, but a lot of them in one form or another had received gender affirming care. They were trans when the study first tried to identify these people, and then it looked at them years later.
And how is this sample collected? Because almost every single issue or almost every single study I've seen from trans advocates on this issue use a convenience sample rather than doing some kind of controlled randomized test for the treatment.
So this is a meta study of a whole bunch of other studies.
Okay.
So you would have to go between each study, because at the end of the day, I don't want to fall in this trap that me and Tim were about to do, where each of us starts saying like, well, I have a study. Well, you have a study. Well, I have a study. We could do this all day. So we should look.
So just have a conversation. Just have a conversation. Leave the studies out of it and talk about the morality and principles of what these issues mean to you. How hard is that? How hard is that? Janine says, since when does asking people how they feel count as science? I thought science was math and shit. No, science is the process that we use to understand the world that we live in. And Chester is right that science is attempting to prove studies wrong, but it's the process by which we do that. So there is no scientific way to determine from where you are whether I love Morty or not. So is it unreasonable for us to have a discussion that involves whether or not I love Morty, even because you can't measure that? Or is it just reasonable to accept that I have no reason to lie about loving my 12, almost 13-year-old dog? We don't need science for that. That's all.
look at metadata, right? We should look at compromising data that looks over a whole bunch of studies. A second metadata study that I want you to look at, regret after gender affirming surgery, a systematic review and meta-analysis of prevalence. This went to Canada, the Netherlands, Belgium, UK, Italy, USA, Brazil, Sweden, Singapore, Germany, Norway, Ireland, Serbia, and an interview between 27 studies, 7,928 trans patients. It showed a less than 1% regret rate.
So first of all, now you're talking about 1% of people who are regretting something. Okay, that's a lot of people. That's 700 people. Almost 800 people that you just, And secondly, you're not smart because you memorized what somebody else's work. That's not what intelligence is. It's fucking pathetic, man. It's pathetic. Your feelings aren't science. Absolutely they are. Absolutely they are. You could if I said from there, you couldn't measure it, but you could absolutely measure my brainwaves to see if if I reacted the same to, my family or and my and see that. That's measurable. I just said from there, you can't measure it. Your feelings absolutely are science. I guess Chester disagrees, but what you feel has a basis in reality. It's not made up. It's electrical signals going through your brain and making you feel whatever you feel. That is, that's life.
Also, can I also mention something desistance and degeneration?
I have another meta study.
Okay, I got to address this right now. There is a problem we are facing in that you are saying a lot of things and I can't pull up any sources. At the very least, all I did was Google searched it. I pulled up the 2 studies that were associated with it and said, here's what it says. I have not given you my personal perspective on it. You have now given me your personal view on it.
No, I've given you the studies. These are 2 meta studies. I have a third meta study.
What are the studies? Let me please pull them up. I can't find what you're talking about.
Now you're asking the right questions, Jimmy.
First one is Cornell University. They did a meta study.
What's the name of it?
It's Cornell University's meta study of 72 studies on gender affirming care. 72. Of that, 55 of the studies were directly related to detransitioning.
What meta study on?
So, the idea that we're getting to about these meta analyses, it's, if you're not familiar, it's just where they take a bunch of studies that are on the same thing and compile the conclusions, and a person, an individual with biases, usually they'll try to, be as objective as possible. But of course, nobody can be completely objective. And so each study is the impact of each study in the meta analysis is lessened because it's going through another filter. It's going through somebody else's bias. Whereas the science is sheer numbers. And then what Jimmy is asking about is are they measuring anything, or are they just asking a questionnaire, which is technically still measuring what people say, but it's not a measurement in the same way that you can measure the volume of liquid or the length of this dick. Chester says, sure, but there's a difference between subjective feelings and objective brainwave activity. You sure about that? I assume that's the distinction you're trying to make. Yes. I mean, we obviously can get pedantic, but we're just talking about the truth. We're talking about what is real, what is reality, what is going. We're trying to agree upon a reality to discuss that reality. And you don't need, 72 studies, metadata, and 55. You don't need that to be able to have a conversation. It's interesting to have that information, of course. It's important to have that information. But the fact is that you are not a scholar, or if you are not a scholar, then all you're doing is appealing to somebody else's authority. I'm just trying to find that on Google Scholar. Haven't found it yet. We found the Cornell one. Jimmy says, measuring your dopamine levels when shown a picture of your dog is science. Asking if you love your dog or not is not science. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Is that science doesn't tell the story. You can measure those things, which you could come to the conclusion of whether I love my dog or not based on the dopamine levels. But again, that's my point, is that no study will be able to tell you whether or not I love my dog. So if we want to have a conversation that involves that fact that I do love my dog, then you just either have to accept that I'm having a good faith conversation with you, or you're not. Just said, so it doesn't seem like the Cornell University meta-analysis has been printed in a journal. So Harley's got an Oxford study. Okay.
I just want to flag that
What's the title? What's the
desistance and
title of the thing I can
detransitioning
look
are
up?
two different things.
Right.
Well.
What?
Look up
Cornell University.
Cornell University. What does scholarly research say about the effect of gender transition or on gender trans well-being?
He's going to say it again.
Oh, here we go. I found it.
Nice. And the third one, the third meta study that I want to bring up is a U.S. study. It's a 2015 U.S. transgender study.
But this isn't a scientific research paper that's peer reviewed.
No, this is a meta-analysis of scientifically researched papers.
Did you that's from what we know inequality.
But hold on, like, do we have a standard on why should we should accept?
If you want to know their methodology, there's a click here to view the methodology thing. You can find that out for yourself. Right?
I would bet, I don't know, something important that he has not clicked on the methodology, and he doesn't know how many participants. I bet you he doesn't know the methods. I bet you doesn't know what they were measuring. I bet you doesn't know any of that, because all he does is just repeat. Is this all right? Well, let me know if it's something that's super relevant, because we're gonna all that stuff that you guys are pulling up. We're gonna check that in the after show, just because we still have a lot to get through here. We're already after 3 hours.
Right there.
But this is not a peer-reviewed scientific paper.
This is a meta-analysis, Tim.
Okay, so
peer-reviewed scientific papers.
I rejected it.
Okay, so if you want to check that out,
bro, next thing you're gonna do, you're gonna tell me ivermectin is some cure because of a meta-analysis.
This has nothing to do with it.
No, bro.
This has nothing to do with ivermectin.
You can't come to me when everyone tries screaming about ivermectin because of a meta-analysis that I reject and say I don't think it works,
you can go,
and then have someone from the left come to me and now claim meta-analysis is effective. No, the point is this. I said, give me a study, and you cannot do it.
I am on my way to give you a third meta study. A combination of studies.
These are studies.
No, if we go study to study back and forth, Tim, this is going to take fucking forever.
He's just asking for one. He's just asking for one. The reason that he wants an actual study is to be able to look at the actual study and pick apart why it came to a conclusion that doesn't make sense. Either there's something miraculous in there, or it's a bullshit study.
So let's give me one study. One. I'm giving you two. Give me one.
This is embarrassing.
I've got like
embarrassing. You can't give me one study.
It's embarrassing for you, homie.
Okay. I'm giving you two. And I didn't even make an assertment. I Googled it and pulled up what I found.
You want individual studies instead of meta-analysis, which is ridiculous, but sure, here's individual studies. The mental health outcomes in transgender...
Why is it ridiculous? I bet you if you asked him why it was ridiculous, he'd be like, well, but because this is more. That's all he would say. That's all he would say.
Non-binary youth receiving gender-affirming care from February 25th, 2022. This shows
let me type it in and pull it up.
Yeah, but I can explain to him while you're...
I love how he feels like he has to read quickly, as if that makes you smarter. Like, just read it. Are you trying to give the information, or are you trying to show everybody that you have the information? Because if you're trying to give the information to other people, then just rattling it off doesn't do anything but make you look like a smug piece of shit. Jimmy said, I think the issue with this guy is that he automatically thinks meta means better study. Probably. Harley said, meta-analyses is a quantitative, formal epidemiological study used to systematically assess the results of previous research to derive conclusions about that body of research. Typically, but not necessarily, the study is based on randomized controlled clinical trials. Yeah, but those are the individual studies. Remember how much we talk about how our institutions have been taken over by woke ideology. If the studies that are being analyzed are, number one, already tainted with ideology, and then we have another filter of the person doing the meta analyses having their bias, then it's just not science anymore. I mean, it is, but not really. Harley's got to go. Thank you so much for hanging out. Much appreciated. Our resident fact checker, Harley Rose. Thank you. You have a fantastic night. Just said Lance knows nothing. He has no education. He used to be a conservative, for Christ's sake. Wow, I didn't know that. And look where he is now. He just follows trends.
Stupid.
He thinks meta studies are studies done by Facebook. Good one. I'm just saying, but this isn't a peer-reviewed journal. Cornell appears to have self-published. Cornell appears to have self-published on their website. That is exactly why it is not the same thing as an individual study. Precisely why. Opus says science has never been steered by ideology.
Doing your own research.
Kids who receive puberty blockers and
mental health outcomes in transgender and non-binary youth receiving gender-affirming care, February 25th, 2022, peer-reviewed study.
Am I smart now?
The findings: kids who receive puberty blockers and hormone therapy had 60% lower odds of moderate or severe depression and 73% lower odds of suicidality. Here's another individual study for you.
Hold on. That nothing to do with desistance.
Do you want to go back to desistance studies?
That's what I was asking you about.
The whole time.
I Google search desistance. Wikipedia has two studies that say it's 61 to 98%. You said that's wrong. I said, what's your source? You didn't give me one.
I did on the spot.
You gave me a meta-analysis.
We're on camera, so
that is not peer-reviewed. It's not a peer-reviewed
meta-analysis. If you want to go back and forth, Tim, on single studies, like I said, this can take forever. So do
you not have a single study?
I've named you tons of studies.
No. You've given me a meta-analysis, not a.
So real quick, just so anybody who didn't know knows, I gave out a bunch of moderating wrenches in the beginning, and then I realized that was not a great idea, so I just took them away from everybody. And I said, if you want to be a mod, act like a mod, and you will get a wrench.
A single study.
A meta-analysis combines other studies. Do you understand how that works?
Take it easy, Jimmy. Thank you for stopping by. You have a fantastic night. Yeah, MJ's self-published doesn't hold the same weight as a peer-reviewed journal. Exactly.
So of that, the 55 studies that it looks, of the 55 studies that
72 studies that have drawn a conclusion, and then someone looked at them and made a different. You're saying that out of 72 studies that found a conclusion,
no, 55. It looked at 72. 55 talked about detransitioning.
It was a hypothetical number.
51.
You're looking at a bunch of studies that have come to conclusions,
of course,
that are peer-reviewed, and you're saying, but someone analyzed those.
Cornell University did.
Who from Cornell?
Click here to view our methodology, and you can learn about their methodology. You just rejected it outright when you saw it. You were like,
it's not a study. It's not a study.
It's a meta-analysis of studies. These are different things. I'm explaining that to you.
The problem is these studies have their own conclusions you're ignoring.
They combine their conclusions to reach their findings.
Let me explain for those that want to understand what I'm trying to say. During COVID, there were a whole bunch of studies done, individual studies, peer-reviewed, that found ivermectin did not work. Mm-hmm. The right kept bringing up meta-analyses that said, actually, it does. I said, and I said this to Joe Rogan, I reject that. Show me the actual study. I do not believe this is correct. I will not afford you some benefit to come in and make the same argument to me. If you do not have a study that is peer-reviewed and cited, then I'm not going to entertain your opinions.
So when I bring up the Cornell University study, that's
not a study, it's a meta-analysis.
Yeah, of 55 peer-reviewed studies, whose conclusion of 52 came to the fact that there is a less than 4% detransition rate. If you go to r/science, Tim, you can find out. No.
Come on. I asked you for, you're pulling up Reddit when I'm
I'm pulling up Reddit because
we got Dr. Evil Genius. We got Dr. Evil Genius in the building. Welcome to the party. JH is hyped for some UFC tomorrow. Yes, Dr. Evil Genius is an awesome YouTuber. Definitely check out the Talking Shit podcast, where they give you the cold truth and the cold truth and hot takes and the cold truth. There you go. Welcome to the party, brother. Welcome. Isn't that what evil geniuses do? Lurk? Maybe.
Cecilia, I believe her last name is pronounced Dejen, explains and downplays why you're wrong about that 80 to 85%, because she's the one who actually did that study. She's the one who did the study you cited. So she explains why it's being misused.
Why does she explain why it's being misused? Why does she say that? I'm listening, but why? What are you doing? Morty's getting into something. What are you doing? I have treats right here. Where are you?
not true.
I can say this. There are arguments about what is true all day, every day. There's arguments that M theory is wrong and that science is unwilling to give up because too many scientists have dedicated their lives to it. So they argue that M theory is the theory, while others are coming up with like E8 Lie group theory or whatever. I totally understand that people will decide what they think is true or not.
Thank you, brother.
Hence, I have a bottom line standard. If the right comes at me and says, ivermectin meta-analyses prove it works, I say, don't know, don't care. We have rejected the concept of someone analyzing a collection of studies and making a determination. What our standard is, or at the very least where I'm at is, if we're going to have any basic agreement on what is or isn't, there has to be a unified standard there, which is a peer-reviewed study, which is not absolute. If I have 2 peer-reviewed studies and the establishment narrative, when I search for it, says 61 to 98%, I will not accept your meta-analysis opinion the same as I wouldn't for someone who believes ivermectin works, because your argument is founded upon the same basis as theirs.
Okay, so first off, the meta-analysis of ivermectin actually showed that it wasn't effective at preventing or treating COVID-19. That was the actual meta-analysis on ivermectin. So it actually would back up your own claims. Secondly, you and me can look at individual studies and it can take a very long time, but we should look at regret after gender affirming surgery, a systematic review and meta-analysis of prevalence, which looks at, again, 27 studies and interviews 7,928 trans people across the world. And again, in places like Italy, USA, Brazil, you name it, that meta-analysis also found a less than 1% regret rate. You have to be able to combine multiple studies because this is something that has been so thoroughly investigated globally for so long that to ignore the science and data on this is to flagrantly.
Well, there's not been a single large-scale randomized clinical trial for puberty blockers to treat gender dysphoria. There's not been one.
Not
you
one.
all are very against Lupron, right?
Well, I don't know much about it.
I know. I just very against is pretty strong.
Okay.
Well, no, not again. It's not again. It's not in the same way. It's not about the trans people. It's not about the Lupron. It's about the children. We don't want to give it to children. If you're going to chemically castrate a pedo, go for it. I'm all for Lupron. Just don't give it to children. That's it. That is it. I mean, this guy is, but again, it's important that we, like, again, he has influence. He has influence. And he's going to continue to have influence unless we expose him for who he really is.
Okay.
I'm typically like, we shouldn't give.
I'm saying there hasn't been one large-scale randomized clinical trial for these treatments.
Like Lupron for when children go through like the early onset puberty, and it's like an actual medical issue. Like,
yes, of course.
That's why saying very against something is like, well, what we're talking about is, are we going to a kid who are we dealing with an actual case of, say, endocrine disruption caused by phthalates in PCBs, or are we dealing with a kid who's just playing with dolls and the parents are incorrect, right?
Dumb people can vote too. I don't know about Australia, but dumb people get a vote in America too. They also get a vote on the culture and what is acceptable and what is not. So it's pretty influential.
And in that case, you would have a long process where they would have to do interviews with, again, professionals who would determine whether or not it's appropriate. And people who go on puberty blockers, I want to add this, it's for a limited amount of time. They want to do it only to be able to hold that off. No, it isn't. If you speak to the actual doctors on this, you only take it. No, Tim, let me finish the sentence. Come on. You brought me on your show. Let me finish it.
Bro, you have not stopped interrupting him.
You only go on puberty blockers for a short amount of time before you can be put onto HRT. They do not want to keep them on puberty blockers, and that way you avoid a lot of the potential negative side effects.
We had Helena Kirshner on the show, who walked into a Planned Parenthood and within minutes was given the maximum dose of testosterone.
And we covered that. 30 minutes. I was saying, well, she went to 3 different 3 appointments, and she was already on stuff. And I was like, wow, if that's the typical therapy session, that's 50 minutes. That's 150 minutes to decide that this person can go on this life-altering medication. And she's like, oh, no, it was the first 30 minutes. The first 30 minutes. I don't know what kind of doctor you think you are, but you certainly are not good enough to be able to determine that this person should sterilize themselves. This child should sterilize themselves in 30 minutes. 30 minutes. All of a sudden, there he is. What were you doing? Where are you getting into trouble? You can't get treats if you're not here. Lay down. Jay says 18 is the age we set. Anything more is BS. I mean, and not picking on you, Chester, but when we talk about influence, the fact is the reason we have to worry about this is because he does have influence, and it may not be him alone, but it's the fact that he's part of the cult. So all of them together have a lot of influence. And again, dumb people get a vote just the same as smart people.
Absolutely.
Lived experience.
So when I say lived experience
anecdote.
happens, you say it doesn't happen. I'm saying it did happen.
No, I'm saying it can happen.
And
I'm saying you have to look at broader data. You have to look at broader
trends.
trends.
That's the issue I take, right?
Yeah, and it wouldn't make sense if I brought up a single horror story to you and said, this is fact. It can happen.
I said we don't want that to happen.
Of course, no one wants that to happen. But then
so
if we want to understand how this is actually taking place around the world from an actual perspective of science, we have to look at the data. We have to look at meta studies. We have to look at and analyze global understanding of this. When it comes to
We absolutely should. But that doesn't tell you the whole story. It just doesn't. And as Seamus brought up, they haven't done the study. There has not been one long-term study. I always go back to that person, Scott Nugent, in What is a Woman? I'm saying the average time for detransitioners to realize that they made a horrible mistake is 7 to 10 years, and we are right in that pocket. So get ready for an influx on your feed on whatever social media you use. Follow me, Indian Jesus OFF, like official. You're going to see a lot more detransitioning content. I can guarantee you that.
The Lupron, by example, yes, it's true that Lupron is not FDA approved for the use of on cisgender children.
Okay, well, that should be good enough then, right?
It's a product that is FDA approved for use with children, that is a puberty blocker, and it has been used for a long time, for generations and decades. It's Lupron. It was just being done.
No, but that's for an entirely different reason. That's for an entirely different reason. So to say we want to prevent a child from undergoing early onset puberty so that they can develop at a normal, healthy rate is entirely different. It is entirely different from saying we're going to administer puberty blockers because this child feels they're a member of the opposite sex.
But whether
that's an entirely different reason.
Whether or not it's
because you're looking for a different
is going to be the problem, right? You want to know whether or not its use is going to be dangerous on children.
And the reason for administering a certain treatment can render it dangerous. So, for example, if we have been amputating people's limbs for hundreds of years, if I go into a doctor and say, please cut my arm off because I don't want it anymore, and he cuts my arm off, that's medical malpractice. For you to jump in and go, we've been cutting people's arms off for hundreds of years. This is medically approved. People are allowed to do this. Is not. Yes, absolutely.
So what you're describing is called BIID, body identity disorder. I forget.
Of course they have a label for it. Of course they have a label for it. I'm just saying, if cancel culture continues, how well will Lance age in 10 years or more? Or will Tim age better or worse than Lance? I mean, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, so I have no idea. But yeah, he did say he was the oldest one. And Opus says he's 44. So... yeah, Dr. James was about to bring up the limb amputation argument too, and there's no answer. He doesn't have an answer. He flounders around, and I understand what you meant, but I mean, I think Tim is it has more longevity. That's why I am a member of his organization. But again, I've never listened to this guy before today, so. I don't know that well, but yeah, this is the natural, logical place for this argument to go. Eagle says people request surgeons remove their limbs because they don't feel like the limbs belong to them. The surgeons say no on ethical grounds. But if it's your dick, we're all good.
Haram!
Oh, that's a good point. He's probably not changing at all. At all. He could, but I don't know. He seems pretty strong in his
how it's spelled. It is a real phenomenon.
Dysmorphic.
Yes, it's extremely rare, but we know enough about it
He doesn't seem open to change
at this point to know that people will seek out to get operations on the black market if they have BIID. And what we found when people do that and go into the black market to have a limb removed is that it only provides a temporary amount of relief for their condition, and then
it only provides a temporary amount of relief for their condition. I wonder what we can extrapolate from that. It has something to do with trans people, but I don't know. I don't get it.
It returns, and they have further complications from the fact that they now have a disability and or medical complications that come from.
Still not seeing the analogy. It's almost like it's not one-to-one with transitioning.
My point is not about any kind of body dysmorphia about losing a limb. My point is about drawing a false conclusion by a medical treatment being allowed under circumstance A, but not being allowed under circumstance B. You're saying we allow it for kids who have hit precocious puberty, but then we don't allow it for kids who don't want to go through puberty because they want to be a member of the opposite.
You know what else is something that should have been obvious, but somebody brought this to my attention today. If you're a young boy and you're short, maybe not super muscular, what if you want to go on testosterone to affirm your male gender? Oh, they won't do that. What if you're a young girl and all the other girls are developing in ways that you're not, and you don't feel affirmed as your gender? Can you get estrogen? Can you get a boob job? There is no logic to this. This is not about logic. This is not about right. This is about power. MJ says, or if Lance doesn't really believe what he's saying at this moment, but is saying it because it satisfies a need inside him, popularity, having this cult. If he realizes that cult is attacking him, he might change, but I doubt he would announce it. I'm with you. I'm with you. Opus says, at the end of the day, all of this eventually leads to a more traditionalist conservative future. I agree with that. I definitely do. I think the pendulum is swinging way too far. I am just afraid of, it swinging back in the other direction. But I do agree with you. The only question is, how many kids' lives have to be ruined on the way? Too many. That's for sure. Judge said it's easy for Lance to change. He already went from being a hardline conservative to a communist because he realized he was, quote, being mean and causing damage. He flip-flops like a fish on cocaine. I mean, it really makes you wonder when there are people who go that way. Obviously it makes sense to me if you're liberal and you get red-pilled and you become more conservative. I'm sure there are ways and reasons for people to get more liberal as they get older, but it's just weird. I don't know. I don't trust you. I just don't trust you if you don't have the justifications between why you were wrong before and why you're right now. Because again, I was not super liberal. I wasn't really politically engaged, but I considered myself a liberal, a Democrat, all that stuff. But that's because I didn't know anything. And now I do know things that I didn't know. So I can explain to you why I thought what I thought before and why I no longer think it and what I think now and the reason that I think that. I don't think Lance can do that. Despite having a platform, I don't know what, if he's a streamer or whatever, but he's definitely got a bigger platform than me. Thank you. Judge said, well, like you said, MJ, he doesn't believe anything he says. He just wants to win internet arguments instead of having conversations. He's a complete fool. Yep. We shouldn't say the pendulum would fly off the lever or whatever that toggle thing is attached. Yeah, I got you. It might, but I see it slowing down. I think we're still on the upswing. But, if the pendulum is here in the middle and it was, in the, let's say the early 90s, it swung super far to the right with religion and I think of like Marilyn Manson. That's a perfect example of the Puritan religious dogmatic ideas of the right being in full effect. Then, obviously it swings in the other direction. And, so I'm going to use the same way. So it swings back in the other direction. And so I think we're done. It's still moving towards the left. But I think the speed at which is doing so is slowing down, and then it's going to come back. That's what I think. I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, but that's just what I think. I don't have a study to tell you. Obi says, if you're not liberal in your 20s, you have no heart. If you aren't conservative in your 30s and 40s, you have no brain. That's what they say. Jesus says, usually you get more conservative the older you get. Yep. MJ said, I guess I didn't have a heart. Based.
But it's still not FDA approved. That's different.
But you understand my point. You can't claim those things are the same.
I just Google searched it real quick. Stat in 2017, 100 out of 100 with NewsGuard. Drug use to halt puberty may cause lasting health problems. More than...
No! Really? Are you telling me? You are telling me that it could lead to health problems? No way. No way. Come on.
10,000 adverse event reports were filed with the FDA reflecting the experience of women who've taken Lupron, describing everything from brittle bones to faulty joints.
Regarding meta-analyses,
I'm worried about, giving kids things on an experimental basis.
Yeah, this is a huge, long conversation, and it would be so awesome to go through each study. I would love to.
That being said, we have a decision to make, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to give you the decision. So, we have about an hour of content left on this video. So, and we're past 3.5 hours. I'm down to keep going, and we have the after party anyway. So, I'm going to ask you if you would like to finish this here on stream, or if we go into Discord, it's not going to be in the regular place where we do our panels to finish this video. We have a stage channel where we can finish it there. So you guys can decide. Should we finish the video on YouTube or Discord? Leaving it up to you guys. So whatever you pick is what we're doing. Who's a thunk or who to thunk? Tim failed to keep going and Ian derailed in my mind there. Yup.
Probably take like 7 hours, 6 hours, but we could do it, but like not tonight, unfortunately.
Well, so let me ask you though,
but I want to keep down this path because I think we're making good progress.
Let me
here.
ask you a question, right? Like Jazz Jennings is sterile, right?
I don't know much about Jazz Jennings.
Jazz Jennings,
she's a reality. You don't know anything about Jazz Jennings. Why would you know anything about Jazz Jennings? It's almost as if this is a central figure in this concept that you're arguing for in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Ignorance.
Come on. TV shot, right?
Jazz Jennings.
Yeah.
I'm concerned that Jazz isn't trans. Because
that's not for us to say.
Isn't it though? Isn't it though? Everybody's saying, what is it? Ryan Webb, the guy in the senator, whatever it was, the dude who said he is coming out as a transracial female. Is it not up to us, or is it up to us? Because if you want to go there, we can go there. But think carefully. If you want to have any say in other people's gender identity.
I didn't say. I said I'm concerned that Jazz is not trans, right? Mm-hmm. And the reason is Jazz is dating women now, right? So then Jazz would...
What does that have to do with being trans?
Well, Jazz would then be a biological male dating women at the age of 23.
What does that have to do with being trans?
So it has to do with whether or not Jazz made the decision for themselves or the parent made it when they were 3 years old. So the question is, we want to avoid a John Money type situation, right? Where you had these two kids and the doctor told one of the young boys he was actually...
How many of you remember John Money from What Is a Woman? I mean, not from What Is a Woman, but, you know, it was talked about. That's where I learned. John Money was the guy who was jerking off two-year-olds, maybe 2-month-old. I could be wrong about that. Double check the numbers, but certainly months old to see, I guess, what would happen, because that's what the world really needs to know. How well does a 2-year-old ejaculate? What?
Haram!
Actually a girl, and then forced him to live as a girl,
in this
ultimately
deal.
resulting in his suicide and then the death of the brother as well. We don't want that to happen. And so that did happen already, and we know that happened. So we have to be careful about taking a 3-year-old and then raising them and telling them they're female, because then if they start exhibiting traditional, gender behaviors, there may be some concern. For instance, Jazz stopped dilating. And that was the big controversy over the past few weeks, the mother going on TV saying she would force Jazz to do it. If Jazz is saying, I'm not gonna, and the mother saying, do it or I'll wring your neck, which is a quote, and then Jazz is not dating women, we're starting to see a pattern that may be concerning because it follows the John Money situation. Whether or not Jazz is trans or not, my concern is, what if? And that means there may be children who are going to be pushed down a path that ultimately leads to their suicide.
And he doesn't care because they are just a statistic. That's only not that. Well, 85% of kids won't do that, so it's okay. That's literally what he believes. That's literally what he believes. I'm just said MJ said Tim should have used this example. If you've never seen a nova star or a black hole, how would you know? How can you say you know what one you like? So how could Jazz know what he, as he was a boy, wanted, since he never had either? He says it all the time, and whenever he brings up Jazz. But yeah, that would be a good thing to bring up here. I would love to know what kind. He would have some type of answer. It would be stupid, but I'm definitely interested in what that answer would be. But I don't think we're gonna get it.
Because their parents can't make the decision for them, but they did.
So the data overwhelmingly shows that if you give children gender-affirming care, especially if you have...
Why does the data matter if we're talking about one person? We are talking about Jazz Jennings. What does the data have to do with Jazz Jennings?
Loving and accepting parents who accept children's actual gender identity,
Make sure you hit that poll, guys. Make sure you hit the poll.
In the case of a parent who affirms their child's gender, it can reduce suicide rates of up to 93% in some studies. It's not a case of more often than not, these are children who are approaching their parents saying they think this is something happening to them, and parents pushing back and being like, no, this is wrong. You're just a tomboy. Oh, this is not you. This is blah, blah, blah. And you don't go into a doctor and all of a sudden they're like, here's Lupron.
They do.
No, but they don't, Tim. The average amount of time... The average amount of time.
You can't say they don't when we've had the anecdotes. They do. Call it an anecdote.
It's an anecdote.
Telling you it does happen.
Of course, but that's an anecdote. We have to look at
so
data.
Okay. So it happens. It happens. Then what are we arguing about? You're saying it doesn't happen. We've given you examples. If you say there's no such thing as a blue rock, I don't need a meta-analysis of all the rocks in the world. All I need is one blue rock. And you are wrong. And in this case, Jazz Jennings is that blue rock.
Don't say it doesn't happen.
Well, it happens, but that doesn't mean it's a broad
it should
trend.
Not happen.
Right, but that's okay. This is asking. We have to talk about what actually occurs via the numbers, right?
Why? Why does it not matter for the individuals whose lives are ruined? Why do you not care about them? You don't care about them.
That's what matters. Like I have here the largest U.S. transgender survey ever done. It's in 2015 to 21,598 participants. And this covers people in childhood, adolescence, and adulthood. And it has all the results you're looking for.
So let me ask you a question. Why do you think we're seeing the a rapid increase in the past few years?
I can explain that.
The numbers say
of young people identifying as trans.
Okay, can I answer that?
Can you read the study,
Yeah,
please?
Of course. So it shows the 2015 U.S. transgender survey of 21,598 participants that with hormone therapy, psychological distress for children reduces by 222%, late adolescence 153%, adulthood 81%, suicidal ideation for children goes down 135%, for adolescents 62%, and for adults 21%. That is dramatic.
Is this the Stanford Medical School survey analysis done by Jack Turbin?
I don't know the person who did it.
Okay.
Of course you don't. Of course
But in terms of the increase, Tim, of people,
because there was a study done by Stanford Medical School that very closely fits the description of what you've just read out there, which is very ascientific and with data that is collected. So just please find the source of that, because I want to pull that apart, but I want to be sure that I know you're talking about that study.
I'm curious as to why you think it's increasing so much.
What's that signify?
The history of left-handedness.
So this is yeah. He's holding up a graph.
Is the history of left-handedness in the United States.
So it started, I don't know the time frame, but around here, and then it went down because it was not something, it was some religious thing, and then it went up, and there's only so many left-handed people. So he's trying to say that just like left-handedness, once it became okay to be left-handed, then a lot of people started showing that they were left-handed, but it plateaued because there's only a certain number. He's trying to say the same thing about trans people.
Do you see what happens here?
It levels out. It goes up and levels out.
We used to treat people who were left-handed as satanic, as the devil, all that kind of shit. You remember that, right? And that's why there was a lot of people who
both my brother and my sister are left-handed. Take that for what you will.
Didn't record themselves as being left-handed, and then boom, when we stopped doing that after the 1880s and in the 1900s, it spiked. Now this spike isn't because there was a whole bunch of indoctrination, or Alex Jones was like, oh, left-handed ideology, everyone has become left-handed. This has nothing to do with that. This is naturally how many left-handed people there were, and then it plateaued. We are in a situation right now where it is safer than ever for people to come out, and if they're queer, bisexual, whatever it is, and because of that, they feel safer expressing that. That's why
So how do you know that that is the cause? I understand that that is what happened with left-handedness, and I understand that you could spin a story that, oh, well, there was this thing, and now this. What does that have to do with trans? Is there any negative, is there a downside to being left-handed? MJ says no. I love how you followed that up real quick. She's like, I'm a lefty. Wait, I mean left-handed. Nick said the biggest thing about Jazz to me was her therapist said she had worked with over 3,000 quote trans kids, and that over 90% regarded it so much that they self-deleted. Color me surprised. It's only been about 10. It's always been about 10% of the population. Yeah, I believe so. And so listen to the argument that he's going to try to make based on that.
Oh, wow. I was concerned there was a trans genocide.
Yeah. So here's
this is the actual statistics on people increasing. You can see the red one. That is Gen Z. That is the amount of people who in Gen Z, it's skyrocketing. It looks like they're identifying.
Yeah, and so just like in the 1800s and the turn of the century, the social media, social contagion aspect of left-handedness was huge. It was a huge problem because everybody was just scrolling TikTok, and then they would see people writing with their left hand, like, oh, they didn't have TikTok in 1800. Oh, okay, never mind. I was confused.
I find more than ever because their generation feels more comfortable talking about this kind of stuff.
So you don't think that there's like a trans genocide or anything like that?
I don't think that there's a trans indoctrination that is coming through media.
Genocide, I said it.
Yes, and I'm saying that I don't think there's a trans indoctrination coming through media that is programming kids to become trans. I think that's ridiculous.
That wasn't
and if you want to change
question.
topics to talk about trans genocide, we can move on.
That was not the question. Just answer the fucking question.
Onto that, but you asked me specifically why is there a spike? Yeah. That is why.
Okay, so my follow-up is you think trans people feel safer than ever?
No, right now there's over 400 different bills being pushed in the United States that is directly targeting trans people.
So they don't feel safe?
Of course they don't.
So then why are they coming out if they don't feel safe?
They have more access because that generation, Generation Z, has a lot more acceptance towards trans people than older people who pass laws, draconian people who pass laws. The boomers are the ones running the show right now. They're still the ones in government. They're still the ones passing laws. There's very few Generation Z in government or parliament.
You want to know what I think? I think there is a trans genocide.
Okay.
Based.
And I think it's you.
Okay.
Because you're sterilizing a lot of these people.
Based.
I mean, they're literally sterilizing them. The surgery to remove the gonads, hysterectomies, and puberty and cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers have a high rate of sterilization. I mean, first of all, removal of the gonads in the uterus is an absolute sterilization. And then puberty blockers have a very high rate, and cross-sex hormones have an extremely high rate of sterilizing the individual. So these people can no longer reproduce. That's genocide.
Is this the joke you're going to go for?
Joke? You are removing these people's ability to reproduce.
Listen to how, I mean, this is the joke you're going to go with. The projection. You are the one who is not taking this seriously. You are the one who's pretending this is some thought exercise. These are real people. And with abortion, it's real children. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get how you could be a person like this. I don't get it. He absolutely is a joke. I don't get it.
And if they're a young age and they haven't had the ability, like for instance, Jazz Jennings can never have kids. Jazz Jennings also, and this probably.
Oh my God. Oh my! I just need a minute. For those of you who've seen this already, let's take a deep breath. Let's take a deep breath. All right.
Part of your studies can't actually feel any sexual feeling of any kind.
Do you have any idea how weird this sounds right now? Like, why?
Yes. So stop fighting for it.
Are you obsessing with a stranger's genital pleasure? That's so weird. That's so
not weird at all. It's because that is how humans find love and live fulfilled lives, by having sex with other people. Not only sex. I mean, you know what I mean. But again, he doesn't think of Jazz Jennings as a real person. He thinks of Jazz Jennings as a prop for his argument, so he can be right, so he can get clicks and views. That's what he thinks. That's why he thinks that Tim was joking.
So bizarre.
That was very weird yourself.
You guys are all weird.
No. So I'm talking about adults who engage in activities, which is a large portion of the global economy, whether you like it or not. Sex sells, they say. And when I say this person will never have this ability, you go, how weird is that?
It's weird for you to fixate on a stranger's genital pleasure. That's strange. That's so bizarre.
Well, she's public about it.
But see, you're not making an argument right now, is my point.
I'm not. I'm saying it's weird. It's not an argument.
Yeah,
that's an observation.
Yeah, that's weird, bro. Like, totally. Like, did I win?
So you're trying to make an appeal to emotion and an appeal to shame.
I'm just giving you my genuine thought when you say something like that. Like,
well, it was a really fucking pathetic attempt at trying to make an argument.
Why should we talk about that? Why should we discuss whether or not she has genital feeling? That's not important. It's not. It's not in my business.
So
then shut the fuck up and let those of us who actually care about people dictate what it should be. If you don't care, then get the fuck off the show. Because you know what I would do to be in that chair? Do you know what I would do to be in that chair? And you're sitting there. Oh, that's a good joke. Oh, that's weird that you care. Fucking God damn it. Eagle says the student wants to push trans by any means. That means at the expense of children and adults in psychological distress. Yep. He doesn't care about them. He cares about his own standing on the internet. Doesn't get more awful than that. It doesn't need it. It doesn't. It's not. It's awful. That's the only way you can put it. Evil said he just outed himself as a terrible person. That's just awful. I don't need Timcast, but I mean, shit. If I could get in front of that audience, bruh, we would be popping. All in good time. All in good time. I got you guys. I don't need them. I got you guys.
So let's focus then on the sterilizing of the individual. Are you okay with that?
The individual.
Who's sterilizing people?
Jazz Jennings is sterile.
Why are we going back to Jazz Jennings? I
don't
know anything about her.
Because Jazz is a famous individual on cable television.
So if she is sterile for whatever reason, what does that have to do with me? Why does that concern me?
You are pushing the thing that made her sterile. That's what it has to do with you. The fact that you don't even understand that is precisely why nobody should listen to what you have to say.
Why should I pass legislation the sterilization of teenagers?
Oh,
this is such a weird way to frame this. Like,
you are removing teenagers' ability to have children.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not a doctor, Tim.
I'm not doing it. It's not me. I don't have a platform where I talk about this stuff all day, every day. It's not me. It's not real to him. It's not real. It's a video game to him.
To do this, right? I support people having access to healthcare. Of course. Why would I want to prevent that just because some people have bigotry towards them?
Let's try again. You seem scared of this. Do you believe that parents and doctors should have the ability to remove the ability of a child for future reproduction?
They should have the ability to give them access to healthcare. Of course they should.
So why do you keep saying
you're implying that every single gender affirming care results in...
Just answer the question. Just answer the question. It's not complicated and it's not difficult. If it's a yes or no question, and maybe it's a little bit more complicated than a yes or no, then you say, well, yes, but or no, but, or no, because, or yes, because. But just commenting on the question is not an answer to the question.
Sterilization. That is not true at all.
I said the removal
There's
of
also
the,
people who are trans that never get bottom surgery.
You seem very scared of this. It's scaring you.
How am I afraid to?
Because you keep deflecting when I ask you. So Jazz Jennings is a specific example. Let's try this. Let's slow down and go one point at a time.
You think I'm deflecting because I don't want to keep talking about someone's genital pleasure who's a stranger?
Nice.
I'm saying
then stop. Good. We don't want you talking about it either. None of us want to be talking about it. So stop pushing it, and we won't have to fucking talk about it anymore. See how that works? Abel said he doesn't know why it's relevant. He doesn't care. He just asked why he should care. Fuck their lives and their struggles as long as we push the trans ideology. Sounds like a World War II Nazi medical experimentation. I don't see the difference. I don't see the difference. Spot on, brother. Spot on. Nick said, I started left-handed, but in kindergarten, a teacher pushed me to switch. At one point, I could have a crayon in both hands and do just as well with both. Now I'm right-handed, but fairly ambidextrous. Nice. I became ambidextrous through playing drums, but my sister's also ambidextrous. And my brother didn't tell, we were both taking guitar lessons as kids, and he didn't tell the guitar teacher that he was a lefty, so he learned to play right-handed, which, blessing if you know anything about playing guitar. But so he plays guitar and drums as a righty. Ironically, though, I play hockey and baseball as a righty, but I play lacrosse as a lefty. I don't know. It's the same motion. Baseball, hockey, but lacrosse, I gotta be on this side. I don't know. I don't get it. It's weird. I love it. I love it. Thank you, Veronica. That is an ego boost. I am going to remember that for a while.
I'm saying it shouldn't concern you. It shouldn't concern you. How am I afraid to?
Because you keep deflecting when I ask you. So Jazz Jennings is a specific example. Let's try this. Let's slow down and go one point at a time.
You think I'm deflecting because I don't want to keep talking about someone's genital pleasure who's a stranger? I'm saying it shouldn't concern you. It shouldn't concern anyone, Tim.
Your appeal to emotion is not going to work on me. I'm asking you a science.
I know I can appeal to your emotion.
I'm trying a logic-based question about the future of these people. I believe you are genociding them. I believe you intend on genociding autistic individuals. I genuinely believe that.
Who's autistic in this?
A large portion of trans kids are autistic, namely females. So this is an issue in that young lesbian autistic females are a large portion of those who are transgender.
Do you have data on this?
I mean, come on, bro. Do you have data on what you've brought up? You couldn't give me one study, but yes,
I've given you not only studies, meta studies. I've given you multiple meta studies on this. I've given you a surplus of information on this topic.
Make up six times more likely to have autism, according to NPR.org. So I think you're trying to genocide autistic people. I literally
6 times more. What's the percentage? That's what I asked you.
6 times, 60%.
That's not how that works. That's not. You don't.
600. Sorry.
No, that's not how that works.
You're saying what percent of them are?
Yes. 6 times as much is 600%. You got the numbers, homie. You got. You got. Ronnie said, I'm like that too. So is my 10-month-old daughter. That's cute. What's her name? Nick says, I bet drums would help a lot. And I agree with Veronica. Hey, thank you guys. I really do appreciate that. You guys are awesome. And that's why we are going to end the poll with 9 votes to stay on YouTube. All right. Next time, that's going to come with a bigger ask, but I'm going to stay because I love you guys so much. And you just have to. You would think it dies down from here, but it doesn't. Oh, we got Dr. Evil Genius saying he doesn't want to talk about the lost genital stimulation, but he wants to push puberty blockers and the mutilation itself. Oh, stimulation, genital stimulation, but he wants to push the puberty blockers and mutilation. Pleasure is not his business, but pushing child mutilation is his business. Sounds pretty fucked up when you put it like that, doesn't it? I can't wait. I cannot wait. I'm hoping that there's going to be some commentary on this from other people in this space, and I'm just curious how people are going to take this, because it's bad, bro. I don't know. Like, I wish I had checked. I wish I had checked the Serfs subscriber count yesterday, and then if I looked at it today, see, I have to imagine some people are like, oh my god, I didn't realize this dude has no idea what he's talking about. JH says he was just talking about percentages. Now that doesn't work. It doesn't work like that, bro.
You don't
600, sorry.
No, that's not how that works.
You're saying what percent of them
what percentage
are
of trans people happen to be autistic lesbians? That was your claim, that a large portion are. I'm saying I don't know any statistics on that. I've never heard that before.
Because you haven't looked. It doesn't help your case, so you haven't looked, you haven't tried. Of course you haven't heard that.
Well, so the first thing I pulled up was that transgender and non-binary people are up to 6 times more likely to have autism, right?
Right, but that's not answering the question yet.
And your question is what portion of, let me Google it again. Because I thought that was sufficient and you know.
You think, right? You think the numbers guy would
24%.
take the numbers.
So that's not the majority, even if that stat is true.
6 times.
Again, 24%. 24% of any group of the population is people, real people, and you just don't care. And that's fine. There's a lot of shit I don't care about. But just be honest. You just don't care. All you want is to be right. You're going to be on the right side of history. And you're not. You're not.
It's more common. 24%.
That's still not the majority, even if that statistic was true.
Yeah, no, the majority is.
So 24% of trans people are autistic according to that data, and 6% of.
So what I think is, I think that there are people who hate people with Down syndrome, and in Iceland, they've actually publicly avowed or praised their eradication of people with Down syndrome. I think that's horrifying. Like. You can be okay with it. I'm not saying you're not allowed to believe that, right? You don't have to have the same morals as me. I just think it's wrong to genocide like people with Down syndrome. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You've completely derailed this conversation. You're assuming that
no. So the question was, do you know what I'm saying? So the answer then would be no. Well, you completely derailed the situation. I mean, as much as I love being in the position, like being thrust into this position when I know that I can handle myself, I am very glad I am not in Tim's position. Because I can handle it. I just wouldn't want to deal with it.
I'm pro people having abortions for people who have Down syndrome. When we're talking about,
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying in Iceland, they've
what
stated
does this have to do with trans rights?
Right, so we see a higher rate of autistic people, autism in trans kids.
You said it makes it the majority. It does not, even based on the source you pulled up. Okay, 24%.
Okay. I still believe that this is very much an effort. I think the left.
But 24%. Then what? There has to be a group that is larger than the autistic people, that is greater than 24% for it to be the majority. Maybe not the majority of the whole, but the majority reason. If it or the majority, not the reason, but you know what I mean? Like if there's 24% are autistic and 10% are this and 5% are that and 3% are that and 2% are that, then there is an argument to be made that it is a majority of sorts. It's not the majority of trans people. JH says 24 is way higher than non-trans. Yeah, by a lot.
Left is intent on genociding trans people.
In what way?
Removing their ability to reproduce.
How are they removing their ability
by
to reproduce?
By cutting off their testicles and removing their
That is
uteruses.
not the only operation that is done. There are trans people who maintain their same genitals as before.
Right.
Not every
right, but we are not talking about those people. Unless they're children. It's not that complicated. It's really not. I'm just said Tim should have said in the general population the percentage of people that are autistic. Then out of the general population, how many are autistic, and then of that population, yeah. But I mean, would it have like all of us watching get this point from, as Tim said? I thought that would be enough. Do you really think if he went down all of these roads that what the fuck is his name? Wouldn't have some weaselly way to be like, oh, well, that's this, blah, 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 my talking point and buzzword. Come on.
Everyone has to decide to get bottom surgery. That's a choice they should make.
And cross-sex hormones do have a high rate of causing sterilization.
It can, but it doesn't always. And you
Also,
can be
like,
trans and not get any operations at all.
So I think you are. So like I'm in favor of making sure these people can always have families and have kids, right?
Based.
Your position, whether you support the moral issue of or not, results in many of them being sterile. For instance,
kind of like the guy on the subway, bringing it full circle. It doesn't really matter, right? That's your argument. It didn't matter what his intention was because it ended up in a death. That's what you said, Mr. Lance Serf TV. But now that it doesn't work in your favor, oh, it doesn't work like that, bro. It doesn't work like that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
The reason I use Jazz Jennings as an example, because this is a person on television with millions of followers who wrote a book and told kids about this journey. The journey that Jazz Jennings went on resulted in a complete inability to have a family and have children. I think that's terrifying because Jazz was not old enough to understand the implications of that. Jazz will never have a family. Jazz, the genetic.
You're absolutely right here, MJ. Lance relies on people that don't really think, but are in the lazy mode. Just take what someone you like or think is famous says and believe it. That is exactly what the woke mob is. That's all of them. And because that's why they are they're so much better at organizing than those of us who are not in the woke mob, because they don't have any values or principles to stand on. They're just like, oh, I'm in favor of the current thing. As long as you do that, then you're part of the club. You're part of the club. You don't need to think. You don't need to feel. As we can see that this guy certainly doesn't feel anything for people's lives being ruined. That's why it's easier for them. But it's always going to be easier for them. But if we just give up, then they're going to win. And I will die on that hill. Veronica says the problem is not having a full transition is also a problem in public spaces, and castrating is horrific.
Haram!
I can imagine. MJ said lemmings, though I don't think they really would just run off the cliff and die. Have you looked at the trans self-deletion rate? I mean, that's not physically, literally running off a cliff and die. But metaphorically, it absolutely directly is. Get ready for the bathroom debate. Get ready for the bathroom debate.
Of Jazz Jennings is over. That is one of the most horrifying things to me as a human being. Net exhibitions of that. I think that's terrifying because Jazz was not old enough to understand the implications of that. Jazz will never have a family. Jazz, the genetics of Jazz Jennings is over. That is one of the most horrifying things to me as a human being, because I think genocide is wrong, right?
Why should her ability
I love how he's like, he doesn't even feel the need to be like, well, I think genocide is wrong too. Makes you wonder, are you okay with it?
Or have reproductive function? Why should that concern you?
For the same reason the Uyghur Muslims in China concern me, like human rights issues. China, for instance,
but what if she never wants to have kids?
That's something you determine for yourself later in life.
Exactly. So why is it our business?
Yep.
Because it's been removed before Jazz could have the ability
but
to
again,
make the conclusion.
That has nothing to do with us. She could decide to never want to have kids, and that's fine and valid.
Right, so my moral...
She can't decide. That is the point. That decision has been taken from her. That decision has been taken from her.
Would be that a society protects the children, because there are certain things you can't know until you're at least 24 or older when your brain is fully developed, which is why we don't allow people to drink and do certain drugs, whatever drugs are legal, until they're 21. So for me, I'm like, if you can't drink till you're 21, if there's like, you can't smoke till you're 18, this society absolutely recognizes you can't drive till a certain age. That the reason that the driving age is what it is, one of the arguments made, I think it was in Illinois, is that risk taking is a lot higher in youth than it is in older people. So the argument is once you're past 16, you go through driver's ed. That helps control for the higher risk taking of younger people. So we set an age limit. For someone who's 10 years old to be put on Lupron and then cross-sex hormones, they will never develop the ability to reproduce.
Nope.
So in the instance of Jazz, again, a famous individual who's very influential with millions of followers, there was
Technical genius with a big brain argument here. Murder should be legal. Why? What if the person would later decide to commit suicide? That's literally the logic of or better put, whose man's is this? Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, again, anybody, let's do it together. Let's take a deep breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. Let's jump back in.
Never the ability to reproduce developed, which caused complications. Complications aside, that's Jazz's personal business. But the puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones did sterilize Jazz. 100% sterilization. Jazz was not old enough to understand the implications of that. So I have concerns about having children, whether they choose to or their parents choose to. I think that's genocide.
I can kind of see your argument, because if a kid was a straight kid, just a kid, and they were like a 12-year-old girl, and she was like, I don't want to have babies when I'm older. And the mom was like, okay, then we'll sterilize you right now. And they went
kind of like they are literally doing. And sometimes not even waiting, sometimes pushing it on their children so that they can get woke points.
and had the kid had a hysterectomy, I think that's illegal. I don't know, but I would imagine society needs to protect little kids from crazy parents that are like, just because a 12-year-old says they don't have babies later in life. So the fact that it is sterilizing as a byproduct, I think should be taken into account with the whole procedure.
I think that's still something that comes down to the individual and what they choose to do. And if someone is like, I want to have gender affirming care, knowing the risks, then why is that my business? It's the same thing with someone who wants
because they don't know the risks. You assume they know the risks because that's what would feed your narrative. But as we've talked to many people who have gone through this, they didn't know the risks. They weren't told the risks. It took them 30 minutes to get these drugs in their hands. Can you even rattle off the way that you rattle off your stupid fucking articles? Can you even rattle off all the risks in 30 minutes? Bet you can't.
To have a surgery that can have other complications. That's not my business. If someone had an appendix inflamed and they had to have their appendix out, there are potential complications that come from that, but I'm not going to prevent them from having healthcare and saying that you can't have a right to get your appendix out, because every major medical association in the United States agrees that that is the best way to treat appendicitis.
Okay. So this is where we get into the idea of why Tim wanted to see the individual studies, because we have seen unquestionably through the Rona regime that the medical community has been co-opted or infiltrated by woke ideology. So we just cannot trust it's not like Big Pharma was ever, that's something that bothers me so much to this day. Like, being against Big Pharma was always a lefty thing. And then all of a sudden, all these lefties are like, Big Pharma said, stick this in your arm? Okay, let's do it. Shout out to Trad Guy Travels, just clapped them cheeks, and now he's back for the Indian Jesus Sunday service. I love it. Glad you had fun. Welcome back. MJ said, I'm so angered by his argument about how he doesn't care about that side of the dice. Yeah, because we do care. And he thinks he's better than us despite not caring. And in fact, he thinks that we don't care because he doesn't understand what there is to care about. Politics, am I right? Evil said, so he's really trying to equate appendicitis to mutilation as healthcare? Evil piece of shit. Oh no, Lydia is gone. She got married to the rollerblader dude, and went and did her own thing. She's probably pregnant by now.
And in this case, when we're talking about trans people, every single medical association in the United States agrees on gender affirming care.
Then you know what they should do?
Every single one.
You know what they should do?
Again, I will say, isn't that odd that they all agree on the same thing? And there hasn't been one long-term study. That's not scientific. That's scientism.
They should produce one single randomized controlled trial for puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones to show that it's safe and effective, but they have not. So it's not healthcare, it's experimentation.
Based.
You talk about giving kids healthcare. That's not healthcare. Healthcare repairs something which is broken. You use the example of somebody's appendix not functioning properly.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yes. So what you have to do in that instance is intervene so that the body can function as it is intended to. Destroying somebody's ability to procreate is demolishing the organ that you're claiming to treat, right? You're destroying the biological function rather than helping to improve it. That's not healthcare.
I want to pull this up too. This is from University of
Nick, where are we at? JH says we get to see the pure evil genius emotions watching a Mets game. The love is inspiring. I used to be a Mets fan, and then baseball got too boring for me. Nick says the mother of Jazz claimed he was threatening to self-delete at 4 years old if he wasn't allowed to transition. How many people know a kid that threatened that at 4? The mom loved the attention. How would you know even what that is? I was suicidal at 11, but not for anything like this. I didn't even know that this was a thing. So how did Jazz figure it out? There's only one way. Track Guy Travel says, if he thinks that, then he really understands less than I thought he did before. If that's possible. Unfortunately, it is very possible. Hey, we got a different shade of purple in the building. Welcome to the party. Glad to see ya. Different shade of purple says, why can't we just make a freaking argument for the universal healthcare and stick a pin in this combo? I mean, I am definitely willing to have that conversation. I just don't know where this fits into it. I don't know. I don't necessarily want to be funding with my tax dollars other people getting this type of surgery. Children specifically. That's I hear you. But that could be its own slippery slope. But I am in favor of finding a way to get universal health care that would work for Americans. MJ said, I think in 30 years, this will be looked at like we look back on eugenics. Absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
Utah, because I was reading about this recently. It goes on to mention that hormone replacement therapy can make you sterile, and that it's important.
It can.
It's important to preserve your sperm. It says if you're trans feminine, otherwise the hormone therapy may make it impossible for you to have biological children. If someone is put on puberty blockers and then cross-sex hormones as a child, they will never have the ability to preserve their reproductive functions. So
if you're put on puberty blockers, they are reversible. You can stop being on puberty blockers and you can still maintain a lot of things that you were worried about being taken away when it comes.
We all know the line, right? It's like you just press play or you just press pause on the song and then you press play and it picks up right where the song left off on that note. Oh, wrong button. Okay, I can stop it. Wrong! That's not how it works. Or it could work like that, but it also could not work like that. Veronica says, I don't know who I thought she had a secret thing with Tim. She did have a secret thing with Tim, which makes it all the more weird that one of the software guys who was part of Cast Castle, they started dating, they got married, and then they moved out. So I know way too much about the Cast Castle. Very clueless. MJ says, I like how Lance speaks with authority, but has no medical or science background. Well, but he's got the studies right there.
Stupid. To Jazz Jennings specifically, she's actually made statements about this because,
Oh, now you're
I was just looking this up.
Now he's going to tell us what's good with Jazz Jennings, the person that he heard of right now.
As Jennings says, I don't regret my transition at all. When I was 11, I started male puberty and I was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers saved my life and continued to save the lives of so many youth out there. If I was...
Oh, so she said that. That's science, right? I thought that was anecdotal. Where's the data? Where's the data? Show me the study. Exactly. He doesn't even have the studies. Oh, I thought you were talking about this. Yeah, he has the meta-analyses, but he's making scientific claims here without any source. Oh yeah, they'll tell you. Listen to this again.
Jazz Jennings says, I don't regret my transition at all.
Again,
when I was 11, I started male puberty and I was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers saved my life and continued to save the lives of so many youth out there. If I was forced to go through male puberty, it would have been devastating. Even more so, taking estrogen through hormone replacement allowed my body to develop how I wanted. I blossomed into a young woman, eventually got bottom surgery, and now living as a proud woman today.
Why would you think that if you are a front-facing trans activist pioneer, that there wouldn't be incentive to say that, regardless of what you actually think or feel? How can you not understand that? Because all you understand is what other people tell you through numbers. Talking about Lance Armstrong? I mean, hey, Lance Armstrong was a fucking hero. He came out, he didn't get caught. He came out on his own, and they had to go down to the 18th person in that race to find somebody who wasn't juicing. Lance Armstrong is a hero. Well, I don't know about a hero, but Jade says, Tim is the modern day David Koresh. I don't know about that. What do you mean by that? That's because, like, David Koresh of the Branch Davidians? Okay. Veronica says, yep, Blair White talks about it all the time. She says she won't be able to have children because of the hormones. Ooh, sources.
What does that have to do with me? Why would I want to take that away from someone else?
What year did she make that statement?
She made this on March 31st.
She made it recently.
What does it have to do with you? You are a political commentator on a show talking about this political issue. That's what it has to do with you. If nothing else, that's what it has to do with you.
Because that video came out where the mom said she was going to force the dilator.
And then Matt Walsh went hard, and Jazz was like, "Hey, Matt," and then Matt was like, "Sorry, Jazz."
There's a lot of questions around the morality of this. The left likes to defer instantly to purity arguments, which I find fascinating, considering the left typically has a low purity rating when it comes to moral foundations. For example, when you said it's really weird talking about someone's genitals, it's a purity argument, which the left typically never makes. That's why I said it's a very weird thing for you to do. Approaching this from an academic perspective, we would make a few arguments about whether or not a person can truly understand they've lost the ability to reproduce if they've never had it in the first place, the psychological and the philosophical implications of stripping away a person's ability to reproduce before they were old enough to even know what that was. So, for example, if you take an adult human, female or male, and remove their genitals by force, they will be very, very upset. Extremely upset. In fact, it's a form of torture in a lot of countries. It's meant to terrify. If you took away their ability to feel sexual satisfaction, it's a form of torture. In fact, female circumcision is horrifying to the world. And it actually was huge controversies up in Dearborn, Michigan, because what it would do is it would result in women who are as adults could not feel anything when and they were effectively used as like objects for their husbands. So in making an
I'm sure he would be so fine with that. Like, well, what's the problem with that? If they want to be objects, they can be objects. If you tried, that's not what Tim's trying to do. But I guarantee you, I could get him to argue against himself. I can get him to he's contradicted himself a bunch, but I can get him to make a claim and then argue against that exact claim within, let's say, 3 hours to be safe. Give me 3 hours, and he will argue fervently for something. And then he will argue directly against that exact same thing. Here is the giraffe or elephant argument, but I didn't think that Tim did a great way to explain it further in. All right, well, that's what I'm here for.
Academic argument. We would say, Jazz Jennings does not understand, and that's fine if Jazz is happy. That's great. The argument into the greater is Jazz will never have kids. Fact statement. I think it's wrong to take away that from someone who doesn't understand what it is.
What if they don't want kids?
They will decide that when they're an adult and have assessed the circumstances. But Jazz can't actually feel any of this.
I could.
Jazz can't feel. This was a study. There's a doctor who came out, did a Zoom video on it, specifically, I think, referring to Jazz, that Jazz will never experience any adult satisfaction or desire. And so the question then becomes, why did Jazz get bottom surgery? My question, why do you think Jazz got bottom surgery?
Oh, I don't have to ask that. She explained why. She said that she's satisfied with it. That should be the extent of it.
What did she say?
I don't regret my.
Listen to how fast he's gonna read it. Before said, there is nothing worse than death, Dumbledore. You are quite wrong. Indeed, your failure to understand that there are things much worse than death has always been your greatest weakness. The rare Harry Potter quote. Love it. But yeah, listen, he's going to rattle it off because he's like, oh, I know everything.
Transition at all. When I was 11, I started male puberty and I was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers saved my life and continue to save the lives of so many youth out there. If I was forced to go through male puberty, it would have been devastating. Even more, taking estrogen through hormone replacement allowed my body to develop how I wanted. I blossomed into a young woman, eventually got bottom surgery, and I'm living as a proud woman today. Yes, I do struggle with mental health and always have, but it's not because I transitioned, and it's unfortunately something many LGBTQ plus people face. Why? Because it has a lot to do with hate and a lack of acceptance that we receive in society, like I was saying before. So to all of you speaking about our mental health for views and calling our families abusers for supporting our transition, you are the only abusers.
So what was the purpose of the bottom surgery?
Wait, before we get there, MJ is saying, and this is where, quote, if trans have to change something about themselves physically or hormonally, then they aren't and can't be the other sex. And why the bathroom argument killed me. Nick says this shit sickens me. This is a horrible thing to do to any woman. Well, I mean, it's not just women. It's men, and more importantly, children. If you're a grown-ass adult and you want to chop off your dick or your boobs, leave me out of it. But just leave the kids out of it, too. That's it. That's it.
It affirmed her gender. It affirmed her gender.
What does that mean, affirmed gender?
So you have, and all of us have, a gender identity that we want to express in one way or another. And with hers, she affirmed her gender through the process of getting bottom surgery to look more and feel more like a woman.
And listen to how, I bet you he has said this exact thing over and over and over and over and over again. Because whenever he's talking off the top of his head, he doesn't talk like this. And then he gets into, oh, I have a talking point on that. Yep. Facts. Jake says, I know Tim was feeling it when I saw the episode was 2:26. Now he's cuts at 2 hours. They did an after show too. They did a full hour of the after show. That's why I was not sure what, I was looking for clips because there's over 3 hours of content with this guy. And, I wanted to whittle it down, but it's all so relevant. It's so relevant to all of the things that we constantly talk about that I'm like, all right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go through the whole thing. It's been a long time since we've been doing streams this long, but I think it's that important. So we out here. Judge said, no, we don't all have a gender identity. That is nonsense. Indeed, it is. And she says, how does Jazz know what it is to be a woman if you didn't have it to start with?
Woman.
Why do you think Jazz stopped dilating?
I don't know.
Of course,
because it hurt.
But if this was an important part of affirmation, you'd think Jazz would maintain it.
That's not for me to decide. That's someone else's own identity.
Oh.
So again, that's why it's weird to me to try and impose this upon someone else. Like to try and say like you're disgusted at the fact that she can't have kids or something like that. It's like, I don't know if she ever wants kids because I don't know who she is, but that's a decision for her to make between her and her doctor. Has nothing.
She didn't. She was a child. It was a child. It was a child. What are you talking about? Yup.
To do with me.
Why would any trans child get a bottom surgery?
Again, to affirm their gender.
So
as part of gender affirming care. And children don't get bottom surgery, by the way. It's usually over 18.
Well, Jazz was 17.
Yeah.
Right. And so there are exceptions,
and
yes, but average age is over 18.
Okay, but again, dude, we are talking about human beings. So the exceptions are not just numbers. They are human beings. If I was there, I'd be, okay, what is the number of human beings that you would be okay to be sterilized and mutilated and regret their decision to allow the rest of people to be able to do it? That's what I would ask. Chester's on point.
Like Boston's Children's Hospital has never done that on anyone under the age of 18. The average age for bottom surgery is over 18 years old.
So
overwhelmingly.
Wait a minute.
Why would
well, hold on. If the average age is 18, And there's nobody under 18 except for Jazz Jennings getting the surgery. How does the average become 18? Because there's adults who do it. There's adults who have this surgery. So how can the average be 18? The math ain't mathin'.
I just don't understand why the
Exactly.
It's not penile inversion vaginoplasty. I don't know what it's called.
Exactly.
Because Jazz didn't have a penis. What's the purpose of making the hole, the space? What's the purpose of that?
So
What's
fuck it.
the operation is because it gives them it affirms their gender through the process of having a similar genitalia to a cis woman.
So what's the purpose of it?
I just explained that.
So the purpose of it is just feeling, just emotion.
No, the purpose of it is part of affirming who they are through a surgery that makes them look and feel more like a version of a woman that they want to be. You don't have to. There's not a template. That's not the only version a woman can be. There's other versions of how a woman can be and look, but that's the version.
Okay, so why don't you just be a woman who looks like you look? This is the point that has always eluded me, evaded me, whatever you want to say. I don't understand. I don't get how you could, at the same time, say that I'm being true to myself, and this is who I really am, but also I have to change who I really am to be who I really am. I'm in the wrong body, but this is who, those are two conflicting ideas. Deep breaths, guys, deep breaths. Yup. Otherwise, I think we would all, yep. But again, guys, remember, this isn't just some loony bin in his basement. This is somebody who has real influence. This is somebody who talks to people who vote, and they listen. So it's all fun and games to laugh at him, but that is not our goal here. Our goal here is to understand people like that, so that we can take them down figuratively, semantically.
That she wanted.
So what I'm trying to understand is, why create a permanent wound for the purpose of a man to have sex with in order to affirm the identity of someone who can't feel any of that?
Well, first off, I have no idea about the actual sensations that people experience after.
Of course you don't. More information that you don't have about the thing that you're pushing. You don't even know what it is, yet you say people should do it.
What?
These kind of surgeries, but that's not my business. And the second thing would be, I don't believe it's a wound. I believe it's an operation to have a genital change. That's it. To describe it as a wound is just very crude.
No, it's not. Why did Tim invite him on? For exactly the same reason that I'm showing it to you. Because he has a platform and he wants to make sure that people who think like this don't influence others. And I also have a much smaller platform, but I also want to show you this so that you are better equipped to go out in the world and deal with people like this and not, be so, I'm trying to dance around, you know what I mean? Not, stab your eyes out when encountering these people, because I get that that's the sensation that that this brings you. But if you shy away from these conversations, then they are going to continue winning more and more and more and more. Maybe. Was it better or worse torture than mutilating children's genitals? Well, then I'm okay with it.
But it's factually a wound, right? I'm trying to avoid the right calls it a mutilation or an abomination. I'm not saying that.
Well, it's still crude to just call it a wound. After it's healed, I'm sure there's no more scars or anything.
They have to dilate for the rest of their lives because it is a wound. Like, I'm being academic. I'm not trying to be insulting to anybody. The right calls it mutilation and abomination. The reason they have to use dilators for the rest of their lives is because it is factually a wound.
But you're asking me a question that I can't answer because I'm not this individual. I don't know why.
Okay, again, then if you don't understand, then stop pushing it. Go read a book other than genderqueer, which you have for some reason. That doesn't have to do with, hey, this guy told me this. Think about ideas. Let them swirl around in that thick skull of yours.
someone would want to get that surgery because I'm cis and I don't experience these kind of things. But if someone
And
wants
that's
to, but
too.
Tim, if someone wants to and it makes them feel better and improves their quality of life, then
does it though? Does it really? Does it improve their quality of life? It might. It might. But you know what else improves your quality of life for a certain amount of time? Heroin. That's my argument. Heroin. If you can cut off your dick, you can take heroin. Tell me why that's illogical. Chocolate and chihuahuas are great too.
And why do we have to get in the way of that?
Well, can I
Right. So
interject here?
my
Because-
position is for adults, I agree. And I had the argument with Tom Fitton. He said it should be banned outright. So I disagree.
But overwhelmingly, when you look at the data, when it happens to children, it improves their psychological distress. It removes and lowers suicidal ideation. It
For how long?
shows in the data that it helps them.
That's not
For how long?
true, man. So the,
No.
the
It is
studies you have
absolutely
here,
true.
the study you have here, the
Absolutely
largest
true.
one. So first of all, as I mentioned, there have been no controlled randomized trial, but the largest study you
for
cited
puberty
there,
blockers.
the largest study that you cited there does not say what you think it says. The Stanford University one, it was 27,000 people who were surveyed in 2015, and then there were 2 analyses done of these studies by Jack Turbin, and he lumped data together and did a few manipulative things to get the results he wanted. But there's 2 very important things to mention, which is firstly, this study was based on convenience sampling. So they were speaking with people who were sent to them by LGBTQ advocacy groups and groups that they reached out to.
This is why you need to understand the studies that make up the meta-analysis. Because if you have a bunch of studies that are like this, then the meta-analysis is useless. Because the issue is with the studies themselves. You'd think somebody who fucking dick rides peer-reviewed studies and meta-analyses would know that. But he's a fucking moron.
So you're already not getting an unbiased population sample there. And then they were determining whether that person received puberty blockers and other such treatments or hadn't, but they didn't go over the reasons. In fact, the people who hadn't received puberty blockers or those kinds of treatments didn't receive them because they weren't allowed to. And one of the requirements for being able to receive that kind of treatment is some level of psychological stability, which means the people who weren't on puberty blockers in that study were more likely to be psychologically unstable, which we would expect to produce a higher suicide rate, but that wasn't controlled for. On top of that, the data actually shows that the men who are on estrogen were more likely to become suicidal. But what he ended up doing, that's true. What he ended up doing was lumping them together. So he said people on cross-sex hormones are less likely to commit suicide because according to the sample he had of women, that was true enough to overcompensate for the increased likelihood of suicidality in the men. And he just threw them all together as if.
So in case you missed that, we have a statistically significant increase in men taking estrogen for self-deletion. But that increase was significantly smaller with women. And so he lumped them together to be able to say statistically, on average, by the mean, whatever way you want to put it, then it was, this is the hard number. It's this percent or whatever. But this is what I mean when I say that the numbers don't tell the whole story.
If a man taking estrogen is the same thing as a woman taking testosterone, and we could expect the same medical outcomes.
So,
and I'm saying that's bullshit.
So to respond to you, I do have a number of peer-reviewed studies related to this.
And if they're as good as that one, I'm telling you, they're trash.
Mental health outcomes in transgender non-binary youth receiving gender-affirming care. February 25th, 2022. This one shows kids who receive puberty blockers and hormone therapy had 60% lower odds of moderate or severe depression, 73%.
Yes, but only because I pointed out like 3 times, but I love it. I love it that you're catching on.
Lower odds of suicidality. Gender identity 5 years after social transition. This one is in the American Academy of Pediatrics, peer-reviewed, July 13th, 2022. Between 317 youth, they found 94% binary transgender stayed the same. Only 2.5% reverting as cisgender. 3.5% as non-binary trans.
Nobody is absorbing anything that you're saying. Because you're just rattling shit off. You're not talking to anybody. You're just saying things.
A UK 2019 study of 3,398 people who had gender-affirming care found that only 0.47% regretted it. Another one, the impacts of strong...
Again, even if 0.5% of all trans people is still a lot of people. That is our argument. I mean, spot on. They're just letting him hang himself. That's fine. Fair enough. Or Dr. Nappy says, I'm listening to this in the background. I'm glad you guys are pointing this stuff out. Yep. I'm glad you appreciate it because so many people come by and are like, can you stop stopping the video so often? It's like, no, go watch the video if you just want to watch the video. I'm the show. I'm the main event. But no, seriously, I appreciate that you appreciate that.
Parental support for trans youth found that parents who support trans youth, this was 433 participants, double-blind study, 93% reduction in reported suicides.
So hold on, and I think we can all have the good faith that you did as much work fact-checking those studies as you did the one I just tore apart, but I didn't have time to go into every single bit of statistical information you would bring here. This is the problem with like you mentioned, going the studies back and forth or whatever. So that's why I'm fine with. I'm not here to change your morals, right?
Oh, I know.
And that's fine.
I'm here to expose your lack of them.
So my question would just be, why do you think it is that in Europe they've abandoned these practices?
A lot of it was political. If you, look at the history of it, especially when it came to puberty.
Bruh. Well, a lot of this is political. So anything that goes in your favor is, well, it's just, it's political. Anything that goes in my favor, well, I've got studies and numbers and blah, blah, blah. Like the dishonesty. And the scary part is that, you know, when we talk about stuff like this, when we have like grifters and when we talk about the idea of a grifter, exactly. I don't think that he's a grifter. I think he's an NPC. I think he's the next generation. I think some grifter got him to subscribe and he listened to everything the grifter had to say. And now he's legitimately repeating them, those talking points, as if they're his own thoughts. When really, he has none. He has none. What is anything that he has said? What is a claim that he has made? What is an opinion that he's given that wasn't out of a book or directly from somebody else? So maybe I just know too much about him from AJW, that it's just interminable to listen to anymore. I don't know, man. I never listened to him before today, and I am ready for this to be over. I am ready for this to be over. For real. All right. MJ has got an interesting note here. It isn't unusual for the Netherlands, Sweden, Finland, etc. to have led questionable surgeries. Let's take bariatric. They start with one process, and then you will see them abandon it. But the U.S. will adopt about 10 years after they started, then keep going with the surgery after. That doesn't surprise me in the least. Doesn't surprise me in the least. And I that's where I think there is reason, if we are going to have the quasi-capitalist society that we have, that there is a reason for making the argument for universal health care. Because if this is the market, and this is what they're trying to sell, they're gonna market the fuck out of it, as we've seen. Chester, we're trading you for Lance. You get he's Canadian. You can take David Packman.
Blockers and how that was handled. It was in large part a political decision that both medical groups, advocates, as well as pro-LGBTQ organizations outwardly protested. And especially, like, I know you're going to...
It's not a political decision for you and anyone else in America to be in favor of it. Gotcha. So a crime tonight. Well, that's the biggest surprise. Well, of course he supports illegal immigration. Yep, we saw all that. They all have the same opinions because they don't have any opinions. They just have talking points. It says, as soon as the trans thing is over, one way or the other, the next thing will only be that much more absurd. You're probably right. They want us divided at all costs. They don't care what the issue is. That does it. I'm afraid that you are going to be correct, sir. Just say, yeah, I guess he's just a talking point vending machine from the DNC. Yep. I mean, not even the DNC, because it's like it is, but it's like one level deeper in like him thinking that he's alternative and like no, bro, no, you're just a bot. Yeah, that is a very interesting point about it might get worse. I'm hoping not, but again, I feel like the pendulum is still swinging in their direction, but the speed is slowing down. We're not swinging back towards us yet, but I do think that it's slowing down. Hoping, fingers crossed. He shouldn't be so angry about it, but he's so earnest. What an arrogant, pretentious prick. Yep. People will become plants and then we can't eat anything. Oh my god. I honestly, at this point, that would make sense. That would make sense. Hey, there he is. Zetrix in the building. Welcome to the party. How are you doing, brother? We're watching the Serfs on Timcast, and he is failing.
Going to bring up Finland, I believe, was one of the countries that did it. Sweden as well. And
the UK.
Yeah, and in a number of cases,
Denmark,
this is something in which experts in the fields of endocrinology, pediatrics, they were very opposed to it. It was politicians who were pushing for this, and so this was a political decision. This is why I don't like when politics get directly involved in medical decisions, because, I mean, like you were saying, if you want to look up the actual organizations that support this, it's every major medical association in the United States, everyone without fail.
But they're for profit. A lot of times, if you don't get politically involved in the medical industry, they'll experiment on humans for money.
And also,
some of them are, some of them are not. If I listed them to you right now, because I have the list, some of these are not for-profit institutions just looking to make a fucking buck. Some of these are just genuinely concerned about child health care.
And some of them have various, ideological biases. This isn't always about money all the time.
But that's what happens when my button doesn't work. That was a perfect, is it though? But I couldn't get it paused in time. So if you would like to donate to help me get a better mouse so that I can do funnier jokes.
If you're going to reject what Tim is saying about medical institutions no longer performing these operations in Nordic Europe because you're claiming those institutions have become political, I don't know how you could give any credibility to the American ones.
So it's not the medical.
Do you think the American model of practicing medicine?
So MJ, before they get too deep into this, MJ said, "Oh whoa!" He said, "OMG, if he didn't like politics in these medical decisions, then he wouldn't be pushing trans at all. Obviously." Who else thought he sounded like Fauci? I have the science. I am the science, okay? Some Kratom flakes. Good? Okay. You gotta wear the mask for the droplets, all right? Senator Paul, I never said that. I hate him so much. At least MJ is here. Shout out to MJ. If you didn't laugh your ass off, you'd be ripping your ears out like that. She poured bleach in her eyes because she identified as Ray Charles. I did hear about that. It's getting crazy out here.
Is better than the model in Nordic Europe?
Let me answer your question.
Okay.
It's not the organizations themselves that have done it distinctly. It was politicians and political organizations as well as think tanks that were pushing for it. And it was a lot of experts in the field that directly wanted it not to happen, that were fighting against it.
But then why is it the case that the nation that started doing this?
I thought it was, I heard about it recently. And the fact that Chester's bringing it up, I would think that it would be more recent. I mean, it might be someone else, but... that's where I heard about it. The swings and roundabouts. Yeah.
Earlier than any of the others was the Netherlands. They started around 1990 administering puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for children who purported to be struggling with feelings of dysphoria. And so they have some of the longest term data available on this. And what they found is that transitioning has no effect on suicidality.
That's part of the studies that I'm interested in, is the suicide stuff. Like in 2022, they measured a bunch of people that transitioned. They were suicidal. They transitioned. Now they're not. But it's like, hey, that was 8 months ago. Like, how are you going to feel in 4 years from now? So it's hard to say like now they're no longer suicidal just because they're like, yeah, I'm not suicidal now. But like we need long-term studies.
We do need to go to super chats because we're way past. But I do want to ask another just question. Like, do you think the Earth is overpopulated?
No, I don't.
You don't think so?
No, I want more people. I love people. I want more birth. I want more humans. I love everybody, man. I want more people on this planet.
But what about climate change?
Climate change is coming. It's real. It's happening right now.
But I mean,
But you're not Malthusian then.
No, I'm not.
yeah.
Okay,
But
okay. We're on the
more
same page
people
with
means more
Malthusian
climate
on that.
change. You got more mouths to feed.
It's
You got
true.
more fuels to burn.
But more orgasms.
It would also means more scientists
Not for Jazz Jennings. Not that you care.
figuring out how to cure the carbon
That was kind of
problem.
weird, right?
More humans doesn't necessarily mean more climate change, because more humans might figure out better ways to balance out the climate.
I'll just say one last thing, and we'll go to super chats, and then I guess I want to try and get to the members only port. Actually, and I feel bad for going long. We should go to the members portion so we can do audience Q&A and stuff.
There's some big super chats in here.
I'll try and grab as many as I can, and then we'll try to we'll go straight to Q&A for the members only portion. But my attitude is I'm not a conservative. I'm pro-choice. I think, I've got my morality, but in the long term, I really don't care that leftists are sterilizing and aborting their children.
I thought you did care.
From a moral position, but like, I'm not a conservative like Seamus, where Seamus is very much like, we have to end this because it's wrong. I'm not a conservative.
Okay, cool.
That's
all I need to see. Okay, cool. So let's just finish them up. We'll get
woman is going to get an abortion at a certain.
So first of all, yes, MJ is in Discord. She is there all the time under a different name that I'm not going to dox her if she wants to tell you her name, or she'll see you in Discord. So let's just finish this all up.
A certain age, I'm like, I disagree with it, but I'm more libertarian in the respect of like people can choose to do what they want to do. I think it's certainly wrong to sterilize kids, but the end result is the future is going to be a bunch of Christian conservatives and Muslims. And so, like, it's a self.
Mormonism.
Yes, but the Jewish population, the diaspora is like 12 million, and Christians and Muslims are billions. Yeah. So, like,
but that's happened in Israel, right? Where the more religious Jews have more children, and so they're dominating elections.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And so we saw this since the year 2000. Liberals have been effectively shrinking. Gen Z is the first generation in 100 years to slightly move towards conservative in some areas. Likely not because Gen Z is becoming conservative, but because there's less liberal Gen Zers than there are conservative ones. So the end result of all of this is just like, look, man, I'm not going to convince you to vote the way I would vote. I'm not going to convince Seamus to vote that way I would vote. But it doesn't matter anyway, because in 100 years, you guys are sterilizing and aborting your kids. End of story.
Wait a minute, not you.
Well, yeah,
I'm saying from the political.
He's
left,
saying
center, right.
I represent the left to him.
Do you? Do you feel like you represent
You
the
call
left?
himself a leftist.
I don't feel I represent the left. No.
Well, you called yourself a leftist.
But I'm a proud leftist. I wear that. I don't have to hide that. I don't hide my power levels. I don't wear some kind of like hidden power.
My point is just this, right?
I'm just saying I'm like, there's no single voice for the left. I'm not the voice of the left.
No, sure. I'm just saying the left will cease to exist.
God.
And the middle and the right will supplant it, and then the middle will become the left, and the right will stay the right.
Here's what I'll say.
All right, let's give him the last word.
Is that LGBTQ plus people were heavily persecuted by a lot of different groups, including the Nazis at one point or another in history, and you just can't get rid of them.
Communists.
If you and the communists,
yeah,
and if you were to get rid of
man.
every single queer, if you got rid of every single gay, every single lesbian, every single bisexual, every single trans person, if you got rid of all of them in a generation or two, they would reappear because they're a part of us. They're a part of humanity. They're a part of all of us. They just exist. They are a part of the human experience.
Yeah, but I think that chart you showed with the left-handed thing.
Yeah.
If Christians and Muslims start dominating, they're going to be repressed.
Right?
So the idea is it's like basic math. We saw this in 2000. Liberals were having 1.45 kids and conservatives were having 2.01 kids. So conservatives were at replacement levels and liberals weren't. 20 years later, we see slightly more, for the first time ever, conservative Gen Zers in some areas. Gen Z is about, according to Pew, as progressive as millennials. In some areas, a little bit more progressive. In some areas, a little bit more conservative, which is shocking because every generation was skewing more progressive. This is likely due to the fact, not, like I said, not that children were like, I'm conservative now, but conservatives had more kids. So it really doesn't matter what your position is if your position is less kids for the left and more kids for the right.
So you think transgender people should have more kids?
I would love it if trans people and LGBT people had children and families. That's my personal morality. But the end result is there is one faction that is pro-abortion, unrestricted, and in favor of practices which result in a substantial rate of sterilization for children. Conservatives, be it Muslim or Christian or Jewish, don't do these things. And so the future is very obviously going to be an Abrahamic conservative country.
Yeah, but we need a more scientific religion in the future. This is another 2 hours.
All right, yeah, that is another 2-hour discussion, and we are going to end it there. Guys, thank you so much. We are hitting the 5-hour mark. I don't remember the last time I did a 5-hour stream, but it was so very important to me to bring this to you and to talk about this. Hey, we got a last minute person, Husk Eater. Welcome to the party. We are just about to head over to Discord for the after party if you would like to join us. There was a lot here. And I think at the end of the day, all of it boils down to 2 different things. And you already know what they are. Semantic obfuscation and dogmatic thinking. Every problem we have in society boils down to either one or both of those issues. And the better we can identify them, the better we can handle people like Lance the way Tim did, and even better. If you care about that, you're in the right place. If you don't care, then all right. I mean, maybe, I think I'm pretty funny sometimes, but that is really what we're doing here. So I want to thank you guys so much. Thank you, Opus. Oh, yeah, definitely a mind virus. I want to thank every one of you guys. We got some numbers, some average view time numbers. Definitely help me out. I want to give a big shout out to everybody who donated. MJ with the $9.99, Jeff with the 10, Jimmy with the 1, MJ with the 2, and of course, Uncle Junior Network. No comment, no question, just pure love of the game. Definitely, again, check out Uncle Junior Network on YouTube. Thank you so much. What else do we got here? All right, I think that is a good note to end on. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. Thank you for spending this time with me. I don't know what to say. You guys don't like when I get mushy, so I'm not going to get mushy, but just know that I'm feeling mushy about y'all, and especially mushy to those of you who were willing to part with your hard-earned dollars. But even if you were just here with me, it really does mean a lot. Thank you. I hope you learned something today, and I hope you had fun at the same time. Make sure you are here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and I drop videos every single day because I'm just a baller like that. As for now, I can't promise I'm going to be there long, but we are heading right over to the after party into Discord, link in the bio. Until then, well, if you're not there, until next time, we'll say, this has been Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, we are out of here. Peace.